On the 11th of November, in the year 1111, a blood-red meteor tore through the sky of Blue Star, signaling the beginning of the apocalyptic game. Humanity was forced to become NPCs, facing cruel rules. Anyone who failed to choose a profession within 5 seconds would turn into a zombie. Dying once in the game meant permanent death in real life. Amidst the chaotic scene filled with blood and desperate screams, an ordinary young man named Yun-Chi appeared. He was chosen by fate to be the world's only SSS-class Netherworld Knight, possessing the absolute ability to eliminate other players. Thanks to his Mark of Death skill, Yun-Chi could use this power to erase his enemies from both the game and reality. The world had now transformed into a bloody arena, where he was forced to become the strongest to survive. The story begins at exactly 11:11 on November 11th, in the year 1111 of the Alliance calendar. The first image that appears is of bloodthirsty, grotesque zombies, roaring incessantly. Blue Star was plunged into an apocalyptic nightmare as hordes of zombies swarmed every corner of the earth, spreading terror among the survivors. In the chaos, a poor girl stumbled as she fled, drenched in sweat, panting as she screamed in despair, "Go away! Stop chasing me!" Though fear gripped her mind, Luo Xin mustered all her strength and dashed towards the door ahead. She had only one thought in her mind. I have to live. I have to see my parents again. I can't die here. As long as she could hide in the warehouse on the other side, she would be safe. Tears streamed down her pale face as Luo Xin ran for her life. Her trembling legs nearly gave out, but cruel reality showed no mercy. Before her eyes, a hideous zombie was tearing a poor man to shreds. To her horror, she realized the man facing the Grim Reaper's scythe was the department head who always bullied her. Despite his despair, he reached out to her, his voice a weak whisper, urging, "Luo Xin, run." But the horrific sight seemed to freeze her in place. Luo Xin collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling, unable to move. After finishing off the department head, the zombie slowly turned and began to lumber towards her, one heavy step at a time. Its glowing red eyes seemed to pierce right through Luo Xin's soul, leaving her frozen in absolute terror. "This is so scary," she murmured, her mind in a jumble, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the zombie lunged at her with terrifying speed, like a whirlwind of death. Luo Xin screamed in despair, "Somebody, help me!" She closed her eyes, thinking her life was over. Just then, a figure flashed past, quick as lightning. Yun-Chi, with his ice-cold eyes, leaped into the air, the weapon in his hand glinting. He appeared behind the zombie and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a decisive slash. The blade sliced through the air, and in an instant, the zombie was cut in two, collapsing in a pool of blood. Yun-Chi's eyes burned with fury as he glared at the mindless monsters milling around in front of him. At the same time, a cold notification sounded in his mind. Defeated one level 1 zombie, received 10 accumulation points. Witnessing this, Luo Xin stood frozen like a statue. The man who had just saved her from the brink of death now stood tall before her. She blinked, still unable to believe it was real, but before she could collect herself, another bloodthirsty zombie loomed up from behind her, growling as it advanced. Unfazed, Yun-Chi became fierce. He gripped his sword tightly, its steel glinting coldly. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Xin ducked her head in panic. He swung his sword and lopped off the zombie's head in one clean strike. The system chimed again. Defeated one level 1 zombie. Received 10 accumulation points. Realizing time was short, Yun-Chi immediately grabbed Luo Xin's hand and pulled her up. "What are you spacing out for? Let's run." Luo Xin was startled and quickly nodded, stammering, "Oh, okay." The two of them immediately took off, leaving the frenzied horde of zombies roaring and chasing after them. The surrounding scene became more terrifying than ever. The roars of the monsters mixed with the suffocating atmosphere of the apocalypse. As they fled, Luo Xin looked up at Yun-Chi in panic, her trembling voice crying out, "Yun-Chi, I really can't believe it. Has the apocalypse really come? Am I dreaming?" she asked. Despite focusing on running, Yun-Chi maintained a surprising calm. He replied in a low but clear voice, "I'd also like to know if this is all a dream." He glanced back at the zombies on their tail, his face gradually turning cold and stern. "I am Yun-Chi, 21 years old, the young master of the Yun family in Zhongdu. 10 minutes ago, I was just a rich kid disguised as an ordinary office worker. Now, I'm forced to outwit and outfight these zombies. 10 minutes ago, Yun-Chi had walked into the company with his briefcase, just like any other day. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, his smile as radiant as if he were welcoming a vibrant new day. Luo Xin approached him gently, her cheeks flushed, and gave a shy smile. She looked up at him, her voice gentle with a hint of timidity. Even elementary school students don't believe that stuff anymore. Hearing this, Luhan's face flushed slightly in embarrassment. Oh, really? As if reading her mind, Yunqi turned his head and raised an eyebrow in surprise. But are you really scared? She quickly nodded, her voice trembling. Yes, I'm very scared. Although she said that, Luhan was secretly pleased with herself. She thought, I knew it. No one can resist my charm. Lost in thought, she was startled to hear Yunqi's loud voice as he raised his hand towards everyone in the office. Hey everyone, the office goddess is scared the world's about to end. Anyone want to take her home after work? His words stunned both Luhan and everyone else in the room. Huh? Immediately, a crowd rushed over, surrounding her. They all clamored at once. Goddess, I can do it. Luhan, I'm going the same way. Let me take you home. Luhan, I can too. You should consider me. Surrounded by the crowd, Luhan was flustered, not knowing what to do. She glanced at Yunqi, cursing him under her breath. Yunqi, you damn clueless idiot. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yunqi had already calmly walked back to his usual seat. He gently placed his designer bag on the desk, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he had seen through everything. The end of the world, huh? What a great excuse. Suddenly, Yunqi's memories drifted back 10 years, to when armies marched grandly through the streets. Humanity's artificial intelligence supercomputer, Titan, had detected a dark celestial body approaching. It predicted that Blue Star would face its apocalypse on the 11th of November, in the year 1101 of the Alliance calendar. The news plunged the entire world into panic. Drones circling the sky continuously broadcasted a cold announcement. The apocalypse is near. The military district has issued an urgent order, requiring everyone to return home immediately and lock their doors. Pedestrians on the street buzzed with shocked conversation. The end of the world? Oh my God, that's terrifying. Is the apocalypse really going to happen? It must be. It's a prophecy from Titan. Hurry home. If I have to die, I want to die at home. For 10 years, conflicting information constantly emerged. On the 11th of November, 1101, a voice echoed everywhere. It called for humanity to prepare for the end. But every time, the so-called dark celestial body was just a cruel joke of fate, leaving everyone disappointed. In the following years of the Alliance calendar, 1102, 1103, 1104, and then 1108, the news continuously provided breaking updates, but all it did was create pointless vigilance. On the 12th of November, 1108, an announcement was made. The apocalypse curfew has ended. We'll see you all again next year. These words made ordinary citizens mutter in anger. Damn it, what's the point of a curfew if the world isn't ending? It just kept me from going out. Yunqi understood everything better than anyone. 10 years had passed, and the doomsday prophecy had become a joke in everyone's eyes. Only a few bored people still used it as an excuse for fun, like the couple walking hand in hand down the long street. The young man smiled playfully. It's the end of the world today. Let's go see a movie together, just the two of us. The girl beside him laughed, nodding gently. Okay. Back in the present, a strange glint flashed in Yunqi's eyes. The corner of his mouth curved into an unreadable smile. He murmured, "But I don't have that kind of free time." At that moment, what caught his attention more was the ancient sword lying before him, its appearance exuding the solemnity of time. It was as if he had been searching for it for a very long time. Seeing Yunqi's excitement, a colleague next to him couldn't help but tease him in surprise. "Yunqi, did you buy another model? You're in your 20s and still into these childish things." His words left Yunqi speechless. How could he even respond? How could this be a model? He immediately leaned down to carefully read the attached note. The text read, "Little Qi, this is the blade of extinction, forged from titanium essence, the strongest material currently known. It cuts through gold and jade as easily as slicing vegetables. Keep it for self-defense." The sender was Yun Shuji. Yunqi was suddenly stunned. This wasn't a toy, but a highly lethal weapon, enough to be classified as a Grade 3 prohibited item in society. His face showed a hint of bewilderment as he thought, how on earth did this get shipped here? He flipped over the letter, and a few lines of reproach met his eyes. "It's been 3 years since you've been home. When do you plan on coming back?" After reading it, Yunqi couldn't help but be startled. Has it really been 3 years? Memories suddenly flooded back, taking him back to the day he left home with a suitcase in his hand. Back then, just because he didn't want to live according to his family's arrangements, unwilling to accept the path laid out for him, he had run away from Central Capital to live alone in District 105. It's been long enough. This irresponsible act of running away from home really needs to end, he told himself, his resolve growing clearer. I guess I'll go home after I get this month's salary. Just as Yunqi was thinking, a series of piercing alarm sirens suddenly blared from all directions. The chilling sound made everyone in the company freeze, in stunned silence. The strange sound startled Yunqi. He quickly looked around, not yet understanding what was happening. The entire space was bathed in a terrifying, crimson-red glow. Following everyone's panicked gazes, he looked up at the sky. The sight before him left him stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A strange, blazing red meteorite was hurtling through the air. In the company, people were frozen in place, their mouths buzzing with chatter. See, could this be the dark celestial body that Titan prophesied? Why haven't the authorities said anything? Another pale-faced man stammered. Oh my god, is it really going to crash into Blue Star? Boss, I'm taking the day off. I want to go home. Just then, a cold, mysterious voice echoed through the bustling streets. People of Blue Star, welcome to the global apocalypse game. From this moment on, the apocalypse has arrived. You have lost your rights as free human beings. You will all become monsters and NPCs in this apocalypse game. The declaration left everyone petrified, unable to speak a word. In the suffocating atmosphere, the voice continued, relentless. This is currently the game's startup phase. You have 24 hours to earn points in the game and upgrade your NPC's secondary attributes. The higher the level of your secondary attributes, the greater your power. When the expansion phase ends in 24 hours, the players will officially enter the game. You cannot truly kill the players, but the players can truly kill you. Be wary of everything that is happening. Because for you, dying in the game means dying in real life. These words made Van Koy's expression turn grim, his mind racing. Everyone will become monsters and NPCs in the game. So who are the players? In front of everyone, shimmering information panels appeared. Accompanied by the system's cold announcement, the global communication mode was adjusted. The in-game world channel is now open. All old communication methods have been disabled. Please complete your class selection within 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the game will officially begin. While Van Koy was still busy processing the information, a panel flashed before his eyes. It displayed detailed text. Van Koy, beginner village level, B rank NPC. Each level up grants 2 primary attribute points, 1 secondary attribute point, and 2 free attribute points. Every 10 levels, primary attributes are increased by an additional 10%. Cumulative points, 0. As an NPC, you can only level up by earning cumulative points. Strength, 9. Increases physical attack power. Agility, 9. Increases speed. Spirit, 10. Increases magical power. Constitution, 10. Increases defense and endurance. Compatibility, 10%. Class, undetermined. Personal talent, none. Class specialty, none. Current skills, none. After reading it, Van Koy couldn't help but be amazed, muttering, "This perspective is exactly like a full dive game." The system immediately continued its announcement. Please select your class. He seriously reached out and touched the system screen. He quickly calculated in his head, if the apocalypse has truly begun, choosing a class that prioritizes maximum power will make it easier to survive in the early stages. Before him, information about the powerful warrior class appeared. The image of a warrior in brilliant armor, holding a sharp weapon, couldn't help but catch his eye. Primary attribute, strength. Secondary attribute, constitution. Note, melee attacks have a 5% chance to trigger the bloodthirsty effect. Increases strength by 5% and attack speed by 15%, lasting for 10 seconds. The first melee attack is a guaranteed trigger, with a maximum of 1 trigger per minute. Next, the system displayed 2 other class options. The mage class, more suitable for females, with spirit as its primary attribute and constitution as its secondary. Note, spellcasting speed is increased by 15%. Finally, there was the knight class, majestic in its shining armor. Primary attribute, constitution. Secondary, strength. Note, when constitution is the highest attribute, it receives an additional 20% boost. Additionally, ignores 50% of your own weight. After reading this, Van Koy couldn't hide his astonishment. He reached out and touched the treasured sword on his back. He muttered, "The knight looks very strong. If I choose the knight or warrior class, I can definitely use this sword." Suddenly, the sword emitted a fantastical, unusually brilliant light. Immediately, the system panel in front of him vibrated, and an announcement echoed. System has detected that you carry an abnormal energy. Congratulations, you have received the only custom SSS rank class, Nether Knight. Van Koy was stunned, barely believing his eyes. A custom SSS rank class, the eyes within the armor flashed mysteriously. The system continued to analyze the details of the Nether Knight class. Primary attributes: Constitution, Strength, Spirit. Secondary attribute: Agility. The class specialty information appeared more clearly. Death Blight, Level 1, Passive. All of your attacks can apply an irremovable death mark to the target. Causes the target to receive a 10% reduction in healing. When the target dies, their level is reduced to Level 1. After reviving, they enter a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 10% for 10 minutes. If a target's level is forced to 0 due to the death mark, the target will die completely, both inside and outside the game, including players. Note: with each level up, the healing reduction effect increases by 10%, and a dying target's level is reduced by 1 additional level. All attributes are further reduced by 10%, and the weakened duration is extended by 10 minutes, stacking up to a maximum of 9 times. After reading the information, the corners of Van Koy's mouth curled into a disbelieving smile. He murmured in a voice full of astonishment, "Death mark. In other words, as long as I'm strong enough, I can even kill players. This is basically a game bug." Before he could compose himself, the system chimed again. It buzzed. A new notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have awakened your personal talent, Child of the Plane." Child of the Plane can designate up to 3 categories in the game. Non-combat stats are increased by 10 times their original value. If the change is determined to be permanent, the increase will be 100 times. The skill cooldown is 24 hours. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes shining with another surprise. Wow, this newbie benefit is so overpowered, it's basically a game hack. While he was feeling smug, the system continued to announce to all players, "Class selection is complete. The game will start in 5 seconds. This announcement sent everyone around into a panic. "What's going on? Why didn't I get to choose a class?" Another person panicked as well. "Me too. Did the system glitch?" The system began the countdown. 5. The crowd buzzed with voices full of dissatisfaction. "This is so unfair. Why did they get one but we didn't?" But the system coldly continued counting down. 2. 1. With a calm gaze, Yunqi glanced out the window, as if he had already predicted what was about to happen. Finally, the announcement rang out. The apocalypse game has begun. In the next second, those who hadn't chosen a class suddenly clutched their chests, vomited blood, and instantly turned into a horde of zombies. The horrifying scene terrified a nearby girl, who backed away, her voice trembling. "You guys? What's wrong with you? Please, don't scare me." But before she could react, a bloodthirsty zombie lunged forward, violently pinning her to the ground. Her agonized scream echoed, tearing through the chaotic space. Before everyone's horrified eyes, the zombie opened its disgusting mouth and sank its teeth into the girl, finishing her in an instant. The gruesome sight plunged the entire room into absolute terror. The crowd panicked, scrambling to turn and run. Shouts echoed everywhere. "Zombies!" The office was now a chaotic battlefield, as ordinary people turned into zombies one by one, their eyes cloudy, growling with bloodlust. Yunqi realized the situation was getting worse. A flicker of alarm crossed his eyes as he muttered, "This is bad. These zombies can be infectious." A hideous zombie opened its mouth wide and shot towards a poor man. The guy could only run for his life, helpless against the monster's speed. Fortunately, Yunqi swung his sword just in time, blocking the attack and saving the man from certain death. He turned back and yelled, "Run! Don't let the zombies get you." The man, startled, quickly replied, "Right, right." Then he dashed off and disappeared. The zombie's eyes grew even more terrifying, flashing with a hunger for flesh and blood. Back in reality, Yunqi grabbed Luo Xin's hand and ran with her down the long corridor, not daring to stop for even a second. Luo Xin pointed the way as they ran, her voice urgent. "This way," but she suddenly froze, her face turning pale as she heard a strange noise ahead. "Yunqi, there's a sound up ahead," she warned, her voice trembling. Yunqi immediately tightened his grip on his sword, rushed forward with a sharp glint in his eyes, and shouted, "Go, die, you monster." But when he rounded the wall, what appeared wasn't a zombie, but a panicked man who had dropped to his knees, crying out, Don't kill me. I'm human, not a zombie." Realizing it was a living person, Yunqi quickly withdrew his sword, his eyes showing a hint of surprise as he recognized the familiar face. Liu Yang. The man, Liu Yang, looked up, his face still trembling with fear. Sensing that time was short, Yunqi pulled Luo Xin to turn and leave, not forgetting to glance back and warn him, "Be more careful next time. Don't just pop out like that." Realizing something was wrong, Liu Yang quickly turned his head and started yelling, "Yunqi, aren't we teammates? You're just going to leave me behind? You saw I was in trouble and didn't help. What kind of person are you?" Yunqi wasn't the least bit bothered by the criticism. He even glanced back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm well aware of what kind of person I am. As for you, stealing my ideas and achievements to take credit time and again, and even forcing a female colleague to have 3 abortions, you're definitely no saint yourself. These words enraged Liu Yang. He gritted his teeth and growled. What did you just say? But Yunqi couldn't be bothered, decisively turning and pulling Luo Xin away. Let's go. Behind them, Liu Yang continued to plead. Wait, don't go. My class is also Knight. If the 3 of us team up, we won't have to be afraid of the zombies anymore. His words made Luo Xin waver for a moment. She looked up at Yunqi, her voice hesitant. Yunqi, did you hear that? He's a knight. He must be really strong. But Yunqi's expression remained stern. He turned back to Liu Yang and replied coldly, no matter how strong his class is, it doesn't change the fact that he's a despicable scumbag. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, Liu Yang furiously picked up an iron pipe from the ground and roared, You dare to look down on me? He spun around and, without hesitation, charged forward to attack Yunqi. Luo Xin screamed out, a warning in terror. Look out! But she didn't know that Yunqi was the one favored by fate. He calmly gripped his weapon, turned smoothly, and delivered a powerful thrust. Liu Yang clutched his stomach in pain, his mouth agape as he violently threw up his entire lunch. The puddle of vomit spread across the ground, emitting a disgusting, foul stench. Just then, from behind Liu Yang, a zombie loomed into view, its cloudy eyes fixed straight ahead. At the 3 of them, Liu Yang had just turned his head when his face went pale. He screamed in terror, Help! Help me! But it was too late. The zombie lunged, tearing him to pieces before he could even fight back. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunqi said in a cold voice, We're leaving. Lu Xin, despite feeling a pang of guilt, followed him. But she couldn't stop herself from looking back and asking, Wait, Yunqi, are we really just going to leave him to die? Liu Yang's desperate screams still echoed from behind them. Suddenly, Yunqi stopped in front of the hallway, his gaze turning sharp and stern. He turned to Lu Xin, his voice low but firm. Lu Xin, get rid of that useless compassion of yours. Open your eyes. This is the apocalypse. When he turned back, it was as if he was a completely different person, radiating a terrifyingly cold aura. The scene outside the hallway unfolded before them. The once beautiful city had become a brutal battlefield. Everything had changed. Only death and chaos remained. On the streets, mutated zombies were constantly rising, roaring as they hunted for human lives. Walking down the long corridor, Yunqi reminded her coldly, Don't be as naive as you were before. His words left Lu Xin stunned, rooted to the spot, and utterly speechless. Realizing how urgent the situation was, Yunqi immediately turned around, his voice laced with urgency. There are too many zombies. We need to find a safe place first. As the 2 of them hurried to find a hiding spot, a nearby door suddenly burst open. Jia, a familiar friend of Lu Xin, appeared, calling out urgently, Lu Xin! Seeing a familiar face, Lu Xin couldn't help but feel surprised, exclaiming, Jia! But outside the door, the horde of zombies was still roaring madly, pounding on the door and exuding a terrifying ferocity. Stepping into the room, Yunqi calmly observed his surroundings with a sharp gaze. He suddenly noticed something unusual, turning his head to look in another direction, deep in thought. This company had so many people, and now only the 7 of us are left alive? In the cramped room, exactly 7 people were huddled together, their faces etched with fear and contemplation. Jia was curled up in a corner, sobbing. In a desperate voice, she cried. The world was so peaceful. How did it suddenly turn into this nightmare? A nearby office worker buried her face in her hands and wailed, I want to go home. The man next to her hurriedly tried to comfort her, his voice trembling. Surviving is what matters most right now. As long as those zombies don't break in, I'll be thankful for that. Unable to stand the chaos any longer, a man in the corner slammed his fist on the table and roared angrily. This is all Jiajia's fault for insisting on opening the door for you people. We were already low on food, and now a horde of zombies is blocking the door. The one who had just spoken was none other than the company's director, Cao Yuqian. He continued to scream, his face beat red. Damn it, if you wanted to die, you should have done it out there. Why drag the rest of us down with you? These words infuriated Zhao Jian, the security guard. He shot up from his seat and questioned loudly, What are you trying to say? Yunqi listened to the argument, lost in thought. He recalled the earlier scene where Zhao Jian had secretly followed them, rushing into the room and dragging a few zombies with him. In his panic, he had even shoved 3 other people aside to get in, which left Yunqi feeling uneasy. Zhao Jian, he muttered to himself, his eyes growing colder. Ignoring everyone's stares, Zhao Jian just shouted, Move it! Get out of my way! Hearing this, Cao Yuqian became even more enraged, pointing a finger at him and cursing. What? Am I wrong? If you people hadn't led the zombies here, we wouldn't be trapped like this. Besides, you're all covered in blood. You've probably already been infected and turned into monsters. You're better off dead out there. Yunqi remained silent, observing with a sharp gaze, but Zhao Jian couldn't hold back any longer. He roared, "Son of a bitch!" He lunged forward, grabbing Yuqian by the collar. "You bastard, Cao. I've had enough of your shit for a long time. Just because you're the boss, you think you can walk all over people and do whatever you want?" Cao Yuqian didn't back down an inch, retorting with a growl. "Zhao Jian, how dare you speak to me like that? Watch it, or I'll fire you." Cao Yuqian's threat didn't faze Zhao Jian in the slightest. He snarled, his eyes glinting menacingly. "Wake up. This is the apocalypse. If you say I'm a monster, then I'll show you what a real monster can do." Yuqian began to panic, stammering, What? What are you trying to do? Stop. Stop it." Just as the two were struggling, the piercing sound of shattering glass rang out. With terrifying strength, Zhao Jian shoved Yuqian towards the window. He screamed in horror. Are you insane? This is the 17th floor." Seeing the injustice, Yunqi gripped his sword, ready to intervene. Yuqian, his face as pale as a ghost, pleaded relentlessly, Don't kill me." But Zhao Jian paid him no mind, roaring, "Go to hell." Standing in the back, Lu Xun couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted, "Wait." She placed a hand on her chest. Her voice rushed as she explained, "Zhao Jian, don't be rash. I chose the mage class and awakened the holy light talent. I can purify wounds. Maybe I can help you treat your injuries. That way, no one will turn into a monster." Her words left Yunqi speechless. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. How can she be so stupid, casually revealing her class information like that? The moment Lu Xun finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at her with expressions of disbelief, mixed with a hint of calculation. Yunqi observed it all, his heart turning cold. The greatest danger often comes from those standing right beside you. So many people had gathered, but no one revealed their profession. It was clear they were all wary of each other. Despite this, Luo Xin recklessly approached Zhao Jian. Yunqi couldn't help but worry, thinking her actions would surely lead to trouble. After hearing what Luo Xin said, Zhao Jian looked surprised. "You're saying you're a mage?" Luo Xin stepped forward and nodded firmly. "That's right, so you don't need to worry about being infected. We can work together to prevent this tragedy. Who knows, we might even be able to change our fate." Hearing this, Cao Yujian quickly interjected, his voice trembling. "Zhao Jian, did you hear that? She can heal you. Go to her, quickly." But as soon as he said that, the corners of Zhao Jian's mouth curled into a scheming smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved Cao Yujian off the 17th floor. A flash of indescribable malice glinted in his eyes. It was as if this very moment was his chance to change his destiny. Yujian realized death was upon him and screamed in despair. Luo Xin witnessed the scene and couldn't bear to watch, her face turning deathly pale. Yunqi stood there, sensing that things were escalating far beyond his initial predictions. A sickening thud echoed as Yujian hit the ground, turning into a gruesome puddle of blood. Luo Xin stumbled back in panic. She stammered, "What? Why?" Zhao Jian smirked triumphantly, his voice cold. "Why else? Because that damned bastard was getting on my nerves." Luo Xin, still trying to appeal to his humanity, spoke up. "Just for that? That was a living person." Zhao Jian burst out laughing contemptuously. His body suddenly transformed, becoming stronger than ever before. He roared as his power exploded with incredible force. At that moment, a system notification rang out. Zhao Jian had become a level 1 warrior. Zhao Jian laughed loudly, his voice dripping with smugness. "He was just a stepping stone for me. Speaking of which, choosing to be a warrior was a brilliant decision. As long as I have power, I won't just survive this apocalypse. I might even turn the tables and become the ruler of this world." Watching Zhao Jian grow more aggressive, Yunqi fell into deep thought, his eyes sharp and cold. He thought to himself, in an apocalypse, when law and morality no longer exist, the human heart becomes more terrifying than anyone can imagine. Zhao Jian approached Luo Xin, laughing heartily with a suggestive tone. "Luo Xin, from now on, you just stick with me. Be my woman." His words terrified Luo Xin. She quickly backed away, her face pale and her voice trembling. "I don't want to." Fortunately, Yunqi immediately stepped forward, shielding her. He swung his sword gracefully, performing a few basic moves as the cold steel flashed. Zhao Jian was stunned. He blurted out in surprise, "What's this? You're interested in this girl too?" Yunqi remained calm and shifted into an assassination stance. His voice was steady. Let me correct you. I'm only interested in her skills. He had already calculated everything in his head. Luo Xin could support him with her holy light talent. In an apocalypse, no one could be certain they wouldn't get injured. Having a mage by his side who could cleanse the virus was a huge advantage. Zhao Jian was furious at Yunqi's intervention. He decisively smashed the fire extinguisher in front of him and roared, "You dare try to steal what's mine? You got a death wish?" He immediately spun around, his eyes blazing red as if he wanted to devour Yunqi. Taking a deep breath, he raised the fire extinguisher high, his grip tight, ready to strike. "You can be the first step on my path to ruling this apocalyptic world," Zhao Jian roared, putting all his strength into swinging the fire extinguisher straight at Yunqi. But with his quick reflexes, Yunqi managed to raise his sword in time to block the attack. Suddenly, a flicker of confusion appeared in his eyes as he noticed something unusual. The bleeding wound on Zhao Jian's hip unsettled him. This is bad. Is Zhao Jian infected? Zhao Jian's pupils gradually grew cloudy, transforming into the eyes of a true zombie, emitting a terrifying aura that would make anyone shudder. Yunqi tried to stay calm, his mind racing. He was just talking normally a moment ago. Could it be that the time it takes to turn depends on a person's physical condition? A warrior with a physique as strong as his? Once he transforms, he'll be many times more terrifying than a regular zombie. With that thought, Yunqi didn't hesitate for a second. He unleashed a powerful strike, knocking the fire extinguisher out of Zhao Jian's hand. Before the man could even react, Yunqi had already gripped his sword and lunged forward like a whirlwind. He had to deal with this ticking time bomb quickly. A sharp, decisive slash tore through the air, slicing straight into Zhao Jian. Blood splattered everywhere, painting horrifying red streaks in the air. Even the sturdy fire extinguisher was cleaved in two by Yunqi's blade, as if it were nothing more than a bundle of vegetables. A thin wisp of mist drifted through the room, mingling with the tense atmosphere. With just a few clean movements, Yunqi had taken down Zhao Jian. Luo Xin slowly walked toward him with a complicated look in her eyes, but the other three people in the room were frozen in shock, their faces pale at the horrific sight. He killed someone. Another person is dead. Luo Xin stood there silently, her gaze fixed on Yunqi's steady back. She quietly turned and walked away, trying to calm her racing heart. She had witnessed everything. A harsh lesson doesn't need to be taught twice. One was more than enough to be seared into her memory. Luo Xin told herself, hoping she would never again forget the price of naivety. Barging in, Van Koi's eyes swept across the room, meeting everyone's terrified gazes. Although he had acted because Zhao Jian was on the verge of turning, their fear now became an advantage, helping him control the situation more easily. After a moment's thought, he turned around, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping over each face. His voice, deep and steady, yet full of authority, rang out. "Is there anyone else who wants to fight me for her now?" Jia quickly shook her head, her voice trembling. "No, there isn't." The two people beside her also nodded frantically. "Dong Than, Van Koi, we just want to survive. We won't do anything." Hearing this, Van Koi nodded slightly and silently sheathed his sword, the movement gentle yet exuding a solemn air. He turned back and instructed in a calm voice, "Good. Lohan, help them with their wounds." Lohan nodded and immediately went to Jia's side. As a mage, she gently raised her hand, channeling her healing ability. A soft light emanated from her palm, enveloping Jia's wound. She advised carefully, Jia, this is my first time healing, so let me know if you feel any discomfort." On the other side, Van Koi remained composed, his eyes focused on the computer screen on the desk. Realizing there was still important work to be done, he quickly pulled his phone from his pocket. But when he looked at the screen, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face, and he suppressed a sigh. As expected, all old methods of communication were useless. The phone screen displayed a cold message. "Sorry, your current location is not within the service area." Van Koi suddenly turned his head, his gaze shifting in another direction as he fell deep into thought. The only way to connect with the outside world now was through the world channel in the game system, but he knew many others were probably thinking the same thing. Without hesitation, he focused on the system screen in front of him, where the world channel was flooded with chaotic messages. "Wang Xitong, help. There are too many zombies. Can anyone come save us? I'm in the center of Jing City. Da Bing. Everyone. Don't panic. I heard the Alliance Parliament has sent law enforcement teams to rescue civilians. Our lives will return to normal soon. Huangzhou Ergu, cut the crap. All communication systems are down. You can't even make a phone call right now. Where did you get your information about the Parliament? I've lived long enough to see the apocalypse. Stop hesitating, grab a weapon, and fight your way out. Anyone with guts, follow me." We'll rally at the Zhongjin building. City C. Lushen. My house is right next to the Zhongjin building. Big bro, let me join you. Reading the jumbled messages on the screen, Van Koy frowned slightly, a look of helplessness on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head, not knowing what to do. Clearly, most people were isolated, receiving no help whatsoever. To survive, they could only rely on themselves. With a decisive move, he closed the chat interface on the system, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. The system screen flashed, displaying Van Koy's detailed information. Rank: Level 1 Novice Village NPC. Accumulation points: 130 out of 200. Class: Nether Knight. Strength: 9. Agility: 9. Spirit: 10. Constitution: 10. Compatibility: 10%. Personal talent: Child of the Plane. Can designate up to 3 in-game attributes. Non-combat stats will be increased by 10 times their original value. If the change is determined to be permanent, the increase will be up to 100 times. The skill's cooldown is 24 hours. Class specialization: Deathblight. Current skills: none. After reading the information, Van Koy frowned, lost in thought. Before, due to the urgent situation, he hadn't had time to think things through carefully. Now, looking at the stat panel, he realized that non-combat stats could be multiplied by 10. Among them, accumulation points and compatibility stood out the most. But what confused him was the line, compatibility, 10%. What exactly was this compatibility? He wondered, his eyes glued to the system screen, quietly contemplating. Stats like strength and agility were simple and easy to understand, but compatibility was vague and difficult to grasp. He recalled the information about the Child of the Plane talent. If he chose a permanent change, the bonus could be multiplied by 100. This is clearly a high-tier skill, especially in the early stages, he thought to himself. But without a clear understanding of the game's mechanics, using this talent rashly would be unwise. Once the initial phase ends, new stats might appear. This talent would be much more effective then. With that thought, Van Koy cautiously reached out and touched the accumulation points section on the system screen. Better to be safe. For now, I'll just increase the rate of gaining accumulation points by 10 times. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations. Adjustment successful. The rate of gaining accumulation points has been increased to 10 times the original rate. Van Koy let out a laugh, his eyes sparkling with a mix of joy and excitement. Excellent. With this tenfold boost, he would become stronger much more quickly. With this tenfold boost, the speed at which I'll grow stronger will be 10 times faster than anyone else, he thought to himself, filled with determination. Meanwhile, Lohan had just finished healing everyone. She exhaustedly rubbed her stomach, her face scrunched up in discomfort. I'm so hungry. Does using magic really drain this much energy? I'm suddenly starving. Van Koy glanced at her, then his eyes swept over the others in the room. They were comforting each other, but the anxiety was still plain on their faces. He sighed softly, feeling a pang of pity. This meeting room was nothing but 4 empty walls. If they just kept hiding like this, their ammo and food would run out sooner or later. His gaze grew pensive as he calculated his next move. In about 20 hours, the official players would enter the game. A worried expression flickered across Van Koy's face at the thought. Those who chose powerful classes wouldn't hesitate to crush, or even eliminate, the weaker players. In 20 hours, the world would likely face a massacre even more horrific than the zombie outbreak itself. The thought solidified his resolve. He summoned his sword, its steel blade flashing coldly, and stepped forward with unshakable determination. His objective was clear. He had to accumulate as many points as possible before the game's startup phase ended. Seeing him head for the door with his sword drawn, the others in the room immediately panicked. One of them stammered, their voice trembling. Van Koy, what are you doing? You're not actually thinking of going outside, are you? Jia rushed forward to block his path, waving his hands frantically. Are you crazy? There are so many zombies out there. The second you open that door, they'll swarm in and eat us alive. Van Koy's gaze remained ice cold, completely unmoved by their pleas. Move, he warned in a low voice. From behind him, Lohan also hurried to raise a hand, trying to stop his bold move. Her voice was laced with worry. Van Koy, do you really have to go? It's so dangerous out there, and we had such a hard time finding this place to hide. Van Koy turned his head slightly, his expression calm but resolute. He explained, so Lohan would understand. Without supplies, hiding is just a slow way to die. I'm going to do my best to wipe out all the zombies out there. If the rest of you want to stay here and wait for death, then lock the door after I leave. His definitive words sent Jia into a rage. He shouted, waiting to die is better than actively seeking it out. The two people beside him nodded in agreement, chiming in anxiously. That's right. Do you have any idea how many of those monsters are out there? It's easy for you to talk, you have a weapon. We've got nothing. What are we supposed to do if we go out there? But Van Koy remained unfazed, continuing to step forward decisively. Lohan couldn't bear it and rushed to block him, her voice trembling. Van Koy, maybe. Maybe we should just wait a little longer. The military is bound to come soon. If we can just hold out until they rescue us, we'll be safe. But he paid no attention to her pleas. His eyes were cold as he glanced back thoughtfully. With this apocalypse game in play, I doubt any rescue from the government. Before he could finish his thought, it was cut short by a series of strange sounds from outside. Van Koy and Lohan froze, their eyes simultaneously darting towards the sky. In disbelief, they both gasped. Huh? There, in the sky, search planes streaked past, their engines thundering. The lights they cast down were like beacons, igniting a new hope for the survivors in the room. High above, the Sky Harbor was anchored majestically in midair, an indomitable symbol of the military alliance. From the lead helicopter, the deep voice of Commander Zhao Liang boomed over a loudspeaker, reaching every nook and cranny. This is Zhao Liang, commander of Squad 3 of the military vanguard. To all citizens, please hold on. Do not give up hope. The military has dispatched 10 squads to begin rescue operations. We expect to have the situation under control within the next 3 hours. All residents who are able, please make your way to the nearest rooftop or high ground immediately. We will dispatch personnel to assist you there. The announcement swept away the clouds of despair. Down in the streets, survivors clutched their weapons, their faces breaking into joyful smiles. Someone yelled, their voice filled with excitement. This is amazing. They're here. Everyone, follow me to the roof. Let's go. Zhao Liang's deep, reassuring voice continued to broadcast. For those who are unable to move, please find a secure hiding place and wait patiently for assistance. Those who had been paralyzed by fear were now so overjoyed, their eyes filled with tears. Someone choked back a sob. We're saved. This nightmare is finally coming to an end. Back in the room, Jia and the other two couldn't hide their joy. They burst out laughing, their eyes shining with hope as Zhao Liang's voice continued. Ensure your own safety and avoid infection at all costs. Please believe me when I say our teams will not abandon a single person. A man in a business suit pointed outside, his face beaming as he yelled excitedly. Lohan was right. The military really did come to save us. Hearing this, Lohan clenched her fists, her own eyes sparkling with joy. She exclaimed, This is great. Meanwhile, Zhao Liang's deep voice, still broadcasting from the speakers, suddenly cut off, as if he had sensed something was wrong. We will do our best to help everyone, one by one. He continued, but his gaze involuntarily shifted to the sky, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Right at that moment, a cold, mechanical system voice rang out, interrupting everything. To ensure the game proceeds normally, all interference elements are now being eliminated. As soon as the announcement ended, the aircraft in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless fine, glittering particles of dust in the air. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Yunqi and everyone around him were stunned, completely frozen in place. The debris from the planes rained down like a shower of iron, crashing into the skyscrapers in the slowly collapsing city. In an instant, the sturdy buildings shook and crumbled, creating earth-shattering explosions. The poor citizens, who had just risked their lives fleeing the zombies, now had to scramble in panic to avoid the giant concrete blocks crashing down on them. Thunderous explosions echoed endlessly across the ground, as thick smoke and dust obscured all vision. Realizing the situation was growing more critical by the second, Yunqi, Luo Han, and their comrades rushed forward. Their steps hurried, and without a moment's hesitation, the continuous explosions transformed the scene into a terrifying sea of chaos. Yunqi tightened his grip on his sword, its steel blade glinting coldly. He plunged the sword hard into the ground, creating a stable anchor. Fortunately, just before the building collapsed completely, he managed to pull Luo Han from the brink of death. Behind them, 3 people were left behind, consumed by panic as they felt death coming to claim them. Tears streamed down Luo Han's cheeks as she begged desperately, Yunqi, please save me. But how could he be blamed? The weight of both of them was slowly draining his strength, causing his body to slide down faster. He gritted his teeth and cursed internally. Damn it. This is one hell of a starting difficulty. Just then, the system screen flashed, displaying a cold announcement. To ensure this area maintains a sufficient number of living NPCs for players to eliminate, a supply drop is now being deployed. NPCs. Find the supplies yourselves and try to survive. Hearing the announcement, Yunqi's expression immediately turned serious. He quickly calculated his next move. Gripping Luo Han's hand tightly, he turned back to her, his voice firm. "I'm going to count to 3, and we're jumping down here together." His words startled Luo Han, who reacted in a panic. "What? Wait. From this high up, we'll be seriously injured. If not killed." Before she could even process it, Yunqi pulled her tightly into his arms. Without a hint of hesitation, he leaped from the precarious height. Luo Han let out a terrified scream, her hands clinging to him as if he were her last lifeline. On the ground below, debris and zombies swept past like a deadly wind. With incredible agility, Yunqi leaped from one point to another, his movements as skilled as a dance on the edge of life and death. With a loud thud, he landed safely on the ground, holding Luo Han without a single scratch. Truly the main character's aura. Everything around them just seemed to be a backdrop to highlight Yunqi's excellence. Yunqi's voice rang out, calm but firm. "All right." Luo Han slowly opened her eyes and looked forward. Seeing that he was still carrying her, she seemed a bit dazed and quickly said, "Thank you." She hurriedly slid to the ground on her own, her eyes scanning the area to assess the situation. While Luo Han was still lost in thought, unsure of where to go next, Yunqi was already moving, striding steadily forward. She was startled for a moment, and her eyes suddenly caught sight of a supply crate lying alone amidst the wreckage. Luo Han cried out, her voice filled with joy. "Those are the supplies." Then she suddenly froze as she realized Yunqi's intention. Did he choose to jump down here because he'd already seen that supply crate? She thought to herself, her eyes following his determined figure as he continued to advance toward the supply drop. The more she thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. In such a dangerous situation, he was still clear-headed enough to spot and aim for the supplies. Yunqi's adaptability was truly astonishing. On the other side, just as Yunqi got close to the supply crate, a giant zombie suddenly lunged out of nowhere, its massive body like a moving mountain. With lightning-fast reflexes, he raised his sword, the gleaming steel blade blocking the attack. Though briefly surprised by the monster's strength, he didn't let himself falter. Without time for another thought, Yunqi unleashed a sharp slash, aiming straight for the horde of zombies swarming in from all directions. Seeing the situation getting more dangerous, he immediately fell back, his ice-cold gaze shielding the bewildered Luo Han behind him. The mutated zombie let out an enraged roar, its ear-splitting shriek like a summons, drawing in hordes of zombies from all around. Luo Han felt the imminent danger, her face turned pale, and her whole body trembled. All around them, the zombies had formed a deadly circle. In a panic, she screamed, "Yunqi, we're surrounded!" Luo Han stood frozen to the spot, her breath catching in her throat, her eyes wide with terror, waiting for the Reaper's scythe to fall. But Yunqi was different. His eyes were blazing with fire, his eyes filled with defiance, unwilling to yield to the horde of screaming zombies before him. Quick as a flash, his voice was firm. "There are too many zombies. Don't follow me. We need to split up and run." His words startled Luo Xin. Her panicked eyes darted toward him as she asked in a trembling voice, "But what if the zombies chase me?" Yunqi didn't answer. He only gave her a brief glance before darting forward, his steps swift and light, as if completely unconcerned by the danger. He even managed to turn back and signal with a calm expression, then just kite them, lead them around in circles. The blade in his hand swung, each sharp slash whistling through the air as it cut down the frenzied zombies charging at him. The system screen lit up with a notification. Killed 1 level 1 zombie. Received 100 points. Yunqi glanced at it, a slight smirk playing on his lips, before turning to remind Luo Xin, "You're still dazed and not used to this situation. Remember what I told you." Right after, he skillfully drew the horde's attention, causing them to change direction and chase after him. The situation had become critical. Luo Xin had no other choice but to run for her life, letting out a desperate, piercing scream as she fled. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded in a choked voice, "Even if you say that, I don't know how to kite them." The two of them ran parallel to each other, not far apart. Every so often, Yunqi would swing his sword, cleanly cutting down any zombies that got too close. Seeing Luo Xin still stumbling away in tears, he suddenly let out a laugh, his tone surprisingly light. "As if this were all just a game," he said. "See? You're doing a great job of kiting them, aren't you?" When Yunqi reappeared before her, Luo Xin's face lit up with joy. The sword in his hand swung, its steel blade flashing as it soared through the air. As if he had locked onto his prey, Yunqi moved like a true hunter, each move precise as he took down zombie after zombie. With a series of powerful strikes, the system flashed a new notification. Killed 3 level 1 zombies. Received 300 points. Just as he finished off that group, Another horde of even more bloodthirsty monsters swarmed in from a different direction. They let out crazed roars. Luo Xin stood stunned, her mind filled with disbelief. How can there be another horde? Without a word, Yun Qi tightened his grip on his sword and charged straight forward. His slashes were decisive and powerful, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, sending one zombie after another to their graves. After dealing with the small fry, Yun Qi tilted his head, his sharp, cold gaze scanning the area. When he looked again, not a single zombie was left. The scene was brutal. Zombie corpses were strewn everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of death. Luo Xin was still standing there, her heart pounding in her chest. Realizing the danger had passed, she leaned against a wall and let out a sigh of relief. She whispered, We're safe." Yun Qi's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sparkling with delight as he tightened his grip on his sword. A mysterious smile formed on his lips as he thought to himself, with a 10 times point multiplier buff, killing zombies is incredibly profitable. Since you already sent over a forbidden weapon, why didn't you send a handheld Gatling gun, too? With my family's resources, that shouldn't have been too difficult. He looked up, his sharp gaze landing on the supply crate. The supply crate was still sitting quietly amidst the wreckage. He hurried over, realizing he'd almost forgotten about this precious treasure. I almost missed these supplies, he mumbled, his eyes flashing with anticipation. The moment his hand touched the crate, the system screen lit up. A notification appeared. Congratulations! You have discovered a system-dropped supply crate. You have been awarded 1,000 points. Notice, you can view your total points on the leaderboard. This information made Yun Qi's eyes widen. Right in front of him, the points leaderboard materialized. Current rankings. Number 1, Fang Qian, with 3,430 points. Number 2, Yuwen Jin, with 3,060 points. Number 3, Yun Qi, with 2,840 points. After reading it, he was stunned. A feeling of disbelief washed over him. A points leaderboard? And I'm on the same list as Fang Qian and Yuwen Jin. Those two were practically legends in the human alliance. He pictured Fang Qian, a burly man wielding a majestic sword, a god of war who came from nothing, rising through the ranks on countless battle merits to become the commander of the Alliance Legion. Then there was Yuwen Jin, with his brilliant mind and calm demeanor, the patriarch of the Yuwen clan, one of the 7 great families, known as the brains of the Alliance Parliament. The thought of being ranked alongside 2 legendary figures like Fang Qian and Yuwen Jin left Yun Qi in a state of shock. It was unbelievable. Even in the apocalypse, the mere existence of those two was like a shot of adrenaline for all the inhabitants of Blue Star. But the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Over 3,000 points? If they got that many points just by killing zombies, that's practically superhuman, he thought. They must have had their elite squads helping them accumulate points through scouting and collecting supply crates. Just then, the system screen lit up with a new message. Are you sure you wish to hide your name on the leaderboard? Without a moment's hesitation, Van Koy quickly pressed the confirm button. He already had a plan forming in his head. Come to think of it, they were all legends of blue love. If my name appeared next to theirs, it would definitely attract too much attention. It's better to be a little more humble, he muttered, his sharp gaze sweeping across the screen. On the other side, seeing Van Koy standing silently, seemingly lost in thought, Lohan gently approached, her voice full of concern. Van Koy, what's in that supply crate? He bent down, placed his hand on the supply crate in front of him, and answered simply, Let me see. With a careful movement, Van Koy opened the lid. Both of their eyes were filled with anticipation, but when they looked inside, they couldn't help but be disappointed. There wasn't any food at all. Inside the crate was a set of medical supplies, 2 level 1 healing potions, 2 level 1 combat burst flasks, and 2 level 1 antidotes, and a sharp dagger. Seeing these items, Van Koy's face suddenly lit up, breaking into an unbelievably radiant smile. I can't believe it's medical supplies. Van Koy quickly picked up a vial to examine it closely, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Not bad. With these potions, I can handle common injuries myself, he muttered while glancing at Lohan. A thought crossed his mind. With these items, maybe he didn't need to bring her along anymore. After all, Lohan had no fighting ability and often caused trouble. Seeing the strange smile on his face, Lohan frowned slightly, feeling suspicious. Suddenly, Van Koy was startled, realizing something was wrong. While his guard was down, a zombie had lunged at him, its sharp claws ready to strike. Fortunately, he raised his sword just in time, easily blocking the attack. The zombie broke into a hideous grin. Its cloudy eyes stared at him, as if wanting to devour him whole. He realized this opponent was no ordinary foe. Van Koy shouted, Get back! Lohan quickly turned and scrambled away, not forgetting to call out a warning. Her voice was filled with worry. Got it. You be careful. Van Koy pulled his sword back sharply, the steel blade flashing in the air. The zombie faltered for a moment, unable to react. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a decisive slash that sent the massive monster stumbling backward. But this zombie was not easy to deal with. It roared, quickly getting back on its feet, ready to retaliate with terrifying strength. The situation grew more critical. The zombie charged forward at breakneck speed, as if determined to tear Van Koy to pieces. He felt a flicker of panic, a hint of fear in his eyes as its sharp claws swung towards him. In that life-or-death moment, he dodged to the side, avoiding the fatal blow. The scene was now utter chaos. Loud explosions echoed continuously, and thick smoke and dust made everything confusing. Despite this, Van Koy retreated step by step. He maintained his optimistic spirit, his eyes still burning with the will to fight. Van Koy silently sized up his opponent. He realized the zombie before him was no ordinary type. It was more dangerous than any monster he had ever faced. His face showed a moment of hesitation as a question arose in his mind. This one, despite having a small frame like Lohan, was twice as strong as other zombies. Could it have mutated into a monster far beyond level 1? Without hesitating, he summoned his metal weapon, its steel blade gleaming coldly in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Van Koy decisively injected the combat burst potion into his arm, preparing to counterattack. This zombie is a bit troublesome. Looks like I have to use this, he muttered. The system immediately lit up, and a notification sounded. You have injected a level 1 combat burst potion. All combat attributes increased by 20% duration. 10 seconds. After reading it, Van Koy couldn't help but panic. Only 10 seconds? Is this a fake potion? He cursed inwardly, his mind in a whirl, unable to think of a counter-strategy. Suddenly, the zombie roared and charged straight at him with terrifying speed. With no other choice, Van Koy tightened his grip on his sword and rushed forward to meet it. The sharp blade plunged straight into the monster's shoulder, knocking it backward, but the attack only enraged it further. The zombie shrieked madly, its cloudy eyes burning with bloodlust. Unexpectedly, its long, pale fingers clamped down on the sword's blade. It held on tight, preventing him from pulling it out. At the same time, its other hand swung its claws, attacking him directly. Van Koy tried to dodge, but a small wound appeared on his face, dark red blood trickling out. From a distance, Lohan witnessed the entire battle, her face pale with fear. She screamed, her voice trembling. Van Koy! Despite trying to retreat, he was pushed into a corner by the zombie. It attacked wildly, its claws slashing through the air. It forced him back towards a wall. Van Koy's face now showed clear confusion, his mind racing to find a way out of this dire situation. The zombie roared furiously, using its incredible strength to pin Van Koy against the wall, leaving him unable to fight back. His eyes gradually filled with despair as his mind spun, desperately searching for an escape. Damn it, the boost time is up. If only I'd grabbed all the supplies earlier, he cursed silently, glancing at the still open supply crate. Filled with regret, he knew he had to find a way to get to that crate immediately. While he was lost in thought, the zombie suddenly roared. The scream shook the very air. Gritting his teeth, Van Koy made a reckless decision. There was no time to hesitate. He threw a powerful punch with his bare hand, aiming straight for the monster's face. At the same time, the sword in his hand pierced through its body, the steel blade flashing in the air. Seizing the moment, he yanked his sword out and dashed forward, leaving the dazed zombie behind. His target was now clear, the supply crate right in front of him, but this zombie was no simple foe. Seemingly realizing his intention, it roared and charged at him with terrifying speed. Yunqi was stunned, thinking to himself, "Damn it. It caught up that fast." Just then, a voice rang out by his ear, as 2 vials of medicine suddenly flew through the air. Quick as a flash, Yunqi reached out and caught them. He looked up, his eyes flashing with disbelief. It was, incredibly, Luo Xin had risked her life in the heat of the moment to run to the supply crate and continuously throw him support items. This act made Yunqi see her in a completely different light. Before Yunqi could even process her unexpected action, Luo Xin bravely raised her dagger, her eyes burning with determination despite her heart pounding with fear. She shouted loudly, her voice echoing to attract the zombie. "Over here! Look at me!" Though she was trembling with fear, she still tried her best to play her part, swinging the dagger wildly to draw the monster's attention away from Yunqi. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Luo Xin fought while crying, a desperate yet resolute figure. The sight made the zombie pause, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Yunqi immediately stopped in his tracks, preparing to act. There was no time to hesitate. He quickly injected the 2 vials into his body, his eyes flashing with a mix of pride and amazement. "Oomph. This woman is actually useful when it counts," he muttered, a small smirk forming on his lips. Realizing Yunqi's plan, the mutated zombie roared in anger, its bloodthirsty eyes snapping back towards him. But by now, Yunqi had become stronger than ever. He tightened his grip on his sword and advanced step by step, each footfall radiating an overwhelming aura, ready to repay all the damage the monster had caused. The system flashed with continuous notifications. You have injected a level 1 combat burst serum. All combat attributes increased by 20%. Duration, 10 seconds. You have injected a level 1 vitality serum. Pain sensation reduced by 80%. Duration, 10 seconds. Yunqi's gaze was as cold as ice as he looked up at the zombie with a defiant expression. It had thoroughly pissed him off. He roared, his voice full of power. The next 10 seconds belonged to a real man. The mutated zombie refused to submit. It leaped into the air, its sharp claws poised to attack, its superior speed making the very air vibrate. Yunqi didn't flinch. He gripped his sword tightly and shot forward. A decisive slash tore through the air, piercing the zombie's body before it could even react. He backed away gracefully, his eyes sharp, knowing that one blow wasn't enough to finish it. Raising his sword high, he delivered another fatal blow right at the monster's back. The sharp steel blade sliced cleanly, severing its body in two as it collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Even after being cut in half, the mutated zombie continued to screech madly, enraged to its very core. Extremely worried, Luo Xin rushed to his side and asked, "Yunqi, are you okay?" She quickly used her healing magic, a gentle light radiating from her hands, enveloping the wounds on his body. She gently comforted him. "Let me help you with your wounds." Bathed in the holy light, Yunqi watched calmly, feeling his body gradually recover under the warm glow. He thought to himself, Luo Xin is maturing faster than I expected. He couldn't help but recall the moment just now when, despite her fear, she had bravely faced the zombie with a dagger to support him. That act made him change his opinion of her. Meanwhile, Luo Xin was still focused on healing him, a mix of emotions welling up inside her. Yunqi is so strong, and he already got the supplies. He could have just abandoned me, but he still risked his life to protect me, she thought, remembering the dangerous moment he blocked the zombie's attack. If it weren't for him, she would probably be long dead. A fire of determination ignited within her, and she told herself she had to do her best to help Yunqi overcome their challenges. After a moment, Luo Xin smiled and announced, "There, all done." Yunqi looked happily at the wound on his hand as it gradually closed, feeling the warm and pleasant flow of magic. This magic is really useful. Having a dedicated healer is even more valuable than a supply crate, he thought to himself, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. He walked over, picked up the small dagger lying alone on the ground, and handed it to Luo Xin. In a steady voice, he instructed her, "Go kill that zombie. Just use this dagger to stab it in the heart." Although she understood Yunqi's words, Luo Xin couldn't hide her fear, her voice trembling. Me? I should go?" His gaze was sharp, radiating unwavering resolve. He lectured her loudly, his words piercing her heart. After all, no one knows what the future holds. The most important thing right now is to increase our strength. Not just me, but you need to accumulate points too. Hearing those words, Luo Xin clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with determination. She took the small dagger, thinking to herself, Yunqi is right. I have to get stronger. I can't. A spray of fresh blood shot through the air, marking the end of the mutated zombie. It let out one last, faint cry before falling into an eternal slumber. The system immediately lit up, a notification popping up in front of Luo Xin before she could even react. Killed one level 5 zombie, received 500 points. Congratulations, you have received an additional reward, a level 1 healing skill. A single target skill that has a certain healing effect on external wounds. Luo Xin whirled around in delight, her voice filled with excitement. Thank you, Yunqi. I got 500 points, and I even learned a healing skill. But her words struck Yunqi like a bolt of lightning. He collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in agony as tears streamed down his face. 500 points. If I'd just used my corn skill 10 times, wouldn't that have been 5,000 points? Enough for me to surpass the Alliance's God of War and the Parliament's chairman to take the top spot on the leaderboard. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became, his voice trembling, and they even threw in a bonus skill. Oh heavens, are there any more level 5s for me to kill? Seeing him crying and wailing, a surprised and worried Luo Xin asked, Yunqi, what's wrong with you? He shook his head and slumped to the ground, his voice weak. It's nothing. I just suddenly feel a little heartbroken. He silently observed his surroundings, his eyes scanning the area as he tried to calm down and scout the situation. Yunqi's face grew serious, his gaze thoughtful. I have to keep this Luo Xin close. If someone else snatches her away, wouldn't they be getting the deal of a lifetime? With that thought, he sprang to his feet and reminded Luo Xin in a decisive tone. Let's go. We're out of supplies. We absolutely have to find a safe and stable shelter first. When he saw she was still standing there, he frowned slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Luo Xin's face suddenly lit up. She pointed forward, her voice brimming with excitement. Yunqi, I know a place with a lot of supplies. The scene quickly changed. They arrived at a desolate area of the city where the streets were in chaos, littered with the corpses of zombies and stained with dried blood. Luo Xin observed the scene, unable to hide her surprise. Yunqi, she said. It looks like a fierce battle took place here. All the zombies have been wiped out. Yunqi nodded, his gaze sharp as he warned in a low voice. We still need to be careful. If even one was left behind, it could be big trouble. He hid around a corner, silently observing, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. Suddenly, he froze and mumbled, The shelter you mentioned. Could it be the Lu Luan apartment complex across the street? Isn't that your home? His words startled Luo Xin. Her eyes filled with confusion as she quickly asked, How did you know? Yunqi turned back, explaining with a faint smile. Back at the office, I overheard some of our male colleagues talking about walking you home several times. I'm not an idiot. It wasn't hard to guess. Luo Xin blushed, quickly clarifying as she thought of her fully stocked refrigerator. I really do want to go home to see if my parents are safe. But I'm not lying to you. My mom is a hoarder, especially when it comes to organic vegetables. She used to bring tons of them back from the farm and store them in the attic. There's enough to last us for a long time. After speaking, she turned away, her cheeks pink, and whispered softly, If you want, you could settle down at my place. I'd also like to introduce you to my parents. Yunqi seemed to completely ignore Luo Xin's offer, his mind lost in thought as he considered their next move. We've already come this far, he thought. Wouldn't it be a waste to give up now? Besides, the zombies around here have already been cleared out. We might as well make a trip for the supplies, he told himself. After a moment's hesitation, he turned around and said decisively, Let's go. Overjoyed, Luo Xin quickly took the lead, her voice cheerful. Okay, it's right up ahead. But Yunqi suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes noticing something unusual. He quickly grabbed her hand, warning in a low voice, Wait, before we move out, have you remembered everything I repeated to you earlier? Luo Xin was startled for a second, then smiled smugly and replied, Don't worry, I remember everything. His warnings replayed in her mind. She slowly recounted them in a confident voice. In the apocalyptic world, besides zombies, there are 3 types of people you must never provoke, she continued, her eyes lighting up as she recalled. First, people who mastered hand-to-hand combat before the apocalypse. When attributes are equal, their combat power is far superior. The system flashed, displaying information. Profession, assassin. Primary attribute, agility. Secondary attribute, strength. Note, when in close combat, ignore 15% of the target's defense. Luo Xin continued, especially since assassins can also have profession skill enhancement effects. She paused for a moment before continuing. Second, sharpshooters. Right now, everyone is a level 1 newbie, and a single bullet can take someone down instantly. But in this game, only sharpshooters are equipped with guns, which makes them extremely dangerous. If you run into one, you have to run for your life. The system displayed the profession information again. Sharpshooter. Primary attribute, agility. Secondary attribute, spirit. Note, when attacking from a distance, accuracy is increased by 25%. Finally, Luo Xin recited Yunqi's third warning, beast tamers. They don't need to fight directly. They can just command their pets to charge in for them. At this stage, they are the kings of the newbie zone. The system confirmed the profession. Beast tamer. Primary attribute, constitution. Secondary attribute, spirit. Note, each time a pet is activated, its const. Personal stats increase by 3%. Pet attack power increases by 3%. Stacks up to a maximum of 3 times. But the more she talked, the more confused Lu Xin became, muttering, Looking at it this way, 3 of the 6 basic classes are dangerous elements. Are they really that strong? Yunqi nodded in confirmation, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings, carefully scouting for any strange signs. Yunqi said in a serious tone, his eyes sharp, We have to be especially careful of snipers. If we get into a conflict with them, we won't even know what hit us. But just as he finished speaking, he was startled to see a flashing red light aimed directly at his chest. With lightning-fast reflexes, he immediately leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the bullet as it whizzed past. Realizing he was under attack by a sniper, Yun-Chi was stunned and filled with disbelief. A sniper rifle. Beside him, Lu Xin's face paled with fear as she screamed, "Yun-Chi!" From a distant corner, a second bullet shot forward, aimed straight at him. Yun-Chi was jolted, a sense of danger washing over him. The sniper kept his rifle at the ready, reporting coolly into his radio. "Captain Han, Sector A Southeast. 2 zombies spotted." The situation sent Yun-Chi into a panic, thinking to himself, "A sniper. Of course, the one thing I was afraid of is what happens." Seeing the situation growing more dangerous, he and Lu Xin quickly raised their hands and explained calmly, "Don't shoot, we're just passers-by." But the sniper didn't let down his guard, his voice as cold as ice. "Stay right there. If you want to live, prove you're still human." Yun-Chi was stunned, muttering, "Prove it? How are we supposed to prove that?" While the two were still confused, a mutated zombie suddenly crawled out from under a car, roaring madly, its blood-red eyes fixed on them. Without hesitation, Yun-Chi gripped his treasured sword and unleashed a decisive slash. He finished the monster in an instant. The system flashed, announcing the kill of a level 1 zombie, rewarding 100 points. A strange smile crept onto his lips. "I'm just doing this to lower their guard and farm some points while I'm at it. This is pretty easy." He immediately focused, swinging his sword continuously to take down the other zombies nearby, while reminding Lu Xin, "Don't just stand there, finish them off." He added, with a hint of playfulness, "They're free points." Lu Xin quickly nodded, her face still etched with worry. She summoned the small dagger Yun-Chi had given her, took a deep breath, and decisively stabbed a zombie. The system once again announced the kill of a level 1 zombie, rewarding 10 points. The notifications kept popping up, and their point totals skyrocketed. Killed a level 1 zombie, received 100 points. Killed a level 1 zombie, received 10 points. Killed a level 1 zombie, received 100 points. The sniper couldn't stand the sight of this anymore. He strode forward angrily, gun in hand, and yelled, "You damn brat! Get over here with your girlfriend! Stop putting on a show!" Hearing the sniper's words, Yun-Chi felt a flicker of disappointment. He immediately stopped, his eyes glancing over the group of people approaching. Standing beside him, Lu Xin blushed with embarrassment at being called his girlfriend, unable to hide the pink on her cheeks. The sniper in the lead commanded in a cold voice, "Check them carefully. See if they have any obvious open wounds." Yun-Chi scanned the group before him, realizing they belonged to a well-organized alliance. Some held guns on guard, while others were mages, summoning mystical streams of light to support their team. He silently assessed them. Most are snipers, a few are mages, and the rest are knights, warriors, and beast tamers, each in their optimal combat position. The apocalypse has just begun, yet they've already formed such a complete team. Their captain must be a professional. Could they be military? After a thorough check, a young woman turned back to report to the blonde sniper, "Vice Captain, these two have no injuries." The sniper chuckled, pushing up his glasses, his voice tinged with amusement. "Running around like that and you haven't been infected? And you even ran into us, the enforcement squad. You two are pretty lucky." Yun-Chi stepped closer in surprise and asked, "The enforcement squad? Are you guys police from the city's public security bureau?" The sniper smiled and nodded in confirmation. "That's right," he continued to explain, his voice full of pride. "As soon as the apocalypse started, the city center was flooded with zombies. Captain Han led us to break into the armory, set up a defensive line, and protect everyone during the retreat. All the survivors on this nearby street have been evacuated. We're about to pull out too, so honestly, you two are really lucky." Hearing this, Yun-Chi let out a soft sigh, his eyes thoughtful. "No wonder we only saw zombies on the way here and no one else," he thought. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps echoed. A man appeared, his face stern, his features cold. The group immediately stood at attention, saluting respectfully. Captain Han. The man was Han Yi, captain of the enforcement squad. He walked up to Yun-Chi. Without any hesitation, he got straight to the point, his voice low. "I am Han Yi, captain of the enforcement squad. Are you two survivors who just ran over here? Why did you come to this place?" Hearing this, Lu Xin quickly stepped forward, her voice a mix of anxiety and hope as she addressed Han Yi. "Captain Han, we are residents of the Lu Luan apartment complex. Do you know what the situation is like over there now? My parents are still there." Han Yi's expression turned grim, his eyes darkening as he answered, "The Lu Luan district. Yes, the danger level there is extremely high. If your parents are still there, I'm afraid there's no hope." The words struck Luo Xin like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stunned in disbelief. What? She staggered, her legs nearly giving out. Yun Qi quickly caught her, his gaze reassuring, as if he were already accustomed to such harsh situations. He looked up and asked Han Yi in a calm voice, Captain Han, right now all communication is down. Many people can't get messages out. How can you be so sure that no one in that district survived? Hearing this, the vice captain of the marksmen immediately stepped forward and shouted angrily, You brat! Are you questioning our Captain Han? Han Yi raised a hand to stop him, replying calmly, It's fine. He turned his head, his gaze fixed on the hazy, smoke-filled Luluan residential area, and explained, My teammates and I have been constantly sending messages through the world channel to contact. At first, there were people from the Luluan district who replied, but for the last half hour, no one has answered. His voice was low as his eyes swept over the zombies littered across the ground. Furthermore, most of the zombies that swarmed here came from the Luluan district. I'm afraid that entire district has fallen completely. Even if you have weapons, your individual strength is no match for that number of zombies. After hearing this, Yun Qi fell into deep thought, his eyes filled with contemplation. It seemed he had already formulated a plan of his own. Looking at Luo Xin, who was still weak, her eyes red as she refused to accept the truth, he thought to himself, Captain Han's judgment is correct. I fear Luo Xin's parents. Going to the Luluan district now isn't a wise choice, especially when she can barely control her emotions. Han Yi looked at him, his voice steady but heavy. I advise you not to risk your lives. Right now, I believe your parents would only want you to survive safely, not to rush to your deaths. Just as everyone was lost in thought, unsure of what to say, a loud noise suddenly erupted from behind them. The group quickly turned around, their tense gazes fixed on the source of the sound. A scout came running frantically, reporting anxiously to Han Yi. This is bad, Captain. Something is charging towards us from the north, and this time, it's not zombies. Han Yi was startled, his sharp eyes peering into the distance. What? From the hazy distance, a strange phenomenon appeared. Yun Qi was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A herd of mutated wild boars, their bodies abnormally large, were charging madly towards them, as if they were targeting only humans. Everyone panicked, witnessing such a horrifying scene for the first time. Mutated boars. Han Yi quickly regained his composure and charged forward with the warriors of his team. His steady voice rang out. Everyone, get into position, prepare for battle. He gave a decisive command, ordering all the marksmen to advance and form a defensive circle at the front line. The marksmen immediately formed up, their guns aimed straight ahead, ready to face the herd of mutated boars. Han Yi continued to assign roles, knights and warriors in the second row, ready to provide support at any moment. Beast tamers, guard the intersections, signal immediately if anything happens. Everyone was grim, their tense eyes watching the battle ahead. Observing the completed formation, Han Yi spoke again. The remaining mages, to the rear line. When the battle begins, don't hold back. Unleash all your critical damage spells for me. The two mages nodded and replied crisply, Understood. Yun Qi stood to the side, observing Han Yi's stern face, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. As expected, of the City Security Bureau's enforcement team, the apocalypse only began less than 8 hours ago. Yet this team is already coordinating so smoothly, he thought to himself, a glint of amazement in his eyes. The herd of mutated boars charged forward like a hurricane. The vice captain quickly turned to report, Captain Han, the mutated boars are in range. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yi roared, Fire! The moment he spoke, the entire team took their positions. The roar of gunfire echoed as bullets tore through the air. The mutated boars were cut down, collapsing to the ground in pools of dark red blood. The scene was now utter chaos, thick with smoke and dust, the roars of the beasts mixing with the sound of gunshots. The first mutated boars fell, but the ones behind them leaped high into the air, charging straight into the formation with destructive force. Seeing the critical situation, the vice captain shouted desperately, Captain Han, this is bad. If this keeps up, those monsters are going to break through our defensive line. Although he felt helpless, Han Yi tried to remain calm, but he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! Even our strongest firepower can't take them down? There was no other choice. Before the mutated boars could close in, he roared, Everyone, fall back behind the front barricade. Hearing the order, the marksmen immediately signaled to each other and yelled, Out of ammo, fall back, quick. But one of the marksmen, while hastily retreating, suddenly stopped and clutched his leg in pain. My leg's injured. I can't make it. A giant mutated boar, spotting the easy prey, charged forward at a terrifying speed. Leaving the man to look up in utter despair, Han Yi screamed, his voice filled with worry. Old Wang. Fortunately, at that life or death moment, a high-pressure jet of water shot out, knocking the mutated boar back and saving Old Wang's life. Han Yi and the others turned around, stunned. Look, it turned out Yun Qi had used a high-pressure water hose in the nick of time, aiming it precisely at the monster. This act stunned Han Yi, who was secretly impressed. Using a high-pressure water gun to stop a mutated boar. What a genius. He looked at Old Wang, who was limping over, and said in a relieved tone, Old Wang, you really cheated death this time. Turning to Yun Qi, Han Yi was full of gratitude. My friend, thank you for stepping in and saving one of our comrades. Yun Qi chuckled, shaking his head and explaining, Don't get the wrong idea. These monsters are very sensitive to the smell of blood. I just didn't want the smell of human blood to attract even more monsters. Yun Qi's face grew thoughtful, his gaze shifting in another direction. Initially, he had planned to quietly observe the law enforcement team's strength before acting, but he hadn't expected to reveal himself so soon. Before everyone now was a dense herd of mutated boars, their numbers terrifyingly large. He sighed, feeling frustrated. Just how many of these things are there? Han Yi quickly raised his hand to signal, his voice firm. Rocket team, prepare to move up and provide support. Hearing the order, the entire squad immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and shouted in unison. They charged straight into the horde of mutated boars. A loud explosion roared, and smoke and dust filled the air. A series of explosions pushed back the horde of monsters. Boar carcasses flew everywhere, with blood and bones scattered across the ground. But even when reduced to nothing but white skeletons, some of them stubbornly got back up, staggering towards the humans. Yun Qi witnessed it all, lost in thought. This won't work. If we don't hit their weak spots, it doesn't matter how many times we blast them. These mutated boars won't be easily destroyed. This is too inefficient. Someone on the team shouted, Fire a few more rockets, blast these bastards into mincemeat. Another teammate sighed in response, I wish we could, but unfortunately, that was our last rocket. Just then, Yun Qi's sword flashed, intercepting a rocket. He walked forward step by step, his gaze ice cold, holding the giant rocket in his hand. Let me borrow your launcher for a second, he said, not waiting for the young man's consent before snatching it from him. With a decisive movement, he aimed straight at the herd of mutated boars and fired. The rocket whizzed past the monsters and slammed directly into the building behind them, creating a world-shaking explosion. The herd of mutated boars, agitated by the explosion, roared wildly and charged even faster towards the law enforcement team. The situation descended into chaos. The young soldier, stunned and confused, yelled, Newbie, what the hell are you doing? You missed them all. The building trembled and then collapsed with a deafening roar, bringing down massive chunks of rubble that crushed the mutated boars, pinning them to the ground with a final roar. The thick smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a battlefield littered with boar carcasses. The sight left the young soldier speechless, his mouth stammering, What? They've been? Stopped? The corner of Yun Qi's mouth curled up into a smug smile. Everything was going according to his plan. Han Yi, standing beside him, couldn't hide his astonishment, thinking to himself, Looks like my guess was right. This kid really has talent. But just as everyone thought the battle was over, a mutated boar suddenly struggled to its feet, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on them. Realizing the critical situation, Han Yi roared, The monsters are starting to recover. There are too many of them. Everyone stay sharp. His eyes swept over the plumes of smoke rising from the wreckage. Yun Qi quickly pointed into the distance, his voice firm. Captain Han, do you see that nuclear power plant and the black smoke coming from the exhaust pipe over there? The automatic protection system for the emergency generator unit probably hasn't exceeded its 72-hour limit yet. Han Yi started as if waking from a dream. So that was it. He turned to his deputy captain, his voice calm but urgent. Deputy, I remember you used to be a professional electrician. Take your tools and lead some men to the cable pit in Area B. Strip the insulation off the broken section to expose the copper core. The deputy captain nodded immediately. Roger that. Nearby, drops of oil dripped from the machinery onto the ground, forming slick puddles. The deputy captain led a few men and hurried toward the area filled with spilled oil, preparing for the next phase of the fight. Everything seemed to be ready for a new plan, in an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. The mutated boars, having recovered their strength, frantically charged toward the group, their hooves pounding the ground, making the earth tremble. The deputy captain, holding a cable, rushed over to report to Han Yi. Captain Han, I've brought the cable. No time to waste, Han Yi roared. Quick, throw it into the water, everyone else get back. The deputy captain immediately threw the cable towards the horde of monsters, yelling, Get back! A high-voltage current shot powerfully into the ground, traveling straight towards the charging mutated boars. Unaware of the danger, they continued their ferocious advance, as if wanting to devour everyone. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted. "It's over. We're done for." The mutated boars collapsed, their bodies piling up on the ground. The survivors were barely breathing, weak. Van Koy couldn't hide his excitement at the sight. After this wave, even if any mutated boars survived, their combat power would be reduced by 80%. Han Yi and the whole team were stunned by the terrifying effectiveness, whispering to themselves, as expected of the emergency generator, "This electrical current is unbelievably strong." But Han Yi quickly regained his composure and explained, "No, this isn't just because of the emergency generator. When the building collapsed, metal particles and salt mixed into the water, significantly increasing its conductivity. That's how this effect was created." After speaking, he glanced at Van Koy, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Van Koy just stood there, observing silently, as if secretly calculating something. Han Yi couldn't help but admire Van Koy's adaptability. In such a short time, he had used the terrain and available resources to break the stalemate. The more he thought about it, the more amazed he became, his gaze sweeping over the triumphant smirk on Van Koy's face. His adaptability is truly formidable. But seeing the herd of mutated boars still charging aggressively, Han Yi sighed, his voice low. "It's a bit too early to celebrate victory." Van Koy tightened his grip on his weapon and charged toward the mutated boars alongside Han Yi and their teammates. He targeted a giant boar with a fat body and bloodshot eyes. It recognized him, leaped into the air, and tried to overwhelm him with its immense strength. But Van Koy didn't flinch. He raised his shield to block, then spun and retreated, skillfully maintaining his distance. Realizing this monster wasn't easy to deal with, he mused, "In terms of impact force alone, it's even stronger than a level 5 zombie." Watching his teammates struggle against the mutated boars, he was lost in thought, unsure of what to do next. The shields alone won't be enough to hold them back. Just as he expected, the panicked vice captain reported, "Captain, we can't hold on any longer." Van Koy stood still, his eyes sharp as he quickly assessed the situation. "If this drags on, it'll turn against us. I have to think of another way." While he was lost in thought, a ferocious mutated boar charged straight at him. Its hooves stomped hard, sending dirt and rocks flying. Unafraid, Van Koy gripped his weapon and rushed forward to meet it head-on. Seeing his reckless move, Han Yi quickly turned and yelled, "Hey, don't face it head-on. You'll be taken down instantly." Hearing the warning, Van Koy didn't waver. He raised his shield high, his eyes sharp. He replied calmly, "The one who gets taken down instantly certainly won't be me." While everyone was still stunned by his audacity, Van Koy slammed his shield into the ground, shaking the very pavement. The sword in his hand flashed, aiming straight for the mutated boar's observation glass. The corner of his mouth curved into a triumphant smirk. "It'll be this stupid pig." The mutated boar, completely unaware of the danger, charged forward madly, baring its teeth to attack. Just as planned, Van Koy swung his sword. The sharp steel blade plunged into its body, sending red blood splattering. Seizing the moment the monster was wounded, his eyes grew even more resolute. A series of decisive strikes rained down, easily felling the giant boar. After a brief battle, the system flashed, and a notification sounded. Successfully eliminated one level 1 mutated boar. Reward, 2,000 points. Van Koy smiled smugly, and ordered in a low voice, "Rest in peace, you stupid pig." Suddenly the system announced again. Total current points, 5,140. Obtained level 1 professional skill. Resurrect the dead. The details appeared clearly. Van Koy, level 1 wolf NPC. Accumulated points, 5,140. Profession, Nether Knight. Strength 9, Agility 9, Spirit 10, Constitution 10, Compatibility 10%. Personal talent, Child of the Plane. Professional specialization, none. Acquired skill, Resurrect the Dead. Skill introduction, Resurrect the Dead. Level 1. Resurrect one unit whose level does not exceed your own to serve you. After resurrection, the unit's level will automatically synchronize with yours. The unit can retain its NPC attributes from when it was alive. If an attribute is more than 2 levels below the user's, it will be adjusted to the user's attribute level, -2. Additionally, all attributes are increased by 5%. Note, only one unit can be resurrected at a time. If the resurrection bond is broken, the target will die instantly. It is not currently possible to resurrect and control players as slaves. After reading the new information, a smug smile spread across Van Koy's face, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Van Koy looked at the motionless mutated boar, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Resurrect the dead. I finally have a professional skill. He smiled triumphantly, immediately deciding to test the skill's power. In a confident voice, he chanted, "Rise, my evil beloved." He raised his hands and whispered mysterious incantations. Oh no. The moment the spell was finished, the mutated boar's eyes flared with a terrifying, crimson light. Just a second later, it slowly rose to its feet, as if it had never been defeated. A green aura enveloped its body, making it look completely revived. The boar walked straight toward Van Koy, as if receiving an order from its master. The vice captain standing behind him jumped in shock and shouted in confusion, "Newbie, get back! That boar is not dead yet." While everyone was still in a panic, Van Koy suddenly leaped up, rushing forward. The sight stunned the entire team. He jumped onto the mutated boar's back, riding it like a knight and steering it through the crowd. The vice captain stammered in disbelief. A boar. A boar rider. Hearing that name, Van Koy frowned and shot back. Boar rider? That sounds so lame. But his eyes remained fixed on the mutated boar, a smug smile spreading across his face. This boar's fighting strength is actually right up my alley. He raised his sword high, leading the boar into battle. Sharp slashes cut through the air, steel glinting as he easily took down one mutated boar after another. The system flashed continuously with a barrage of notifications. You have successfully killed a level 1 mutated boar. Reward: 2,000 points. You have successfully killed a level 1 mutated boar. Reward: 2,000 points. And a stream of similar notifications echoed endlessly as his score skyrocketed. Van Koy's audacious move left Vice Captain Han Enggi and the entire enforcement squad stunned, unable to believe their eyes. He's so strong. Like a true knight, Van Koy rode the giant mutated boar, steering it into the horde of monsters. The boar he controlled even bit fiercely into its own kind, making them squeal in pain. The seamless coordination between him and the boar caused the mutated boars to fall one by one, their bodies piling up on the ground. The system flashed continuously with a barrage of notifications. You have successfully killed a level 1 mutated boar. Reward: 2,000 points. Han Enggi couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. He slammed his sword into the ground and said in a firm voice, "Everyone, snap out of it. Hold the line. Shooters with ammo, provide cover for that kid. Don't you dare let him die." The whole team immediately nodded. Roger. Bullets tore through the air, heading straight for the remaining mutated boars. Van Koy, transformed into the boar rider, continued to swing his sword, cutting down each monster with sharp slashes, the steel glinting through the dust. A moment later, the battlefield gradually fell silent. The thick dust cleared, revealing the scattered corpses of mutated boars everywhere. Van Koy observed with sharp eyes. The situation is almost under control. But when he saw the horde of zombies slowly approaching from a distance, he quickly made a decision. Once we deal with these zombies, we'll be safe, he thought to himself, his eyes flashing with determination. Seeing the favorable turn of events, Han Gi turned back joyfully, his voice excited. After this battle, our mission will be a complete success. We can go home and see our families. Now, everyone, grab your weapons and let's wipe out these monsters together. Hearing the command, the entire team raised their hands and cheered. Yeah! But a sudden voice cut through their celebration. Wait, don't kill them. Van Koy turned around in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. Lo Han, her face pale with fear, was approaching. He quickly asked, Lo Han, what's wrong? She was trembling, her tear-filled eyes staring forward as if she couldn't believe what was happening. Understanding her state, Van Koy followed her gaze. His eyes fell upon a pair of mutated zombies, their empty eyes devoid of reason, charging straight at them, mouths open, growling, ready to tear them apart. Lo Han was in despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, "That's my mom and dad. Mom, Dad." Realizing she was overwhelmed by emotion, Van Koy yelled, "Lo Han, don't come over here." His expression grew serious as he stepped forward, his sturdy back shielding her from the sight. He reminded her, his voice low but firm, "They're not the people you remember anymore." Han Enggi realized what was happening and immediately turned to shout at his team, "What are you thinking? Those are zombies. Everyone, pick up your weapons." His powerful voice echoed, "With me, charge." His teammates responded in unison, "Yes, sir, charge." They rushed forward, weapons ready. Meanwhile, Van Koy, riding the mutated boar, zipped past the zombie couple that were once Lo Han's parents. They were now nothing but frenzied zombies, screaming with open mouths and attacking relentlessly. He leaped high into the air, directing the boar to take down the surrounding zombies. Then, he jumped down lightly, landing safely on the ground. But he had miscalculated. He was now surrounded on all sides by a horde of frenzied zombies. Van Koy froze, a troubled look in his eyes. Damn it, I've stumbled into a zombie nest. Looks like this is going to be tough. The moment he finished the thought, the zombies charged at him in unison, roaring ferociously. Van Koy was startled, a flicker of panic in his heart. A continuous stream of bullets tore through the air, shooting straight into the zombie horde, as if clearing a path to rescue him. Noticing the situation was improving, he turned back, his eyes wide with surprise. He saw the gunmen from the enforcement squad providing relentless cover fire. He glanced in another direction, and was surprised to see Han Yi charging straight towards him with a shield, without a moment's hesitation. This act surprised Van Koy. The captain approached him, his deep voice laced, "You damn brat, charging in all by yourself? As long as the enforcement squad is here, don't even think about being the lone hero." His teammates behind him burst out laughing, chiming in with the teasing, "That's right. Everyone, forward. We can't let a little kid like you hog all the points." Hearing that, Van Koy burst out laughing, his eyes shining brightly. "All right, I'm calling it now. You kill it, you keep it. Don't even think about fighting me for it." Piercing screams filled the air, mingling with the roars of the undead. The battlefield descended into chaos as one fierce battle after another erupted. 20 minutes passed. Yunqi swung his sword, cutting down any zombie that dared to get close. With a grim expression, Han Yi relentlessly smashed the horde of monsters with his shield, leaving corpses piled high on the ground. The once teeming horde of zombies was now reduced to just a few dried-up corpses, no longer a threat. Exhausted, Yunqi plunged his sword into the ground and let out a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. He sat down, smiling and chatting with everyone. It's a good thing the law enforcement team was here to help. Otherwise, facing that many zombies, even if we didn't die, we'd be half dead for sure. Just then, Lu Xun rushed over, her voice laced with worry. "Yunqi, are you hurt? Let me heal you." Before he could react, she was already approaching, gently chanting the holy light spell. Under the gentle light, the wounds on his body began to close. Looking at Lu Xun's face, her eyes red as if she were about to cry, Yunqi felt a pang of sympathy. She bit her lip, her gaze resolute. "My parents are both gone. If Yunqi dies too, I'll truly be all alone." As his wound nearly healed, he reminded her in a soft voice, "My injuries are almost healed now. You should go say goodbye to your parents too." Lu Xun froze, asking blankly, "What?" Yunqi slowly stood up, tightening his grip on his sword, his thoughtful gaze fixed on the scene ahead. Just a moment ago, a giant wild boar had crushed a zombie underfoot. When Lu Xun got a clear look, she was stunned to realize it was her parents. They had turned into zombies and were now screaming as they charged toward her. Lu Xun's heart shattered. She rushed forward, screaming in agony. "Mom! Dad!" Yunqi stood behind her, silently watching her every move with a thoughtful expression. It turned out his earlier actions were to give her a chance to say her final goodbyes. He gently handed her the azure blade, his voice steady. "Go on." Lu Xun took the sword with trembling hands and said softly, "Thank you." As the two mutated zombies continued to roar, she stepped forward resolutely. But as zombies, her parents no longer recognized their own poor daughter. They just snarled, their cloudy eyes filled with despair. Tears streamed down Lu Xun's cheeks. She gripped the sword so tightly, her hands shook, her eyes filled with the pain of not being able to bring herself to do it. Her voice choked with tears. "Mom, Dad, it's me, Xingxin." Standing behind her, Yunqi understood the pain in her heart. Having to end your own family with your own hands. Who wouldn't find that difficult? He stepped forward and gently offered, "How about you let me do it?" Lu Xun's body was still trembling. She thought, "Your daughter is still alive, and she's even found a friend she can rely on." She looked up at the two relentlessly screaming zombies and said with conviction, "Mom, Dad, I'm going to live a good life from now on." With that resolve, Lu Xun raised Yunqi's sword, preparing to strike. "So please, don't worry about me anymore." Unable to watch the heartbreaking scene, she squeezed her eyes shut, her heart twisting in agony. The sword swung down. Blood splattered into the air, staining the chaotic scene red. The screams died out, replaced by a painful... Suddenly, a notification appeared before Yunqi's eyes. "Your undead companion has been defeated. The next unit can be revived in 3 minutes." This information left him speechless. He didn't know what to say. Lu Xun, having just killed her own parents, was wailing in despair. Seeing her in such pain, Yunqi hesitated for a moment. His gaze then shifted to the mutated wild boar, his dear companion through thick and thin. Unable to hold it in, he dropped to his knees and wailed, "Brother Pig." His actions stunned Lu Xun, who could only stare at him blankly. Yunqi stood there, tears streaming down his face, his voice filled with sorrow. It had power greater than a level 5 zombie, and this girl killed it in one strike. Nearby, Han Yi was busy burning the corpses of the mutated boars, yelling, "Hurry and burn all these zombie pigs. We can't risk a second wave of infection." The battlefield was cleared. Not a single zombie pig was left that could be revived. Yunqi helplessly reached out a hand towards the mutated wild boar and cried, "Brother pig, get up. Just take a few steps." Seeing him crying so miserably, Lu Xin, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel confused. "Yunqi, those were my parents. Why do you look even sadder than I am?" He turned back, flustered and unsure how to explain. He could only raise his hand and shout, "Is there a free mage around? We have an injured person over here who needs healing." They were both startled. Lu Xin quickly turned around. "Well, goodbye for now. Anyway, thank you for what you did. About my parents. You should get some rest. I'm going to go help heal the injured." Yunqi nodded, his gaze turning sharp as he glanced away, silently assessing the situation. This law enforcement team was responsible, but they also had their limits. There were plenty of mages among them. They probably wouldn't be wary of Lu Xin's abilities. Watching her back as she left, he began to formulate his own plan. Keeping Lu Xin busy for a while would also help distract her from her grief. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yunqi's mind. "Hello? Is anyone there?" The unexpected voice startled him. He whipped his head around, but saw nothing except the suspicious gaze of Han Yi standing nearby. Han Yi, with beads of sweat on his forehead, approached him. His voice filled with confusion. "What's wrong?" Yunqi shook his head, his eyes glancing past Han Yi as he replied, You didn't hear that?" This question surprised Han Er. "Heard what?" Van Koy immediately turned away, muttering, "It's nothing." But inside, he was even more confused. He thought communication was restored, but it turned out only he could hear this voice. Could it be coming from the game interface? The voice in his head wouldn't stop. "Yo, why is no one talking? Is everyone dead? Can't someone hop on and chat for a bit?" Van Koy got annoyed, thinking to himself, so noisy. Since when did this game have a voice chat function? Just then, the system screen flashed with a new notification in front of him. Group channels suddenly appeared, from squad and private chat to party and world channels. He frowned in confusion, wondering when these group channels were added. Before he could process it, the system updated again. "Congratulations, you have joined the Apocalypse Walkers team." This notification startled Van Koy, making him feel like he was being pulled into another dimension. A brilliant light flashed, and when he opened his eyes, he was standing in a large room. Surrounding him were mysterious figures sitting in chairs around a large table. He looked around, bewildered, thinking, "Is this my consciousness space?" His gaze swept over each person, his suspicion growing. Among NPCs, the party chat function isn't even enabled yet. Where did this group of 10 people come from? There was no option to leave the group or invite friends. Van Koy's gaze turned cold as he realized something was wrong. All the members of this group had been fixed from the very beginning. He wondered if the others had any more information. Suddenly, someone in the room spoke up, their voice full of doubt. "Excuse me. What is this group?" Van Koy looked up and met the eyes of a mysterious person who was smiling. That person spoke. "Number 7. You don't know? Which family are you from? When your family gave you that thing, didn't they explain anything?" These words left Van Koy even more bewildered. He frowned at the person, his voice full of confusion. "What thing are you talking about?" Instinctively, his eyes glanced down at the treasured sword placed neatly on the table. A thought flashed through his mind. If we're talking about something my family sent recently, it would only be the sword my eldest sister sent. Could this sword hold some kind of secret? The person in seat number 5 gave a smug smile and replied, "Don't try to probe into the identities of others in this group. Even though we're all apocalypse walkers, whether we'll be friends or foes in the future is impossible to say." Hearing this, Van Koy became even more confused and frowned, asking directly, "Can I ask what exactly this apocalypse walker identity you're all talking about is?" The woman, number 5, was about to speak, but before she could, the man next to her burst out laughing and raised his hand to cut her off. I know. Apocalypse Walker is the code name for the 10 people who possess the Titan artifacts." His voice echoed with excitement. 3 months ago, the Titan mainframe detected that an anomaly was about to descend upon the world, so it created 10 artifacts and gave them to the 10 most powerful figures in Zhongdu. These artifacts are like a virus installed into the Apocalypse game. They carry an encrypted program that constantly analyzes game data to upgrade itself. The possessors of these Titan artifacts will enjoy a special advantage. In other words, they have a hidden cheat. making them very difficult for other players to kill. After hearing the explanation, Van Koy fell into thought, his gaze drifting down to the blade of silent destruction in his hand. So, this blade is the artifact that was assigned to the Van family. He thought to himself, they clearly knew this thing could increase my chances of survival, yet my father and eldest sister still gave it to me, the one who left home. This realization left him speechless, an indescribable feeling welling up inside him. Seeing him silent, the man sitting next to him called out softly, "Hello? Number 7, are you still there? Why'd you stop talking? It's pretty rude to just zone out like that, you know?" Startled by the call-out, Van Koy quickly looked up and replied, "Thanks, I'm listening. Is everyone in the group in Zhongdu? What's the situation like there? Are the great families okay?" The other man considered for a moment, then calmly explained what he knew. The council gave an early warning, so all the great families recalled their disciples from abroad. And yet, you weren't in Zhongdu. Right now, all the great families are safe. Only the old master of the Xie family was unlucky. He turned into a zombie and was put down by his own son for the greater good. Hearing this, Van Koy breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Is that so?" Although he was somewhat relieved that the Van family hadn't faced any major disaster, he couldn't help but fall deep into thought. Just then, the man looked at his system screen and asked everyone in surprise, "Actually, the reason I spoke up in this group was to ask if anyone knows what the distribution level attribute is. Mine's only at 10%. What about you guys?" The system immediately displayed the information in front of him. Distribution level, 10%. Number 6, sitting next to him, remained silent. The man looked at the info again and continued, "I'm also at 10%. He sighed, his voice dejected. "So, it seems that's the standard number. The system doesn't even explain what it does. How boring." Soon after, everyone in the room stood up one by one, not forgetting to say goodbye to their brothers. "I'm out. If you get any intel, be sure to share. Goodbye." Returning to reality, Van Koy stood before the corpse of the zombie pig, his expression thoughtful. He paid it no mind, completely lost in thought about the conversation he just had. That conversation, this was all too sudden. We were all wary of each other, not knowing what was true and what was false. But one thing was certain, this silent annihilation blade is just a game hack. Its effects are probably far beyond imagination. He glanced at the treasured sword in his hand, thinking to himself, something this cool couldn't possibly come with some kind of super-intelligent system, could it? Just then, a brilliant light flashed and transformed into a small dragon, which hovered in front of him. It gave a smug grin and said, "You finally noticed. You're not that stupid after all." Yunqi was startled. He stared at the small dragon, stammering, "Whoa, so this cheat is real? This is so cool." But then, he quickly covered his mouth and glanced around nervously. "Aren't you afraid someone will spot you, being so flashy like this? We'll be screwed if you get targeted." The little dragon laughed smugly and replied, "Not just anyone is qualified to meet me. Only the wielder of the Titan Divine Artifact has this special honor." Watching it fly around, Yunqi, both bewildered and curious, asked, "So, you're the main Titan AI?" The little dragon burst out laughing, its eyes filled with disbelief. "What are you thinking? With your current strength, how could you possibly control the main AI?" It smugly put on a pair of sunglasses and introduced itself. "I am a clone of the Titan AI. You can call me Yanzu." Hearing the name Yanzu, Yunqi was speechless. He thought with disdain, "Yanzu? Yeah, right. And I'm Andy Lau." But then he smiled, suddenly realizing that Titan was humanity's savior. The main body must be with the military in the central capital. He reached his hand out to the little dragon, his tone half joking. "Yanzu, we're in a pretty dangerous spot right now. How about you give me a little cheat code or something? If I die, you and the divine artifact will be stranded out here." Hearing this, Yanzu retorted angrily, "Cheat code? I already activated it for you. Did you think your SSS-Rank Nether Knight class and the son of the plane talent were just dumb luck?" After speaking, it flew around in the air, creating a strange gust of wind as its voice continued to echo. "Right now, I'm analyzing the game's rules. But before the players officially arrive, the world's rules are still incomplete. My abilities are also limited. Until then, host, you'll have to rely on your own strength to survive. Good luck." After giving its instructions, Yanzu vanished before his eyes. Yunqi stood there, muttering helplessly. This system doesn't seem very reliable at all. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. He looked in another direction, thinking, if I want more information, I'll probably have to wait until tomorrow, when the players arrive and the apocalypse game officially begins. Just then, Luo Xin ran over, calling out to Yun Qi. She walked up, a hint of worry on her face. What were you spacing out for just now? Han was following behind her. Yun Qi shook his head and replied simply, It's nothing. Are you done with your business? Han approached with a smile. She just did our law enforcement team a huge favor. She healed several team members who were seriously injured by the zombie pig. Luo Xin modestly waved her hand. It was nothing, just a small thing. A look of anticipation flashed in Han Er's eyes as he made an offer. What are you two planning to do next? If you don't have anywhere to go, you could join our law enforcement team. Yun Qi chuckled and replied decisively. Thank you for the kind offer, Captain Han, but I'm planning to leave the city. Hearing this, Luo Xin quickly grabbed his hand, her cheeks blushing, and said firmly, I'm going with you. Wherever you go, I'll go. Seeing how close they were, Han Er could only stuff his hands in his pockets and sigh. What a bold decision for two lovebirds. Well, I won't insist then. Actually, leaving the city might be a good idea. It's crawling with zombies in here. It's probably safer out there. Before leaving, Han handed something to Yun Qi, instructing, If you just rely on your feet, you won't make it out of the city even by tomorrow. I have a hover car here. That's enough for you two to drive out. Consider it a thank you gift for killing that zombie pig and saving so many people. Holding the car keys, Yun Qi asked with a hint of concern. Captain Han, you're giving the car to us. But what about you? Han turned his head and smiled. I'll stick with my team members. We face life and death together. After saying that, he walked towards his waiting teammates, not forgetting to turn back and add, You two, be careful. Don't turn into monsters by the next time we meet, or you'll be hard to fight. Understanding his goodwill, they both smiled back as a farewell. Suddenly, Luo Xin turned to Yun Qi and asked in surprise, Yun Qi, why did you refuse Captain Han just now? Wouldn't it be better to travel with the law enforcement team than to go alone? He explained calmly. Not necessarily. Yanzu's warning appeared in his mind. The system said the game's rules were still incomplete. When the players arrive, there's no telling what kind of mutations will occur. Crowded places will be even more dangerous. We can't go to your house anymore. It's best to find a place with few people, lie low for a while, and wait for the world to stabilize before heading to the central capital. With this in mind, he turned and asked, Luo Xin, do you know the exact location of the farm where your mother used to buy vegetables? Luo Xin was taken aback by the question and quickly replied, I do. I've been there a few times, so I have some recollection of it. Yun Qi started walking, not forgetting to turn back and tease her. You're not giving me a fake address to trick me into going to one of your relatives' houses, are you? She blushed, then chased after him indignantly. Yun Qi, get back here if you dare, he laughed, tossing the keys in his hand. All right, let's go. First, let's find the ride Captain Han left for us. A moment later, a massive motorcycle appeared before them, leaving them both stunned. Van Koy was speechless. He thought to himself, I figured Captain Han would give us some luxury car, but it turns out to be this badass motorcycle. The bike's powerful design and optimized speed got him all excited. He couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, this thing is gorgeous. Under the flickering light, the device began to glow, and fragments started floating in the air around it. The scene cuts to Van Koy, who was skillfully piloting the hoverbike as it zipped through the air with Lohan on the back. His face lit up with unconcealed excitement, and he couldn't stop cheering. The feel of the handlebars, its superior heat dissipation, and how smoothly it handles. This bike is every man's dream. Seeing how excited Van Koy was, Lohan, sitting behind him, couldn't help but pout resentfully. She thought to herself, It's just a hoverbike. What's the big deal? And here he is, more excited about this stupid thing than he is about me. He started the engine, glanced back, and asked, Ready? The bike instantly shot forward at a dizzying speed, sending Lohan into a panic. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, screaming, Slow down a little. Ignoring her pleas, Van Koy was still ecstatic. Let's fly, he yelled, accelerating so fast that the road behind them blurred. Passers-by were knocked over, staring in shock as they sped past. The speed became insane, causing the trees along the fields to shake violently. Leaves scattered, flying far into the distance. Suddenly, Van Koy slammed on the brakes in front of a building, leaving a still trembling Lohan. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her hands still clutching him tightly. After a moment to compose herself, she got off the bike and said softly, Van Koy, we're here. This is the farm owner's house. My mom and I used to visit this place. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her back, his eyes turning cold and his voice dropping. Hold on. Something's wrong with this place. His words made Lohan's eyes widen in shock. Just as Van Koy sensed, two robots slowly stepped out from behind a wall. Then, More appeared from all sides, completely surrounding them. The machines had terrifying, gaunt faces, their eyes flashing with a bright red light, which left the two of them stunned. However, Lohan remained calm and explained, "You must have been living in the city for too long, huh? Technology is so advanced these days. Traditional farming has been almost completely replaced by machines. On this farm, one person is all it takes to control the whole swarm of robots. The villagers just get to kick back and enjoy life." Van Koy narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the robots. "Is murdering people part of enjoying life too?" he asked coldly. The question startled Lohan, who could only stammer, "What?" As he watched the robots draw closer, he explained in a wary tone, "There's the smell of blood in the air. And besides, look closely. Every single one of these robots is stained with blood." The machines pressed closer, their presence menacing. With a grim expression, Van Koy drew his weapon. As he prepared to fight, he remarked, "Good thing these agricultural robots are just strong and aren't usually equipped with any weapons. At least we won't be facing any firearms." Behind him, Lohan also prepared for battle, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a tiny robot bee flew toward them, a strange blue light flashing from its underbelly. The light scanned them both, causing Lohan to cry out in alarm. Van Koy remained calm, tightening his grip on his sword. "It's fine," he reassured her. "These small drones only have basic functions. They're not a threat. I bet their owner is hiding somewhere nearby, watching us." Suddenly, the bee spoke in a stiff, robotic voice. "The man leaves. The bike and the woman stay." The words left Van Koy stunned for a second before his face filled with rage. He clenched his fist, crushing the bee, which struggled for a moment in his grip. Its internal systems blared a warning signal, indicating its destruction. But that did nothing to quell his rage. Standing behind him, Lohan's jaw dropped. After crushing the bee, Van Koy roared, "You think you can rob someone just by sending out a tiny little agricultural drone? You dare tell me to get lost? I could crush you with my bare hands." Suddenly, a system notification rang out. "Boss-level control device destroyed. 10 points awarded." Van Koy paused, muttering to himself, "Huh? You get points for a piece of junk like this?" After thinking for a moment, he quickly realized something unusual was going on. Given the situation, it's highly likely that the owner of this farm has turned into a mini-boss, just like that female zombie we fought before, while still controlling all these robots. A determined fire lit up in Van Koy's eyes. He smirked, his voice full of excitement. "If one toy drone is worth 10 points, then if I clear out this entire robot farm, I might just shoot straight to the #1 rank." He suddenly stopped and turned to Lohan, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "But the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. We're exposed, but our enemy is hidden. If he orders the robots to launch a sneak attack on you, it'll be dangerous." Lohan immediately cut him off, her voice resolute. "Van Koy, you don't need to worry about me. I made the choice to follow you. I've been prepared for this for a long time. I want to be your comrade, to watch your back. Even if it kills me, I swear I won't become a burden or hold you back." Her resolute words made Van Koy pause, momentarily stunned. He casually tossed the bee's shattered components to the ground and remarked, "Stop talking about death all the time. With that kind of willpower, it would be a shame if you didn't live to be an old woman." He pulled a golden metallic device from his pocket, handed it to her, and instructed, "Take this. If any robots charge at us later, feel free to shoot." Lohan took it, her eyes filled with doubt, and asked, "Only sharpshooters can use firearms, but this one has no restrictions. Van Koy, what exactly is this thing?" While watching the robots silently advancing, he explained, his voice calm but sharp. "This is an electronic pulse gun, the kind usually equipped on farms. Farm robots have basic artificial intelligence and large bodies. Once they lose control, human strength is not enough to restrain them. That's why farms usually have tools like this on hand for unexpected situations." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Don't underestimate this gun just because it came from that small messenger bee. Just one shot is enough to paralyze the functions of the biggest robot here. But it consumes a lot of energy and has no effect on humans. Remember to use it carefully." This series of explanations made Lohan look at him with admiration. "That's amazing. I can't believe you know about this stuff." Hearing her praise, Van Koy smirked and boasted confidently, "I used to be a top student at the Trungdo Elite Academy. This kind of mechanical theory is just basic knowledge." He immediately gripped his sword, readying for battle, his voice turning serious. "There's a tough battle ahead. Protect yourself." Behind him, Lohan also got into position, her gaze determined. Suddenly, another robot bee zipped past, making Van Koy narrow his eyes in suspicion. It landed on a robot's head, and a cold, Provocative voice rang out. Brat, that toy gun in your hands can only be fired once every 10 minutes at best. Do you really plan on using that to kill me? Lohan broke into a cold sweat, realizing it was the same voice from before. Van Koy tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes filled with suspicion. The robots began to transform, their bodies swelling and their faces distorting grotesquely, looking as if they were ready to level the entire city. The surrounding civilians panicked and scattered as the voice from the bee continued, full of mockery. What? You people don't know? Did you really think this crappy game was created by the government to save the world, letting us kill monsters to level up? They use points to put a price on people's lives, all so those damn players who came out of nowhere can enjoy this bloody, real-life spectacle of people killing people. The bee suddenly swelled, transforming into a giant machine, its voice triumphant. Once you understand the organizer's goal, this game becomes much simpler. Van Koy's bright eyes suddenly turned icy. He murmured, "It's not just people killing monsters to get points. Monsters can kill people, and even people can kill people to get points and survive." The giant bee buzzed above the robots and let out a maniacal laugh. "I earned several thousand points from a small village like this. How come no one else thought of this?" The lead robot's blazing red eyes stared at Van Koy, its presence overwhelming. Lohan covered her mouth in horror and exclaimed, "The whole village. They're truly demons." Van Koy frowned, his gaze icy, and muttered, "It hasn't even been a full day, and they've already figured out how to kill people for points. What inhumane scum." He looked up at the giant robot in front of him, which was a full head taller than he was. At first, he had hesitated, unsure if he should confront these killer machines, but now he smirked, looking at it provocatively. "Even if you wiped out an entire village, you only got a few thousand points. You're just small fry, not even worth mentioning." Then he sneered, his voice full of confidence. "I'm ranked third on the points leaderboard. I have at least 10,000 more points than you." Lohan panicked, her voice trembling. "Van Koy, what are you doing? What if this homicidal maniac targets you?" He turned back with a nonchalant smile. "That's exactly the effect I'm going for." Pointing to his own chest, he challenged loudly, "Don't you want to kill me? Come and see if you can take my points." From the robot bee, the cold voice rang out. "Says who? Third place is anonymous. What proof do you have that it's you?" Van Koy stepped closer, his eyes fixed on the bee. "I picked up a temporary 10 times points buff from a supply drop. I earned that many points just messing around." Without waiting for a response, he swung his sword, slicing the robot bee and the robot next to it in half. "Now check the leaderboard and see if third place gained 10 points. The system immediately displayed a notification. Target controlled by a boss-level creature destroyed. 10 points received, multiplied by 10. Elsewhere, a strange man sat in front of a screen, his eyes glowing as he saw the notification. It changed. "Is that kid really number 3? Almost 20,000 points. I've hit the jackpot." He typed furiously on his keyboard, issuing a command. "All machines, hear my order. Annihilate this male intruder for me." Instantly, the eyes of every robot on the scene flashed with a brilliant red light. They responded in unison. "Understood." Yunqi frowned, turning to Luo Han. "You, go hide first." Luo Han hurried to find a hiding spot, not forgetting to add, "Okay, you have to be careful." From every corner of the village, hordes of robots swarmed in, surrounding Yunqi. He nimbly dodged their attacks, his blue eyes flashing with a sharp light. "Trying to use these robots to drain my stamina and then steal my points? This little boss is truly treacherous." He moved and swung his sword simultaneously, taking down 2 robots in the blink of an eye. "Bring it on!" Another slash, and one more fell. "Come on!" From her hiding spot, Luo Han watched him fight, her eyes sparkling as she cheered silently. "This is great!" But suddenly, a robot snuck up behind him, raising its giant fist. A powerful punch slammed into Yunqi's back. Pain spread through him, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a groan. He fell face first to the ground amidst a cloud of dust and smoke. The sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the side. Luo Han screamed, "Yunqi!" She realized something horrifying. His slashes hadn't completely destroyed the robot's energy cores. 2 of them were still functional. They stood right beside him, ready to deliver the finishing blow. From a distance, Little Boss's smug voice echoed from the drone. "A mere body of flesh and blood dares to dream of fighting machines? Your points. I'll gladly take them." But just as the robot raised its hand to attack the unconscious Yunqi, a flash of light appeared. Luo Han bit her lip, her brow furrowed. Clutching the pulse gun Yunqi had given her, she fired a shot that hit the robot, causing it to collapse beside him. Sparks flickered across its body. The remaining robot turned towards her, its eyes glowing red. The system announced, Item energy at 40%. Luo Han was startled. One shot used up 30% of the energy? But there was no time to think. Suddenly, the large door next to Luo Han creaked open. A strange red light flashed. A sense of danger washed over her. She turned back in confusion and saw a pair of feet in flip-flops step out. The figure, holding a machete and glowing with a demonic red light, roared, "How troublesome. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself." Little Boss grinned sinisterly, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Later, I'll make sure to torture you properly. But first, I have to take that brat's life." Yunqi still lay motionless on the ground, his breathing faint. Luo Han's eyes were filled with panic as she shouted, "Don't you dare go near Yunqi, or I'll shoot." But Little Boss only glanced at her. A cold, contemptuous smile on his face, he said, "That little gun of yours can't do anything to me. Worry about yourself first. Don't waste your energy on him." Suddenly, a robot leaped forward to attack Luo Han. Startled, she spun around, closed her eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bright blue sparks shot out as she screamed, "Stay away!" The powerful current coursed through the robot, causing it to collapse. The system's cold voice announced, "Warning. This item has only 10% energy remaining." A cold sweat broke out on Luo Han's brow. Looking at the gun in her hand, her heart sank. "I'm screwed. It's out of ammo. I have to get Yunqi out of here." But it was too late. Little Boss closed in on Yunqi and sneered, "Time to die." Suddenly, Yunqi's eyes snapped open. Little Boss was stunned. "You were pretending?" He sprang up, gripped his sword, and threw a sharp short sword. "Otherwise, did you really think those pathetic pieces of junk could stop me?" The tip of the sword glinted as it flew straight towards Little Boss. It stopped just a few millimeters from his eye as a giant object flew out from the house, blocking the attack. Luo Han quickly jumped aside, staring in shock at the scene. A giant robot, several times larger than the others, had appeared behind Little Boss. Its two fingers easily crushed the short sword. Its shoulder transformed, revealing a gun barrel. A cold, electronic voice sounded. "Enemy position detected. Firing energy rounds." From both shoulders, a barrage of energy bullets shot out, aimed straight at Yunqi. He panicked and yelled, "Damn it!" as he leaped away to dodge. The bullets hit the ground, causing violent explosions. Fortunately, he managed to retreat back to Luo Han's side, shouting, "The bike's right behind us, get on." Both of them quickly jumped onto the motorcycle. Yunqi started the engine and sped off, leaving the deafening explosions behind them. Luo Han held onto him tightly from behind and asked worriedly, "That was close. Yunqi, are you okay?" He turned his head and gave a faint smile. "I'm fine. If that sly old fox hadn't deliberately revealed an opening, it wouldn't have been so easy to lure him out of the..." His eyes glanced back at the giant robot in pursuit. "I just didn't expect him to have a superweapon like that. I almost died back there." The giant robot roared, destroying everything in its path as it gave chase. From the cockpit, Little Boss laughed maniacally. "You damn brat. Don't even think about escaping." He gloated. "My defense system is the best in the world, and you still dared to dream of ambushing me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll rip your head off and kick it around like a ball." Yunqi gritted his teeth and twisted the throttle to the max. He weaved through the narrow, dusty streets, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. Luo Han held his waist tightly, shut her eyes, and screamed, "That has to be a military-grade superweapon. Why would something like that be at this farm?" He made a sharp turn into an alley, his voice low. "Let's just get away first and figure it out later." Luo Han opened her eyes slightly, worried. "This isn't good. If we leave the village and get to an open area, it'll be even easier for its guns to lock onto us." A sharp glint flashed in Yunqi's eyes. "Perfect. We don't even have to leave the village. We just need to find a spot." When they reached a wider road, he suddenly exclaimed, "There it is! Just as I thought." In the distance, the corpse of a mutated dog lay motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, Yunqi reached out and activated his undead revival skill. A stream of dark blue light flowed from his hand into the dog's corpse. He shouted, "Arise!" The dog's corpse shot up, transforming violently. Its fangs grew longer, and horns sprouted from its head. It roared and charged forward. The system announced that an undead hound had been summoned. The roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the street. Yunqi sped off like an arrow. Luo Han hugged his waist tightly, her heart pounding. Behind them, the giant figure of the undead hound, Da He, accelerated to keep up, staying right on their tail. Luo Han looked back, her eyes lighting up with understanding. So Yunqi wasn't just frantically running away, he was intentionally looking for a corpse to activate his skill. Luo Han pressed her lips together, her eyes fixed on the giant red mech charging at them from behind, her heart heavy with doubt. Could a single dog like this really be enough to stop that huge monster? The mech roared, each step seeming to shake the ground. Debris flew everywhere under its immense power. Inside the cockpit, the zombie sneered, his voice full of provocation. Don't run, little boy. Weren't you so confident just now? If you've got the guts, then stop running. Sitting behind Yun-Chi, Luo Han squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, Yun-Chi, he's catching up. The motorcycle screeched to a sudden halt. Terrified, Luo Han clung to him tightly. Da-Hei also stopped, ready for battle. Yun-Chi commanded in a steely voice, Da-Hei, it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast roared and lunged forward. A swirling vortex of water shot out from Da-Hei's stomach. It formed a violent whirlpool, slamming directly into the monster mech. The zombie's eyes widened. He gripped the controls and yelled, Damn it, my vision is completely blocked. And why does it smell so strongly of dog piss? Inside the mech, the warning system blared. Attention. Filtration system has detected a large amount of highly acidic liquid. The giant mech began to sway uncontrollably. The zombie furiously shouted, You damn dog, get off me now. While the mech was in disarray, Yun-Chi charged forward, his sword flashing with a blue, electric light. He slashed sideways, sending sparks flying from the metal body. The zombie in the cockpit was stunned. What? Da-Hei had jumped onto the mech's severed leg. While the system continued to announce that the knee joint was damaged, the cockpit activated its intelligent emergency heat dissipation mode. The air intake for the circulation system was forced to redirect to the damaged knee joint. The zombie screamed in a frenzy. Damn it! Yun-Chi didn't miss the opportunity and commanded, Da-Hei, continue your performance. The beast immediately obeyed, jumping off the broken leg and rushing towards the mech. But halfway there, it stopped suddenly, lifted a leg, and peed directly into the engine. The system alarms blared non-stop. Alert. Large amount of corrosive gas detected. Anti-asphyxiation program activated. Cockpit window will open automatically in 3 seconds. The zombie yelled in panic. No, don't open. The cockpit popped open, dropping him to the ground. Da-Hei immediately pounced, clamping its jaws on the back of his shirt. The system announced again. Threat detected. Activating automatic defense mode. The zombie howled helplessly. Don't shoot. What if you blow me up? You stupid AI, can't you understand human speech? Shut down the defense system for me. The system immediately responded. Command received. Switching to rest mode. The giant mech collapsed to the ground, motionless. Yun-Chi smirked. At first, I thought I'd have to fight a life-or-death battle with this hunk of junk. He stood tall, gripping his sword, its tip pointed at the ground. A cold blue light emanated from the blade and his sharp eyes. He walked step by step toward the zombie, his voice low. You turned off its defense program. That makes things much easier for me. His gaze turned ice cold as he continued. You didn't expect this, did you? The intelligence system you were so proud of was the very key to your ultimate failure. The zombie trembled. He pleaded, No, don't. A blinding blue light erupted from Yun-Chi's sword, piercing through the giant mech's metal body. He gathered all his strength and struck down like a lightning bolt on the battlefield. The system issued continuous warnings. Warning. Core component has been damaged. Warning. Mech is about to self-destruct. The zombie roared in despair. My mech. Yun-Chi stood proudly atop the wreckage of the mech. The game system immediately updated. Defeated a powerful enemy. Received 6,000 points. He turned, his icy gaze falling upon the zombie writhing on the ground. The killing intent radiating from him made his enemy tremble and plead repeatedly. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. But Yun-Chi ignored him, his voice as cold as ice, every word sharp and deliberate. The people who originally lived here probably didn't want to die either, but you still killed them all. The zombie was frantic, stammering, unable to speak. Yun-Chi continued, his gaze unwavering. Persuading people with morality is far less effective than persuading them with force. That is the ultimate truth. The sword in his hand, he flashed forward, piercing straight through the zombie's body, sending blood splattering everywhere. The system announced the elimination of a powerful enemy, awarding 10 points, multiplied by 10, for a total accumulated score of. He sheathed his sword and sighed. He had originally planned to keep a low profile, but he'd accidentally become the top dog. The system's dry mechanical voice chimed in again. Congratulations on reaching the top of the points leaderboard. You are currently ranked number 1. The leaderboard appeared. Kai, 42,860. Vincent, 25,870. Franco, 24,980. The system offered encouragement. Maintain this rank, and you will receive a unique title tied to an NPC at the end of the initial phase. Please continue your efforts. Kai smirked with a triumphant smile. This feeling was just too good. Luna rushed over, shouting, "Oh my god, Kai, you have to see this. The world chat is in an uproar." He glanced at the world chat, where messages were scrolling by in a frenzy. "Wade, look, that anonymous player who was third just shot up by more than 20,000 points. He's left both His Excellency the Speaker and General Franco in the dust. Quinn, no matter who's number one, I just hope they can save Blue Star." Leo, how can humanity's fate be entrusted to some anonymous person? I don't agree. Luke, there are only 15 hours left in the initial phase. The fate of humanity is still uncertain. Will a true savior really appear? Kai fell into thought. It wasn't just the world chat. The Apocalypse Walkers group was buzzing too. A message popped up in the group. Is the anonymous person who just took first place in our group? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Everyone stunned by the information. Franco spoke up, his voice calm. After the initial phase of this apocalypse game ends, all of us will have to face unknown dangers. If you are in this group, I hope you can join me in protecting humanity, in protecting Blue Star. Your choice will greatly influence the fate of all humanity on Blue Star. Kai silently observed everyone. Even though identities were kept secret in this small group, he secretly guessed that the top two were definitely Vincent and Franco, the two most powerful figures in the Alliance. They always used their real names on the leaderboard, perhaps to inspire confidence in humanity. As long as those two names existed, people still had hope. But now, an anonymous player like him had suddenly surpassed both symbols of the Alliance. No wonder Franco was so anxious. A white-haired woman spoke up, her voice firm. We are all saviors certified by Titan. Resisting the invaders and protecting Blue Star should be something we all agree on. I believe this is also the consensus of all humanity on Blue Star. Kai glanced around as another man interjected. Don't do this. We're all just ordinary people. Is it really necessary to bear the burden of saving the world? Everyone has their own destiny. I don't want to be some savior. It's just putting my own life on the line for nothing. Kai thought to himself. So, there are people who just want to bury their heads in the sand. Vincent then spoke, his voice filled with determination. Courage is humanity's hymn of praise. As long as our group of 10 divine artifact holders stays united and forms a powerful army, we can not only counterattack the other players, but even seize control of this apocalypse game for ourselves. He looked at the people before him and thought, and then there are those who use the title of savior, but secretly have their own agendas. Rushing to pick a side without fully understanding the invaders' rules is just asking for death. For now, I'll just let things play out. Returning to the present, he turned and said to Luna, Luna, stop looking at the world chat. Get ready. We're going to keep fighting. She looked at him, bewildered. Huh? We just barely escaped with our lives. Aren't we going to rest for a bit? He replied, his tone firm. Compared to resting, there's something more important we need to do. Night fell, blanketing the entire area. Luna called out excitedly, her voice echoing, Kai, you have to try this. It's completely natural, and it smells amazing. Kai leaned back, feeling refreshed. Now that you mention it, this is our first real meal since the game started. Luna rubbed her stomach, satisfied. Being full feels so good. I swear I'm never going on a diet again. She smiled brightly at him. Thanks to you, I earned a decent amount of points today. Luna recalled what Kai had said during the battle. His voice had been resolute. From now on, if you want to fight alongside me, you need to have strength of your own. These are free points. It'd be a waste not to take them. At that moment, she had squeezed her eyes shut, swinging her sword wildly at the horde of zombies. Trembling, she had replied, I know. I'll try my best. The system immediately chimed in. Eliminated one level 1 zombie monster. 10 points received. Then, the announcements continued. Congratulations on entering the points leaderboard. You are currently ranked 856th. She cheered, her eyes sparkling. Awesome! I'm on the leaderboard. But then she looked at Kai shyly, thinking to herself, the truth is, he was protecting me the whole time. I'm probably the person who got on the leaderboard the most easily in the entire world. Luna stood up and stretched, her body aching after a day of running, covered in zombie blood. Alive and sweaty. She mumbled, Since I've got some free time, I'll take a nice hot bath to freshen up. Yunchi looked at her with a helpless smile. Her carefree attitude had its merits. This kind of cheerful ignorance actually suited the apocalyptic era, but he thought to himself, still, to talk so casually about bathing in front of a grown man like me, she should at least have her guard up a little. Luohan blushed and gave him a playful smile. Guard up against zombies, or guard up against you. If it's you, then I don't need to be on guard at all. In fact, it's a dream come true. She placed a hand on her chest, her eyes sparkling seductively. In an apocalypse this dangerous, 2 people are definitely safer than 1. Want to take a bath with me? Yunqi flatly rejected her. No, thanks. Luo Han teased with a laugh. Come on, don't be shy. He stroked Dahe next to him and smirked. Who's being shy? I'd just rather bathe with Dahe. He turned to the beast. Dahe was a huge help today. Later, I'll give you a full spa treatment. Annoyed, Luo Han glared at him and slammed the door shut. Suit yourself. Yunqi sighed as he stared at the closed door, thinking to himself that it wasn't like he was some monk who wasn't tempted by women. But at a critical time like this, he couldn't afford to waste his energy so pointlessly. He shook his head. Besides, Luo Han's words were mostly just jokes anyway. He pictured her soaking in the tub, and his heart grew a little heavy. The apocalypse had struck. Tragedy had occurred. She was just forcing a smile to hide the pain of losing her parents. In the bathroom, Luo Han gloomily sank into the warm water. She thought to herself, in less than a day, my entire life has been turned upside down. My parents are gone. I can't go home, and the future is a complete unknown. She pondered this, then smiled faintly. At least I still have Yunqi by my side. If I can rely on him and we can face this apocalypse together, that would be more than enough. Recalling her time with him, she remembered something Yunqi once said. The prophecy about the apocalypse is over 10 years old. What's there to be afraid of? Even elementary school students probably don't believe it anymore. At the time, she had just forced a smile, right? But then the monsters appeared, and he rushed to save her, shielding her from the front and yelling, "Get back!" Luo Han thought back on it, her eyes filled with a trace of sadness. He's always so cold. Does he really not have any feelings for me at all? Her face flushed as she told herself. With a figure like this, with curves in all the right places, there's no way a guy wouldn't be interested, right? Maybe. I'll pretend my towel slips later. I'll just see how he reacts. 10 minutes later, steam billowed out from the bathroom. Luo Han stepped out, refreshed, and called out, "Yunqi, I'm done with my bath." But her words caught in her throat. She stared silently at Yunqi, who was sound asleep on the sofa, curled up with Dahe. She grumbled in frustration, "You dense, clueless idiot. What a waste of my beauty. Go ahead and live with your dog then." The gloomy night gradually enveloped the house. A faint ray of light shone on Luo Han's face, startling her awake. She sat up, dazed, then walked out with a bright smile. "Yunqi, why are you up so early? It's only 5 o'clock. He was packing his things and replied, "You're awake? Perfect timing. Come over and lend a hand." She was surprised. "Huh? What are you packing for?" Yunqi tightened the strap on his bag, his voice firm. "Get ready. We're heading to Zhongdu." Luo Han retorted in shock. "What? Yunqi? Aren't we staying at the farm? There are so many supplies here, and besides, it's incredibly dangerous outside. For all we know, Zhongdu isn't safe either." He held up 3 fingers, his gaze sharp. "I've already considered everything you're worried about. I chose to go to Zhongdu for 3 reasons. Yunqi explained calmly, his voice steady. "First, while the farm is safe for now, the supplies here will only last us for a week." He continued his analysis, making Luo Han tense up. "Second, in 6 hours, the game officially begins. When the other players descend, it will definitely trigger a more brutal wave of slaughter. Trying to move our base then will be even more dangerous." He raised a hand, his eyes cold. "Third, my family is in Zhongdu. Whether they're alive or dead, I have to go there and confirm their safety." He thought back with a heavy heart. He still hadn't been able to contact his older sister. He had no idea what the situation was like back home. Where did she get this gear, and why did she give it to me? He had to find out. Luo Han covered her mouth in shock. "Your family is in Zhongdu? Don't tell me you're some young master from a rich family who's out here to experience life? If I go back with you, will your childhood fiancé get jealous and try to ruin my life?" She trembled, her voice filled with panic. Yunqi looked at her, exasperated, and shook his head. This girl's imagination was running wild. In just a few minutes, she had already created 100 episodes of some trashy drama in her head, but he silently admitted she was partly right. He did, in fact, have a fiancé, but there were no feelings between them. He cut her off coldly. "Stop with the wild fantasies. Now that you're awake, hurry up and help. The sooner we leave, the better." Luo Han nodded and immediately got to work. After they finished packing, the 2 of them stood in front of a truck under a clear sky. Yunqi let out a sigh of relief. They were finally almost ready. They both looked at their work, feeling excited. Dahe barked loudly, as if joining in on their joy. He did a final check. Enough water and dried rations. Reserve fuel. Camping sleeping bags. All ready. He glanced at the hovercar and mumbled, "This vehicle has high mobility and is very flexible. It might be useful, so I'll bring it along. Everything's ready." Van Koy and Lohan got into the driver's seat. "Let's go," he shouted. He glanced at his phone, his voice urgent. "We only have 61 minutes left. We have to get moving." Suddenly, the system screen appeared. "Congratulations to the NPCs who have survived until now. To make the game more interesting, a new rule will now be added." Lohan jumped. "The system? What's it planning to do now?" Van Koy's fists clenched, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "I have a bad feeling about this." The system continued its announcement. "There are 60 minutes remaining in the startup phase. Faction selection will now begin. You can choose to join the player faction or the opposing human faction." Van Koy exclaimed. "We can choose our own faction?" The system didn't stop. A maximum of only 1/10 of humanity can become allies of the player faction. If the number of applicants exceeds this limit, selection will be based on the score rankings, prioritizing those with higher scores. Those who wish to join the player faction should use this final opportunity to increase their scores. A friendly reminder, you don't just get points for killing monsters and collecting supplies. Killing an NPC also grants 50% of the target's current score. Van Koy stared at the notification in frustration, his voice low. "Damn it. Killing NPCs gives you points too? This rule is basically forcing the people of Blue Star to slaughter each other." He analyzed the situation with a cold glint in his eyes. In a flash, all trust and order among humans would collapse. There would definitely be people who would turn on their own comrades just to join the player faction. He glanced at Lohan, his voice grave. "Lohan, did you hear that?" Lohan seemed frozen in place, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Suddenly she found herself standing in a dark, mysterious space. "Where is this?" she yelled in confusion. Van Koy! Van Koy, where are you?" A deep, melodious voice echoed through the darkness. "You have finally arrived." A large hand gently touched her head, causing Lohan to jump in terror. The mysterious woman smiled. "I am the incarnation of light, the most enigmatic existence in this apocalyptic game," she explained, her voice gentle. "Your body possesses the purest light-based power, which is why I have answered your summons." Lohan was bewildered, her heart pounding. "Light-based power. The Temple of Light," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the mysterious woman, the incarnation of light, who had her hands clasped before her. The brilliant streams of light surrounding the woman made Lohan tense up. The woman spread her arms, her voice echoing. "Join the player faction. Join the Temple of Light. Only then can you become the King of Light. Lead the light against the darkness." Lohan lowered her head and whispered, "Lead the light. Fight the darkness." "Does that mean I can save Blue Star? With my abilities, can I really do that?" She hesitated, her mind in turmoil. "But if I join the player faction, wouldn't I be betraying Blue Star?" The incarnation of light replied, her voice calm yet powerful. "Where there is light, there will be darkness. Sowing the seeds of light in the world, that is the responsibility of the King of Light. Are you willing to bear this responsibility for those you care about?" Before Lohan could answer, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Beside her, a worried Van Koy was calling her name. "Lohan, are you okay? Can you hear me?" She turned to him, her eyes still clouded with confusion, and replied, "It's nothing. I just zoned out for a second." But in her mind, the words of the incarnation of light still echoed. "Once my existence is discovered by anyone else, your path to becoming king will be destroyed by the game. Remember, join the Temple of Light. Your choice affects the very survival of Blue Star." She suddenly remembered and said quickly, "Oh, right, the system just said we can join the player faction." Van Koy slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt in the middle of the road. He turned to her, his voice serious. "Lohan, do you want to join the player faction?" She immediately shot back, her voice filled with outrage. "How could I? They destroyed my home and killed my parents. I would rather die than surrender to the enemy." But in her mind, she recalled that mysterious figure. That woman didn't seem human. She was more like a god. Were her words true or false? She turned and asked Van Koy, "Have you thought about joining the player faction?" She thought to herself, "If it were you, what would you choose?" He was silent for a moment before answering bluntly, "No." Lohan tried to reason. "But if we switch to the player faction, we might be protected in this apocalyptic world. No one knows what we'll face next, or if we'll even survive among all these monsters." A faint smile touched Van Koy's lips. "Who knows? People always like to romanticize the path they've never taken." His voice echoed in the sunlit space. "Staying with the human faction is probably the worst choice. After all, in the eyes of the players, we're no different from monsters." Lohan stared at him, stunned. Van Koi's gaze was resolute as he looked straight ahead. But no matter what, once I've chosen to stand against the players, I won't regret it. I'll see it through to the very end. She couldn't believe it and asked again. Even if you know the enemy is unbeatable and the only outcome is a path to death? He glanced at her, his voice low. There have always been people in this world who will fight, even when they know it's impossible. Still dives in without hesitation. Isn't that right? Lu Xun bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. He continued, that's right. Someone always has to walk this path. Once you've chosen it, you shouldn't have any regrets. She frowned, thinking to herself, with Yunqi's strength, if I weren't holding him back, he would definitely shine much brighter in the human faction. As for her, if she had a chance to save Blue Star, no matter how difficult, she wanted to at least try. She murmured, Yunqi, I've decided to join the player faction. Yunqi sighed, his voice thoughtful. If there were another, more peaceful path, who would willingly choose such an unstable life? It's only natural for Lu Xun to make this choice. He stopped the car, got out, and reminded her to take enough water and dry rations. This vehicle has enough power to get you back to the farm, to wait for the players to appear. Lu Xun stared at him blankly, her eyes welling up. Yunqi handed her the helmet and gave a faint smile. All right, don't act like this is a final farewell. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Yunqi gently placed the helmet on Lu Xun's head, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Who knows, maybe one day I'll become the final boss of this world. And then it'll be your turn, a holy light mage leading a group of heroes to destroy me. Lu Xun suddenly lunged forward, hugging him tightly, which stunned him. Tears welled in her eyes. Even though I've chosen a different path, Yunqi, you have to remember this. I will never be your enemy. He smiled and patted her head, his tone teasing. You're almost 30 years old, still making promises like a little kid. Isn't that a bit childish? But he thought to himself, Lu Xun is a good person. She would never actively harm me. But people who walk different paths can't share the same goals. He urged her, you should go. The players will be logging in any minute now. He watched as her vehicle disappeared into the distance, murmuring, to think that in the end, you're the only one still by my side. The great black undead hound barked loudly in response. He looked up. Now, all that was left was to wait for the game to start. The notification panel displayed 0 hours, 39 minutes, and 27 seconds. Lu Xun was still speeding ahead in her vehicle. The countdown echoed continuously. 23 seconds, 19 seconds, 17 seconds, 12 seconds. Yunqi stared tensely at the screen. 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 2 seconds. The system announced, 0 hours. The apocalyptic game has officially begun. Players are entering. Yunqi's vehicle sped down the road. He activated autopilot and muttered, so many new rules, huh? No wonder Yanzu said it was hard to analyze the data before the game officially started. The system announced continuously, warm-up period has ended. All NPCs will be classified and ranked based on their current scores. He read carefully. NPCs in the top 1% of the score rankings will receive a leader grade suffix, their level adjusted to the average level of the top 10% of players, plus 2 additional levels. The top 5% will receive a rare grade suffix, with their level matching the average level of players outside the top 30%, plus 1 additional level. The remaining NPCs will receive elite grade, common grade, or novice village grade suffixes depending on their scores. Yunqi calculated to himself, my score should be high enough to get the leader grade suffix. I just don't know if there's a way to actively level up. The system continued. In the game, only players can gain experience and level up by killing monsters. NPCs do not have this function. He frowned. NPCs don't have experience points, so our levels are completely dependent on the suffix, only increasing when the player's overall levels increase. We're just tools, plain and simple. The screen updated after the ranking classification ended. Scores are automatically converted into doomsday currency at a 10-to-1 ratio. Yunqi let out a sigh of relief. Check personal attributes. Congratulations, you have received the leader grade NPC suffix. All attributes increased by 25%. Level adjusted to the average of the top 10% of players, plus 2 levels. The information appeared. Yunqi, leader grade NPC. Title, Peerless. Class, Death Knight, level 12. Strength, 52. Agility, 67. Spirit, 54. Constitution, 54. Personal talent, Child of the Plane. The 10 times score accumulation effect has been removed. No specific value assigned yet. Specialization, Deathblight, level 1. Unique skill, Undead Revival. He grumbled in frustration. The highest suffix is leader grade. but the players just entering the game are all level 1 noobs. I'm already a level 12 boss. Wouldn't taking them down be as easy as flipping my hand? The screen continued. World map has been opened. The first wave includes 35,600 novice village maps. Players must reach level 10 before they can leave the village. All NPCs and monsters, not at the novice village tier, will be forcibly de-leveled if they enter a village. He mused. It's a shame, the players are still stuck in the novice villages. Suddenly, a new notification rang out. The Prime Energy system has been activated. All classes can now unleash supernatural skills by controlling Prime Energy. Yunqi was confused. Prime Energy. Is that a new type of energy in the game? The screen displayed another update. Customizable Prime Energy armor has been activated. All players and NPCs can now summon their own set of battle armor. He frowned and muttered. Prime Energy armor? It seems this game is getting more and more complicated. He tapped on the control panel to check the detailed information, thinking to himself, I need to understand this clearly. Otherwise, even as a leader grade, it'll be tough to survive in this world. Yunqi calmly analyzed the new rules in a low voice. The defense and durability of the armor are proportional to one's personal constitution, but when unequipped, physical strength is reduced to only all creations that do not use Prime Energy will be. From nerfing ranged weapons to combat machinery, he frowned. This rule clearly weakened existing resources, forcing the humans of Blue Star to rely on primal energy. The players definitely understand primal energy better than we do. They will quickly gain the upper hand. The screen flickered as messages flooded the world channel. Wang Titong, damn chief, this world is insane. The human alliance is totally screwed. Lu Shen, I saw it too. I guess we can only respect their personal choices. Lao Fu, respect my ass. This is a betrayal of all of Blue Star's humanity. I'm the first to publicly oppose this. Van Koy furrowed his brow and muttered. Why are there so many messages all of a sudden? Who betrayed Blue Star? He continued to read intently. A player wrote, that's right. While we common people are fighting back, a leader of Blue Star, the second in command of the Alliance, Vu Van Tuan, has chosen to side with the players. Another person said, the Alliance Council must provide a clear explanation. Van Koy was stunned and exclaimed, what? Those two big shots are really fighting in Zhongdu? He repeatedly tapped the screen, his mind in turmoil. Vu Van Tuan's actions would surely throw Zhongdu into even greater chaos. Instead of paying attention to the arguments on the World Channel, it's better to check the update details and see what cards I still have to play. A new notification appeared on the screen. Congratulations to the anonymous NPC at the top of the leaderboard for obtaining the unique title, Peerless Grade 1. The owner of this title receives a 25% boost to all stats, unlocks all regular interactions with NPCs, and gains access to the Divine Armament Treasury. Every 2 days, you can issue one Peerless Grade quest. Players who complete the quest will receive an additional 25% experience and Doomsday currency. Note, every 10 levels, the title advances 1 grade, adding another 25% to stats. The highest grade is 9. Van Koy smirked with a smug smile. This was the only title of its kind in the entire game. With it, even if he was at the same leader level as others, he would still be superior, thanks to the additional 25% in stats. He looked at his hand. His class, Dragon's Vigor, Nether Knight, was already strong in the 3 main attributes. Every time I level up, my stat board will see an insane increase. No wonder everyone wants to be the top dog on the leaderboard. The feeling of possessing overwhelming power is just too good. But he suddenly wondered, what is this Divine Armament Treasury? Suddenly, the vehicle lurched to a halt. The system announced that the auto-drive mode had detected an obstacle. Van Koy stared blankly at the scene before him. A group of people was blocking the road, led by a guy holding a club who pointed it straight at him. Hey kid, get out of the car. Van Koy stepped out, silently observing them. They're wearing custom primal energy battle armor. Looks pretty cool, he thought to himself. It'd be a waste not to use the system benefits. The system announced, the armor's form will be locked upon its first creation. Constructing model, complete. A form-fitting suit of armor, gleaming with a metallic luster, was now equipped on his body. He tensed up, looking at the group in front of him. The thugs sneered. Wearing such heavy armor, this kid probably can't even run. Boss, is he really crazy? Who cares? We'll just take the car and throw this guy to the zombies. Van Koy spoke calmly, blocking the road to rob and even kill people. Aren't you afraid of being punished? The man in the helmet laughed sinisterly, dragging his club on the ground. Punished? You're such an idiot. Even the second in command of the Alliance ran away. Who's going to punish us? He swung the club towards him. Nowadays, whoever has the bigger fist gets to do the talking. The man with the club laughed gleefully, his voice full of arrogance. The weak are destined to be trampled under the feet of the strong. But the moment he finished speaking, a powerful punch from Van Koy landed squarely on him, sending him flying backward and crashing hard onto the ground. His underlings screamed in panic. "Boss, you little brat, you dare to fight back?" Van Koy glanced at them with contempt, his voice cold. "Weren't you the ones who said it? The weak are devoured, the strong reign supreme. And the strong are the ones who carry out the punishment." The system announced. Eliminated a level 8 regular unit. Received 1 Divine Armament Treasury Technology Point. Van Koy frowned, thinking, what are these technology points used for? He read the screen intently. Divine Armament Treasury, an exclusive treasury for the holder of the Peerless Grade 1 title. Weapon Durability Talent Tree. Can be upgraded to Purple Grade, allowing for nano-level resizing. Unlock requirement. 1 out of 30 technology points. He analyzed the situation. Compared to the stat boosts or the authority over NPCs, the Divine Armament Treasury is the biggest benefit of the Peerless title, but it requires technology points to unlock. He thought to himself, my Son of the Plane talent is so powerful, I might as well use it to boost my tech point gain first. He activated the skill. The system announced, adjustment successful. Technology points from the Divine Armament Treasury have been increased tenfold. The underlings roared and charged forward. Get him, avenge the boss. Van Koy gave a faint smile. Free technology points? It'd be a waste not to take them. Da He let out a loud roar, lunging into the crowd, tearing and biting, sending them into a panic. A blonde-haired guy exclaimed in shock. Damn it, it bit right through my battle armor. It's just a dog. How is it so strong? Van Koy smirked in praise. Good job, Da He. He calculated internally. My resurrected undead share the same level as their master, plus an additional 5% to all stats. Da He is a level 12 elite warhound. If I let him loose in the wilderness, he'd be strong enough to dominate an entire region. Another guy, terrified, tried to run away. Van Koy placed his sword against the man's neck, his voice chillingly cold. Why the hurry to leave? Stay and play for a while, won't you? The man's scream echoed across the sky. The system announced that destroying 3 regular level 7 units rewards 30 tech points, 10 times the Divine Weapon Treasury. Yunqi laughed excitedly. Not a bad haul. I'm almost there, just a bit more to unlock the treasury. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. For an NPC, you're pretty strong. Startled, Yunqi spun around to see a white-haired girl sitting casually on his car with a mischievous smile. He was on guard. Who are you? He thought to himself that she had appeared so quietly that neither he nor Da He had noticed. The girl jumped down and waved. Don't worry, I'm Jiang Xiao Duo, 19 years old, a player. She smiled. You're Yunqi, right? She held out a strange object. Someone from the player faction gave me a quest to bring this to you. But just then, Jiang Xiao Duo suddenly attacked, a flash of light appearing right in front of him. Yunqi was shocked. Guessing the light was a player's skill, he immediately swung his sword and charged. Jiang Xiao Duo froze for a moment, using 2 blades to block his attack. What the hell are you doing? Attacking someone out of nowhere? Are all NPCs this violent nowadays? Da He roared and lunged forward, but she decisively kicked him away. The beast whimpered in pain. Yunqi tensed up, his eyes turning cold and sharp. She's so fast. I'm already level 12 and I've put all my points into agility, for a total of 67 points, but I still can't keep up with her. He tightened his grip on his sword, ready for battle. He thought to himself, this player is no pushover. I have to be careful. Yunqi narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Jiang Xiao Duo. She still managed to block me and even dodged Da He. It looks like I have to get serious. Jiang Xiao Duo approached him. She cried out in alarm. Wait, wait. If we're going to fight, you should at least give a reason first. Why did you just attack me like that? He looked at her, his voice full of suspicion. Weren't you the one who attacked first? Your whole body was glowing just now. You were clearly planning to ambush me with a skill. Jiang Xiao Duo retorted, bewildered. Ambush you? What are you talking about? Are you paranoid? That light was from me completing a quest. I was just getting experience points, she shouted angrily. Someone from the player faction gave me a ton of supplies to bring to you. If I was going to ambush you, why would I bother bringing all this stuff? Yunqi glanced at the crate she was carrying, giving it a quick look. It was indeed full of medicine and food. He thought to himself, a quest from the player faction knew his exact location. Could it be Lu Xin? It seems she's doing okay. At least I don't have to worry about her safety anymore. He turned and asked her, what's this about a quest being issued? Jiang Xiao Duo looked surprised. You don't know? It's a special skill for you NPCs. The higher an NPC's rank, the more experience the quests they issue give. She winked excitedly. The person who sent me with the supplies also gave a second quest, requiring yours truly to escort you safely to the next city. The reward is a whole 20 apocalypse coins, so I'll definitely protect you well. Yun-Chi decisively turned his back on her. That won't be necessary. Da-hey, let's go. Jiang Xiaoduo was stunned. You're not taking me with you? But I'm really strong. I can take down a small monster with a single blow, he replied coldly. Sorry, I'm an NPC, and I have no interest in traveling with a player. He started the car and sped off, leaving Jiang Xiaoduo shouting behind him, Hey, if you don't take me with you, how am I supposed to do my quest? Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw she was still following him. He thought, this girl really is strong, just as you'd expect from a player. To her, I'm just a high-level mob, keeping such a dangerous person by my side. Who knows when she might stab me in the back? Besides, with her around, I can't explore the Divine Weapon Treasury in peace. A screen popped up. The first tier of the Divine Weapon talent tree can be unlocked. Do you wish to unlock it? He immediately pressed yes. He had enough tech points to see what this treasury had to offer. The system announced, Talent Tree activated. 30 tech points consumed. All weapons durability increased to triple S rank and can be resized at a nano level. The sword beside him suddenly glowed brilliantly. He picked it up excitedly. Awesome. With the highest level of durability, I don't have to worry about it breaking anymore. But that was way too flashy. Luckily, Jiang Xiaoduo didn't see it. He glanced back into the rearview mirror, startled. Jiang Xiaoduo was still chasing him on a rickety old bicycle, yelling at the top of her lungs. For the apocalypse coins, yours truly is sticking with you to the end today. Yun-Chi. Don't even think about escaping. He couldn't believe she was keeping up on just a bicycle. Exasperated, he looked away. I'll just have to pretend she doesn't exist. She was still yelling from behind. Hey, Yun-Chi, are you even listening to me? Suddenly, the system pinned a notification. Li Ting is live streaming the arrival of players in Novice Village. Currently has 13,579,000 views. Click the link to enter the live stream. Yun-Chi frowned. What kind of live stream is this? How does it have so many views? He clicked the link, and a chaotic scene appeared. People were running and screaming in all directions. A man screamed, Run! They're here! A cold sweat broke out on Yun-Chi's brow, his eyes glued to the live stream. He guessed to himself, they must be those brutal players. The scene was chaotic. An explosion from a building shook everything, sending up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. A group of players carrying weapons were chasing down the weaker people who were trying to flee. A desperate scream rang out. Run! A man was cornered in a dead-end alley, raising his hands to plead with the leader. I really can't run anymore. I'm begging you. Please don't kill me. But the leader's eyes were cold and merciless. He swung his blade straight into the man's chest. Begging? My ass. You monsters were born to offer your heads to me. The victim screamed in pain. Ah! Just before collapsing, a man with a buzz cut suddenly took advantage of the opening and stabbed the leader from behind. He gritted his teeth and roared, Go to hell! The leader didn't have time to react, screaming, before falling, his body dissolving into a stream of data. The man with the buzz cut let out a sigh of relief, both startled and overjoyed. I did it. I killed that demon. But just then, a beam of light shot through his chest, sending blood splattering. He dropped his sword in shock. A cool-looking girl, holding a gun, smiled smugly. When we die, we just revive at the respawn point and lose a little experience. Not like you and your single-use consumable items. She put her hands on her hips and glanced at her chaotic comrades. Hey, you big shots. Are you guys even trying? You've been killing for half a day and haven't even gotten as many heads as I have. Another girl retorted with a sneer. Who told you to be a marksman? Your agility is so high, you're faster than all of us. The guy running in front shouted, Next time, I won't go easy on you. The brutal players continued their massacre, screaming kill as they fought. A victim, struck in the head, sobbed, We just want to live. But these demons treat killing like a game. A woman hugged her child tightly, sobbing in front of the screen. Where are the enforcers? Where's the army? Who will save us? She sobbed as she condemned them. We just want to live. Why are these demons treating us so cruelly? Yun-Chi gritted his teeth, his heart aching as he witnessed the scene. In the live stream, the girl's voice, full of despair, rang out. Is there any justice left? Is there any humanity? We are human beings, not NPCs. I just want my old life back. Suddenly, a brutal voice spoke up. Hey, we missed a couple of rats over here. The girl screamed in pain. Ah, help me. The leader, now respawned, appeared on the screen. He grabbed the girl by her hair, looked up at the world channel, and said arrogantly, "What's this? You monsters have your own world channel?" The girl hugged the child tightly, sobbing. He smirked, his eyes sharp and cruel. "Listen up. The name's Huang Tianhao, leader of the Sunset Squad, currently in Novice Village number 2689. He threw the girl aside and declared, "Any of you monsters watching this video, remember this face." Then he swung his blade hard at the girl's head, laughing loudly. "If you see me, you'd better tuck your tail and run." The girl, her head bleeding, ignored the pain and crawled toward the screaming child. "Wah!" she screamed. "I'm begging you, spare my child. Please, spare him." But she was too slow, unable to reach him. The leader walked over, his eyes as malicious as a demon in human form. He swung his blade straight at the child, without a hint of mercy. The child screamed in agony. "Wah!" Before collapsing into a pool of blood, the mother, tears streaming down her face, watched helplessly as her child lay in a pool of blood, sobbing uncontrollably. "Ooh," the system coldly announced. "Due to the broadcaster's permanent death, the live stream will be interrupted in 10 seconds. The leader, Huang Tianhao, showed no remorse and laughed sinisterly. Oh, what a shame. The scene remained chaotic, with the brutal players hunting down and killing innocent people. The screams were endless. "Kill them! Don't spare a single monster! Spare us! Ah, leave the kid to me. I love watching them cry. Heh. This monster has a pretty good body. You've got some weird tastes. You must be desperate. Let's just kill her to level up first." On another road, 2 vehicles drove side by side. Jiang Xiao Duo, panting on her motorcycle, turned to Yun Qi. "Hey kid, you stopped all of a sudden. Having regrets now, are you? You want this lady to protect you now, right?" Yun Qi's face darkened, but he didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the livestream. Xiao Duo heard the screams from it, and wondered, are those people the Sunset Squad? Are they really playing this sick killing game? She frowned, her voice filled with doubt. "But this has nothing to do with me." Suddenly, she felt a murderous aura emanating from Yun Qi. His eyes were ice cold, filled with extreme fury. Xiao Duo was shocked. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Guessing his intentions, she quickly advised, "I suggest you don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. The Sunset Squad is extremely aggressive, especially Huang Tianhao. He relies on his father's influence and does whatever he wants without fear of anyone. You're just an NPC, and you haven't even unlocked the world map. How are you going to find them, let alone fight against those players?" Yun Qi's expression didn't change as he said in a low voice, "Hey, I need you to do me a small favor." Xiao Duo crossed her arms and refused. "Are you kidding me? I'm a player. How can I help an NPC? This lady doesn't play the hero. I only do quests." But just then, a system notification appeared. NPC Yun Qi has sent a legendary grade quest request. Share the world map. Reward: 100% of current level experience, and current level multiplied by 100 doomsday coins. Accept? Xiao Duo was stunned and blurted out, "A legendary grade quest," she thought to herself excitedly. "A large-scale quest meant for level 90 and above, and it's just for sharing the map? Only a fool would pass this up." She nodded. "Accept. Of course I'll accept." She opened the map to find the location of Novice Village, number 2689. The system announced, "Congratulations, player, for completing the legendary grade quest. Level increased to level 11. Received 1,100 doomsday coins. Currency: favorability with NPC Van Koi increased by 100. Current relationship: cold." Tudoa felt her body grow stronger, her heart filled with joy. Leveling up even earned her 1,100 apocalypse currency. The quests in the Novice Village only gave a few points, not even a fraction of this. She rubbed her chin, looking at Van Koi and scheming. She had to stick close to this rich guy and squeeze a few more quests out of him. Van Koi shifted gears and turned the steering wheel, his voice cold. "Thanks for your help. I've found the place I want to go." He glanced at her. "From now on, you don't need to follow me anymore." Tudoa was stunned. "What? You're not taking me with you?" Kwang Tudoa stared at the map, muttering, "Use me, and then toss me aside." "Are you some kind of scumbag?" She sighed. Did he have to be in such a rush? It wasn't like they could reach the central capital in a day or two. While tracking Van Koi's route, she also kept an eye on the red dot on the map of Novice Village 2689. Suddenly, she became suspicious. Wasn't the next Novice Village on this route the one where Hoang Tianhao and the Twilight Squad were running rampant? A cold sweat broke out on her back. She was horrified. It can't, but recalling Van Koi's sharp, cold gaze, she confirmed to herself that he really intended to face the Twilight Squad head-on. The scene changes. After a 4-hour drive, Van Koy stopped in front of Novice Village, 2689. The ground was cracked and barren, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. He got out of the car, with Dahi trailing lazily behind him. With an air of arrogance, he muttered, "Finally here. I wonder if Hoang Thien Hao is still here, or if he's already left the Novice Village." Suddenly, he saw Kwang Todoa riding up on a bicycle, stopping right in front of him. Van Koy looked annoyed. "Kwang Todoa, why are you following me?" The girl raised a hand and winked, striking a righteous pose. "Do you even have to ask?" "Obviously. To stop you from doing something stupid." She stored her bicycle in her inventory space and walked closer, her tone serious. "You might be strong, but inside a Novice Village, both NPCs and players have their levels suppressed. Even Dahe is no exception. If you don't believe me, check your status window." The status window appeared. Van Koy, Boss Level NPC. Title, Peerless. Class, Nether Knight. Level 9. Reduced from 12. Strength, 39. Agility, 50. Spirit, 40. Constitution, 40. Compatibility, 10%. Personal talent, Child of the Plane. 10 times point accumulation effect, deactivated. Divine Armament Treasury Tech, points times 10. Specialization, Death and Decay Level 1. Skill, Undead Resurrection. Van Koy frowned, thinking to himself that she was right. In here, his level and stats were significantly reduced. He glanced over at Dahi and saw its status window had also appeared. Undead Hound, Level 9, reduced from 12. The beast panted with its tongue out, looking no different from a normal pet dog. Tudoa, still worried, turned to Dahe. "You're weaker now, so stay here and guard our things. We'll be right back when we're done." Dahi looked confused, but obediently watched Van Koy walk away. Seeing that he was still determined to find Hoang Thien Hao, Tudoa yelled angrily, "Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Going now is a suicide mission." But the system suddenly displayed a notification. "NPC Van Koy has sent you a boss-level quest request. Protect the undead hound, Dahi. Reward, 75% of your current level's EXP, and your current level times 75 in Apocalypse currency. Accept?" Tudoa was stunned by the quest. She hesitated, complaining, "Using a quest to tie me down? How shameless." But her eyes sparkled with greed. It would be a waste not to accept a boss-level quest with such a great reward. She yelled after Van Koy, "I really don't get you. Even if you manage to kill the Twilight Squad, what do you gain? They'll just resurrect a few times. But if an NPC like you is careless, you'll die for real. What's the point of doing this?" Van Koy stopped walking, his gaze sharp and cold. "The point? People like Hoang Thien Hao treat killing as a game, slaughtering their own kind without a second thought. If no one stands up to stop them, Blue Star will become nothing but a living hell." He tightened his grip on his sword, his voice low. "I don't care how many times they resurrect. As long as I'm still standing, I will make them pay." Van Koy paused, his gaze resolute as he answered Tudoa in a low voice. "There are things that players like you will never understand." Behind him, cold corpses littered the ground, their blood staining the earth red. He gazed into the distance at the ruined buildings, his heart heavy. If it weren't for the piles of bodies and the overwhelming stench of blood, one might think the apocalypse had never happened. He muttered, "Just a few hours ago, those people were slaughtering everyone here." He frowned, seething with internal rage. How many players were in that video? Where are they all now? Am I too late? Suddenly, his pupils contracted, a glint in his eyes. Found them. The scene shifts. Ahead, 3 vicious thugs were torturing someone at their feet. Seeing Van Koy's silhouette, they turned their attention to him. The one with his hair in a top knot grinned. "Oh? Didn't expect to run into a level 9 boss monster. This aura, this gear, a whole different league from those cowards who only know how to run." The short-haired girl nearby looked at Van Koy, her eyes sparkling. "He's actually pretty handsome. I never thought a Novice Village would have such a hot NPC knight." Van Koy walked forward indifferently, his voice icy. "Hey, I'm looking for Hoang Thien Hao. Do any of you know where he is?" The thugs burst out laughing with contempt. The guy with the top knot looked surprised. "Is this NPC stupid? Talking to us of his own free will?" The bald one smirked. "And he's asking for Brother Hao." They started chatting excitedly. "Boss, didn't Brother Hao just show his face on the World Monster channel? This NPC just came to serve his head on a platter. We don't even need Brother Hao. We're more than enough to take care of you." The short-haired girl sighed with her hands in her pockets. "What a shame, boss. You guys are all level 8, and I'm the only one still at level 7. The bald man let out a loud laugh. A system notification appeared. Charge skill activated. Movement speed increased by 200%. Next attack gains 20% more power, he said confidently. All right then, I'll take the final blow on this boss monster. He rushed forward, raising his hand to activate the Bloodlust skill. Power burst plus 45 points. Jiang Yunqi seemed doomed, but he suddenly leaped up, causing the bald man's punch to slam straight into the ground. Dust flew everywhere, the impact as powerful as a grenade. Yunqi looked down, silently assessing that the man's power burst was even greater than his own. If he had blocked it head-on, his armor might have shattered. The bald man was stunned, gritting his teeth in frustration at being dodged. Before he could react, Yunqi landed a powerful kick to his face with terrifying force. The bald man spat blood as his head slammed into the wall, and he let out a roar. Yunqi stepped back, preparing his next move, his voice cold. Unlike you, I poured all my points into agility. The man with the top knot saw his boss was in danger and quickly raised his shield to block. But in that very instant, Yunqi's sword flashed. It pierced through the shield, through the armor, and straight into his chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the man with the top knot cried out in pain. The man with the top knot, blood still streaming from his wound, exclaimed in horror, "Damn it, what kind of divine sword is that? Luckily, my armor absorbed some of the damage. Otherwise, I'd be dead." "Trapped," he yelled at the short-haired girl. "What are you waiting for? Take him out. Do you want me to die so you can take over as the boss?" Just then, a flash of light appeared behind Yunqi as a volley of bullets shot towards him. He frowned, tilting his head to dodge, his eyes flaring with anger. A system warning appeared. "You have sustained a heavy blow. Battle armor durability has decreased by 5%. He turned to see the short-haired girl pointing her gun at his face, her expression grim. "What a real shame. An NPC like you is actually quite handsome. I was thinking of keeping you around to play with for a bit." Yunqi remained unfazed, his gaze as sharp as ice. He swung his sword like lightning, sending the man with the top knot to meet his ancestors, much to the bald man's horror. He sneered, "You want to keep me here? With just you lot? You're not nearly qualified." The bald man was stunned, watching his boss dissolve into data. He stammered, "B-boss." System notifications followed. Player successfully eliminated. 30 tech points awarded. Divine weapon treasure multiplied by 10. First player kill completed. Class skill acquired. Death's Grasp. Death's Grasp. Level 1. Condenses elemental energy to inflict massive damage on a single enemy target or double the healing effect on undead minions. Condition to unlock the next skill. Eliminate 100 players. Yunqi frowned, shocked. So, the key to unlocking skills is killing other players. No wonder I didn't get any new skills from level 1 to level 12. He raised his hand, his eyes cold. "Perfect. Let's test the power of this new skill," he whispered, Death's Grasp. A ghostly face appeared and shot straight towards the short-haired girl. Boom! She exploded, her body writhing as it dissolved into data. Sparks of electricity crackled across Yunqi's upper body. The bald man was stunned, sweat pouring down his face. A one-hit kill. Yunqi placed his sword against the man's neck, his voice as cold as ice. "Where is Huang Tianhao?" The bald man collapsed to his knees. He stammered, I'll talk, young Master Huang." "No. Huang Tianhao is probably in the building at coordinates 263846. He just sent a message calling for the Twilight Squad for backup." Yunqi gritted his teeth, his killing intent flaring. "Give me your map and radar. Or die," he thought to himself. The world map and positioning radar are player privileges. Even if I know the coordinates, I can't pinpoint the exact location. The bald man trembled. "I'll share it right now." The system screen appeared, initiating map radar sharing. Sharing time remaining, 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Yunqi looked at the radar screen, muttering, "The share only lasts for 10 minutes. I'll have to ask Yanzu if there's a way around this." Suddenly, he heard a strange beeping sound. Turning around, he saw the bald man's head begin to pixelate. His face gradually faded away. A jade-green light flashed in Yunqi's eyes. He said coldly, "Huang Tianhao, wash your neck and wait for your master." He glanced into the dark night, thinking to himself, a high-rise building in the city district. These so-called noble players are about to get a real taste of the fear of death. The scene changes to a dark corner, where 3 shadowy figures appear under a golden seal. The man with the blonde-tipped hair gritted his teeth. That sword strike hurt like hell. When is this stupid game going to get rid of the pain sensors? The bald man frantically explained, "Boss, that boss was too strong. The 3 of us couldn't beat him. He's looking for young Master Huang. Maybe we should sell this info to young Master Huang for a small profit." The blonde man sneered. "Is that all the ambition you have? Don't you want to level up? I've got my eyes on that sword he's carrying. He looked up and roared. That was just a sneak attack. We're going to find him. I refuse to believe the three of us can't get that first kill. The bald man quickly agreed. Yes, boss. You are wise. But the remaining man was covered in a cold sweat, stammering, wait. Something's not right. He looked at his screen and cried out, why did I de-level? His status screen showed level 8, but his gun was level 7. The blonde man and the bald man were horrified. The bald man yelled, the rules say you only lose experience when you die. How did we drop a level? He panicked. And what the hell is this? Death mark. A system notification appeared. Death mark active for 10 minutes. All attributes reduced by 10%. The blonde man roared, this is just a starter zone. How can something like this even exist? A boss model that makes you lose levels? The other person replied, how is anyone supposed to have fun playing this game? The girl with them complained. And here I thought he was handsome, but he shows no mercy at all. The silver-haired guy gritted his teeth. All that gear I grinded so hard for. He shattered it in one hit. The blonde-haired guy clenched his fist. I lost a level. It took me forever to get to level 8. I have to get him back for this. The other guy tried to stop him. Don't be reckless. This boss is no joke. He even asked me for young Master Huang's location. He raised his hand and yelled, he's targeting young Master Huang. Hurry and inform him. The silver-haired guy got excited. That's it. Young Master Huang will teach him a lesson. Scene change. Yunqi tapped the screen, mumbling. Coordinates 263.846. This is the place. But Huang Tianhao wasn't here. He frowned. He must have been busy dealing with those other players. I'm one step too late. In the distance, 3 dark figures rushed forward, shouting, he's up ahead! Young Master Huang will avenge us! Yunqi, sword in hand, leaped down lightly and vanished into the shadows. He stood amidst the chaotic crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over the panicking, scattering players. A shout rang out. Where is young Master Huang? There's no one here. Looks like young Master Huang changed coordinates, who knows where. He went hunting in that direction. He tightened his grip on his sword. He thought to himself, these players are no different from the humans on Blue Star. It's hard to imagine they're an invading race from another planet. He lowered his gaze, deep in thought. What kind of technology could crush Blue Star's civilization and yet make these people die and respawn like in a game? As far as I know, no technology can do that. Unless this world isn't real. But he shook his head. Real or fake, what does it matter? The important thing now is to make these players pay the price. Huang Tianhao is addicted to killing, so his coordinates are constantly changing. Suddenly, countless golden rays of light flashed in the distance. Yunqi paused. The scene changed before him. The leader of the Sunset Squad laughed sinisterly. That felt great. I farmed a ton of experience today. Other players ran up in a panic. Young Master Huang, we finally found you. A monster invaded the newbie village, making players lose levels. And he's been looking for you this whole time. The leader was bewildered. Where is this monster? Someone else yelled. I don't know. But it's a terrifyingly strong level 9. It has a special move and can kill level 8 players in a single hit. That's right. That's how it killed me. Beneath the moonlight, Yunqi walked slowly and calmly. He murmured, found you. Before him was a crowd of about 50 players. His whole body glowed with a jade-green light. He looked at them, his voice cold. I don't like meddling in other people's affairs, but humanity has the right to live. Their hope should not be stolen by the likes of you. He touched the screen, pressing a button as the system asked, do you wish to start a live broadcast? The blue screen flooded with anonymous messages in the world channel. Our justice has not perished. Da Bing. Damn. Which hero is this brave? Daring to charge into newbie village 2689 alone. Li Tai Niu. So strong. If you make it back safe, boss, I'll call you my dad. Zhao Ergu. Strong my ass. How can he fight hundreds of players alone? Shenjin. That's right. We have no way to deal with these immortal invaders. Yunqi gently touched his face, his eyes filled with determination. To me, the scariest thing isn't the players. It's when humans hesitate for too long and lose the courage to stand up. He whispered, then let me, the son of the plain, stir things up for once and be the lone brave one. A message from Fang Qian appeared in the world channel. This is Fang Qian. Target squad, number 2. This is Fang Qian. Scene change. A man sat on a chair, his eyes blindfolded. A deep voice echoed. I believe that justice has not perished. If you are seeing this message, then as the Commander-in-Chief of humanity's Guardian Army, I solemnly beg you, no matter what happens, come back alive. He looked at the savage players before him, the corners of his lips curling into a ferocious smile. My opponents are immortals. Let's see just how immortal and indestructible you really are. A jade-green light flashed in his eyes as a sky-high killing intent erupted from him. The nearby players sneered contemptuously. It dares to come right to our doorstep. This monster has some real nerve. Huang Tianhao, standing in the middle of the crowd, started a live stream on the World Channel. His voice was arrogant. This is perfect. Everyone can watch me, Huang Tianhao, torture this boss. Yun Qi replied calmly. Who knows? The one who dies today might be you. Huang Tianhao was furious. What kind of joke is that? I'm a player. But Yun Qi didn't let him stay arrogant for long, charging forward at an astonishing speed. Huang Tianhao was stunned. How is this monster so fast? I heard you lose a level if it kills you. What if it's true? I don't want to grind all over again, he roared. Are you useless archers just going to stand there? Start shooting. But the arrows from the archers couldn't even touch Yun Qi. One of them screamed, Young Master Huang, he's too fast. We can't get a clean shot. Yun Qi advanced like a whirlwind, without the slightest hesitation. Huang Tianhao roared, You useless fools. Beastmasters, block him. Whoever succeeds gets a huge reward from me. The players summoned their strongest pets and yelled, Don't worry, young Master Huang, we'll take this monster down in minutes. The pets charged forward, barking and growling, but in the blink of an eye, Yun Qi swung his sword, and a jade-green light flashed. The pets dissolved into data within seconds. The remaining ones backed away in fear, along with the crowd. The players were stunned. What? He took care of the whole group with a single sword strike? Damn it. What are you still standing there for? Summon them back. Now, Huang Tianhao roared. This was a newbie village, so there weren't many strong beasts, mostly just large hounds, but they should have been enough to take down this boss. But the system announced, Your summoned beast has entered a weakened state due to death. You must wait 10 minutes to summon it again. He panicked. I can't summon them? Is this a bug? Van Koi's lips curled into a smirk. He thought to himself that the death mark didn't kill the summoned beasts outright, but it did weaken them. A quick fight is a good fight. He charged forward, his glowing blue sword sweeping across the battlefield. Player after player fell. No one survived a single strike from his blade. The system continuously announced, Player eliminated. Received 30 merit points. Divine weapon treasure, multiplied by 10. The group of players lost all hope, terrified. In less than a minute, he wiped out all of our summoned beasts. His speed is like the strongest assassin, but his power is no less than a warrior's. How can anyone stop a boss like this? Huang Tianhao gritted his teeth, his face burning with humiliation. If I get killed by this monster, I'll only lose a little experience, but my reputation will be ruined. I absolutely will not let it. He adjusted the formation of the Sunset Squad. Follow me. We're charging in to kill this boss. The female sharpshooter stepped forward confidently. Beyond 10 steps, a gun is the fastest. Within 10 steps, a gun is both fast and accurate. I refuse to believe you can dodge this at this range. She raised her gun, aimed straight at Van Koi, and her finger tightened on the trigger, but Van Koi's eyes were cold as his figure flashed like a ghost. Van Koi stood in the middle of the battlefield, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping over the panicking players. One player yelled, Damn it! How can so many sharpshooters not hit a single NPC? He's terrifyingly fast, another admitted, impressed. It feels like this boss is leading us by the nose. Is this the true power of a level 9 NPC? His movements, his speed, even his face, it's all so cool. Van Koi thought to himself, To dodge a bullet, you don't need absolute speed. You just need to be faster than the shooter's thoughts. These guys react even slower than Kwang Tudoa. Good thing I used a quest to keep her back at the car. If she had come along and joined the enemy, it would have been a huge pain. These small fries can't stop me. The players yelled, He's charging at us! Crap, I'm out of ammo. Another group drew their swords and rushed forward. I don't believe you can cut down all of us with just one sword. Brothers, charge. But Van Koi, with a cold look in his eyes, activated Death Entanglement. An eerie aura burst forth, binding his enemies, forcing even the burliest men to their knees, begging for mercy. One man cried out in terror, What the hell is this thing? He leaped down, stomped hard on one guy's head, and used the momentum to launch himself toward Huang Tianhao. The players yelled, He's after young Master Huang. Young Master Huang, watch out. Huang Tianhao, his face full of arrogance, raised his shield to block. Come at me, monster. This old man spent 3 million apocalypse coins on this shield. You can't break it even if you use all your strength. But Van Koi just gave a cold laugh. 3 million apocalypse coins? It's really worth the price. It'll feel great to cut through it. His sword flashed, slicing through the shield, through the armor, and straight into Hoang Tianhao's neck. His eyes widened as blood sprayed out, and his body dissolved into data. The system announced, player eliminated, received 50 merit points. Divine weapon treasure multiplied by 10. The player's jaws dropped. Young Master Hoang had been killed in front of so many people. Van Koi looked up at the chaotic world chat. Anonymous God, well done. Triu Ni Kao. Did he really kill a player? So awesome. Dat bang. This is the start of humanity's counterattack. Lao Fu counterkill, a counterkill. Then Kim. Don't celebrate too soon. There are still dozens of enemies over there, and players are immortal. Suddenly, 2 female assassins lunged at him like a whirlwind, their blades slicing through the air towards Van Koi. But another blade flashed, slashing across one assassin's neck. Blood spurted, and she fell, dissolving into data. Ugh. The remaining female assassin panicked. Before she could react, another blade was pressed against her face. Van Koi turned around, frowning. A sneak attack? You damn dog. He kicked her away, sending her body crashing hard to the ground. He thought to himself that these 2 assassins were fast, but someone else had been even faster, blocking the first attack. Who was it? The spirit hound suddenly barked. Woof. A girl gave a signal. Hey, little one, don't bark. Van Koi glanced behind him and recognized Kwang Tia Doa. She was staring at his back, her eyes sparkling, thinking, you thought a quest could lock me down? Good thing this young lady is smart enough to bring Dai Hack along. Van Koi, let's see what other surprises you have in store. The players started shouting, their eyes lighting up when they heard the news. Young Master Hoang just left the respawn point and is on his way. Whoever can stop this monster gets a reward of 1,000 apocalypse coins. Everyone got excited. Let's go all out. Let's team up. Don't let this boss escape. They swarmed forward, their spirits high, determined to hold down this mysterious boss for the apocalypse coins. Van Koi frowned, his heart sinking. There were too many enemies, and his equipment durability was limited. I have to end this in one go. The system chimed, warning him of 2 warriors on his left. One of them leaped high into the air for a downward strike, confidently yelling, 1,000 apocalypse coins are mine. But Van Koi swung his sword, and death entanglement erupted, sending the man flying. He was secretly amazed. He's predicting the enemy's movements through a live stream. Fuang Nguyen Soai, the strongest in the empire. His reputation is truly well-deserved. Fuang Nguyen Soai's voice echoed through the live stream. Anonymous, I'll help you identify priority targets through the stream. As humanity's last flame of hope against the players, you absolutely must not be extinguished so easily. Another stubborn fool, who wouldn't back down until he saw his own coffin, charged forward with his sword. But Yun Qi slashed at his leg, sending blood flying. The man screamed. Fang Yuanshui continued his commentary. The warrior on the right is falling back, preparing to attack. Dodge. Yun Qi leaped into the air, leaving the other guy speechless. What? He dodged that? Before he could even react, he took a kick to the face, spitting out blood. Fang Yuanshui clenched his fist, excited. Incredible. It took him less than 3 seconds to take down the target after my command. His reaction speed is on par with the most elite soldiers. The girl beside him scoffed coldly. His reflexes are fast, but he's weak. Fang Yuanshui shot back. Weak? He's soloing over a dozen players and you call him weak? She crossed her arms dismissively. Haven't you noticed? He's been fighting all this time and hasn't actually killed anyone. If he has time to show off, he should just end it. He gritted his teeth. No, he's not weak. He's unbelievably strong. In just a few minutes, he has completely adapted to this style of fighting. He's not finishing them off right away, to stop the players from respawning and reinforcing their strategy. He was already predicting and acting even before I gave the order. His learning ability is incredible. Back on the battlefield, the players were tightly bound by some sort of deathly tendrils, struggling and screaming. What is this stuff? We can't get out. Yun Qi shot them a death glare. You're finished. As soon as the words were out, Huang Tianhao appeared in a new set of brilliant golden armor, holding a shield and a sword. He grinned. Thank you all for buying me time. He laughed sinisterly. You damn monster. Your time is up. A female player shouted with joy. Young Master Huang has respawned. Huang Tianhao thought confidently to himself. This set of armor cost me a fortune in doomsday coins. I'm about to make this brat suffer a miserable death. The system displayed. Constitution plus 5%. Agility plus 3%. All attributes plus 5%. Strength plus 4%. He roared. Now you'll see the real difference between you and a player. Yun Qi's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes turning cold. Difference. The moment he finished speaking, the monster swung his gleaming sword and lunged at Yun Qi with terrifying speed. Yun-Chi didn't flinch in the slightest. His eyebrows knitted slightly, and the corner of his lip curled into a mocking smile. He simply stood his ground, casually raising his sword to effortlessly block the ferocious attack. Young Master Huang's eyes went wide with shock, his mouth agape as he stammered, "How? How is this possible? I even have stat-boosting gear. My attributes should be much higher than yours." Yun-Chi didn't reply. He just straightened his arm, unleashing a powerful blow that sent young Master Huang flying. "Ugh." Yun-Chi then said coldly, his tone dripping with sarcastic encouragement. "Don't be discouraged, young Master Huang. You really have gotten much stronger." Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Before his opponent could react, Yun-Chi lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight through young Master Huang's chest. He watched coldly, thinking to himself, the stronger you get, the more intense the feeling of defeat. Young Master Huang let out a horrific scream of agony. "Urgh!" Before his body completely vanished, he managed to growl out one last threat. "Don't you get arrogant. Next time I respawn, I'll buy even stronger equipment and bring more teammates. I refuse to believe we can't kill you." The other players, still trapped by the invisible threads, watched the scene unfold in utter confusion. One player stammered in fear, "Young Master Huang. Not even young Master Huang could defeat this boss?" The guy next to him snapped back arrogantly, "What nonsense is that? Young Master Huang has top-tier equipment. Once he figures out this brat's weakness, he'll definitely crush him next time." Another player, named Yang, quietly watched Yun-Chi's retreating figure and muttered his thoughts. "But this boss is just too powerful. He just defeated young Master Huang. We're definitely going to be next." Suddenly, Yun-Chi leaped forward and took off, leaving the group stunned. The girl in the group called after him, bewildered. "Wait, is the boss running away? He defeated so many people just to run off like that?" Another guy stared blankly and mumbled, "Don't tell me he came all the way to the novice village just to teach young Master Huang a lesson?" Suddenly, another guy chimed in confidently, "He's obviously scared. Young Master Huang just called for reinforcements and has top-tier gear. How could a wild monster like him dare to face that head-on?" The girl nodded in agreement but still felt uneasy. "What you're saying makes sense, but I have a bad feeling about this. Let me pull up young Master Huang's livestream." Meanwhile, in the team's private chat channel, Zhao Ergu urgently warned, "Hero, run now. Whatever you do, don't get surrounded." But Shenjin disagreed, typing out a scathing reply. "Damn it, why not kill a few more players when you had such a golden opportunity?" Da Bingbingyu retorted. "That guy above is as crazy as his name suggests. With that many enemies, he's lucky he could even get away." Wang Xitong nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he's done plenty. As long as there's life, there's hope." Meanwhile, Yun-Chi was racing along like the wind, his icy gaze locked onto a target up ahead. Elsewhere, the girl watching the livestream suddenly gasped in alarm, muttering to herself, "No, that's not right. Why is that boss's figure showing up on young Master Huang's livestream? Don't tell me. He's heading for the respawn circle?" Having just respawned, young Master Huang roared in fury. "Damn it, I dropped 2 levels again. Just wait till I get my men here. I'm going to capture that punk alive and grind every inch of his bones to dust." Of it. In the blink of an eye, Yun-Chi appeared, gripping his sword tightly and charging straight at Huang Shao. He delivered a sharp slash across his opponent's stomach. Blood splattered everywhere, causing Huang Shao to cough up blood and scream in agony. "Ugh." The girl watching from a distance gasped in astonishment. "What?" On the other side, Fang Yuanshui's face darkened in shock, and even the girl beside him looked utterly surprised. Yun-Chi stood tall on the brink of life and death, facing the battlefield alone. He raised his hand. Swirling energy, like a raging storm, erupted in his palm. With a deafening shout, he unleashed the power of a death god. The terrifying force slammed directly into Huang Shao, making him let out a blood-curdling scream. Before his body vanished from the game world, Huang Shao trembled and stammered. How did you know?" Yun-Chi replied coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "You players are just too flashy. It's hard not to notice this place." He stood proudly amidst the smoke and dust, when suddenly, Huang Shao reappeared from behind. A bright red warning flashed before his eyes. "Your level has decreased by 1. Current level, 5. Huang Shao panicked. His mind was a mess as he muttered, "What damn designer created this bug?" His mind was racing. "No way, this boss is too strong. I can't possibly win. I have to protect my remaining levels at all costs." Huang Shao hurriedly tried to force a logout, but a red warning flashed on his screen. "Logout command cannot be completed." His eyes widened in disbelief. "Can't log out? How is that possible?" Just then, Yun-Chi charged at him from behind. With lightning-fast speed, a perfectly precise blow sent Huang Xiao flying in an instant. Ugh. Yun Qi coldly glanced toward the respawn point. The moment he saw Huang Xiao reappear, he gripped his sword and charged like a whirlwind. A brilliant slash tore through the air. As he cut him down, Yun Qi asked mockingly, "Does it hurt?" The system immediately issued a warning. "Your level has decreased by 1. Current level, 4. Without stopping, Yun Qi landed another fatal blow. "Striking again?" he asked in a voice as cold as ice. "Humiliating, isn't it?" The system notifications kept coming. "Warning, your level has decreased by 1. Current level, 3. Warning, your level has decreased by 1. Current level, 2. Huang Xiao screamed in agony. "Ah! Have you ever felt the fear of facing death?" Yun Qi raised his sword high, his cold gaze seeming to pierce right through him. As the blade swung down, blood splattered everywhere. The screen was flooded with crimson, like a cruel sentence passed upon the defeated. The girl watched, completely stunned. Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao is actually being completely overwhelmed. Huang Tianhao collapsed in agony. Then the notification appeared. "Warning, your level has decreased by 1. Current level, 1. The onlookers grew even more excited and started cheering. He can actually make a player lose levels. Well done. I take back what I said earlier. This anonymous guy truly has courage, strategy, and is incredibly strong. It seems he wants to use this incident to warn all the other players, so they won't dare to carelessly slaughter the people on Blue Star anymore. It's just a shame he's limited by the game's rules. An NPC can never truly kill a player." He coldly approached Huang Tianhao. The player answered defiantly, "Killing me over and over. You must be satisfied now, you monster, right? If I die one more time, my level will drop to 0. Seeing that Yun Qi had no intention of stopping, veins bulged in his eyes. He screamed in anguish. "Players don't die for real anyway. At worst, I'll just go back to level 0 and start all over again. Just you wait until I grind my levels back up. I'll break all of your limbs and make you wish you were dead." Hearing this, Yun Qi didn't hesitate for a moment and sliced off the man's head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Player Huang Tianhao confirmed dead. Seeing this notification, everyone froze in shock. What? A surprised but delighted Jiang Xiaoduo said to Xiaohei, "Yun Qi, you've really given me a huge surprise." The onlookers' smiles vanished at this sight. Just like the humans of Blue Star when they died, Huang Tianhao didn't enter a respawn state. An NPC broke the game's rules and permanently killed a player? He stood tall over Huang Tianhao's corpse. The livestream had ended, prompting complaints from the viewers. Did Anonymous end the stream already? Please don't. Master, I'm still thirsty for blood. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. As the streamer has been permanently killed, the current broadcast has been interrupted. With the news officially confirmed, everyone started to panic. Huang Xiao is dead? Impossible. But we're players. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, making everyone freeze. And what if you're players? It's time you players learned your place. Yun Qi coldly advanced toward the other players. They panicked even more, screaming in terror. How did he get back so quickly? No, please, I don't want to die. Ah, his eyes were sharp and cold as he raised his sword. It's too late. Go and serve your young master Huang in the afterlife. With a single slash, a series of chaotic screams rang out. Spare me, I won't kill monsters anymore. Ah, a monster? A minute later, his sword was covered in blood. After completely dealing with them, he took off his armor. It took a lot of effort, but he finally dealt with these players. Then he looked towards the wall behind him and coldly called out, "Shouldn't you show yourself now?" Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoduo jumped out in surprise. "How did you know I was following you?" Then she immediately turned to glare at Dahei. "Did you snitch on me to your master?" But the little guy was wrongly accused and could only snort in response. He closed his eyes and said coldly, "Do I even need Dahei? You gave yourself away. You were the one who helped me block those 2 assassins from the start, weren't you?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoduo pouted. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered helping him. Hey, you're really strong, but you should still take this chance to run. Don't blame me for not warning you. Huang Tianhao's father, Huang Long, is nearby. He's not someone you want to mess with." He only replied coldly, "Why are you a player? Why did you want to help me? For players like you, isn't killing monsters the fastest and best way to gain experience?" Hearing that, she righteously confirmed, "Not all players kill monsters. This lady here is a professional quest doer. I just run errands, deliver messages, and bring things to people. As for dangerous things like killing monsters, I couldn't care less. But there are perverts like Huang Tianhao and his father, Huang Long. who just love to torture and kill them. That father and son duo has some serious money and power. As soon as they entered the game, they immediately established the Twilight Legion to protect them as they go around killing monsters. Since you killed Huang Tianhao, his father Huang Long will definitely not let you go. Suddenly, a notification popped up, startling her. The World Channel says that the people from the Twilight Legion have already entered Novice Village number 2689. Yunqi, run now. Any later, and it'll be too late. But he just coldly turned and walked past her. They're just in time. Saves me the trouble of looking for them. Seeing this, she was startled and ran after him. You're going to look for them? Are you insane? You just finished a fight, and your combat armor's durability has dropped so much. Do you really think you're invincible? He turned back to look at her with that same cold, sharp gaze. I'm not invincible. It's true. But as long as they dare to come, I'll dare to fight. I killed Huang Tianhao with a single sword strike, and I can kill Huang Long the same way. Hearing this, she was stunned. Not knowing how to respond, she suddenly dashed towards him, activating her Agile Lynx talent, 35%, with night vision ability, and only in a near-death, critically injured state does her constitution increase by 1000%. Then she kicked him, forcing him back in surprise. Faster than the first time we met? Could it be that this girl was just pretending to be naive before? She actually wants to kill me for experience. Then she suddenly took out a rope and giggled, making him freeze. He began to question the IQ of humanity. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, he was completely tied up by her. Mission accomplished. His face darkened, clearly annoyed. I was careless, and fell for her trick again. Suddenly, she flashed a very wicked smile. Stop struggling. From now on, you're going to be my good little prisoner. Watching her slowly approach, he couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is she planning to do? 3 minutes later, she had tied him to a vehicle. He was tied up with Dahe and on the move. She happily continued humming a song, which made him question the IQ of humanity even more. So, you went to all that trouble to capture me? Just to help me escape? But she answered very casually. Of course. Don't forget, my mission is to escort you safely to the next city. But inside, she couldn't help but be full of anticipation. Besides, the rewards from a peerless quest like this are worth 100 normal quests in terms of experience and currency. I need to hold on tight to this man. Once we leave the novice village, we'll be safe. But just then, from a distance, a bullet shot straight at their tire, causing the vehicle to skid a long way. She also screamed in panic. Aya, a flat tire? I don't think I hit anything. He immediately realized and warned her. No, this was deliberate. At that moment, Dahe also sensed something was wrong and let out a loud bark. Hearing Dahe's continuous barking, the two of them immediately turned around. It turned out to be Huang Long's group. Boss, we've caught up. The person at the very front, led by a man named Lin Zi, was laughing arrogantly. Crap, it's the Twilight Legion. How did they catch up so fast? This is a disaster. It's not just you. I'm going to be in trouble too. I wonder if begging for my life will work. He suddenly sighed and turned to her. So you're only scared now? What happened to all that bravado from before? Just watch me. He easily broke free from the ropes as he got out of the vehicle, surprising her even more. Huh? When did you untie yourself? The moment he stepped out, the entire group immediately rushed him. The monster who killed Huang Xiao is here. Everyone, charge forward and kill that little brat. Lindsay just laughed and charged straight in. Seeing the man's arrogance, he got even more excited and chuckled. Here's a little something for you. Then, he sliced his head clean off. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Instantly, the man began to disintegrate, only managing a few gurgles before vanishing completely into nothingness. He casually swung his sword and advanced. Can't you see all your comrades have been slowed down? At that, all the vehicles screeched to a halt, their occupants stunned. Lin Zi has the best defense on our team, and he couldn't even take a single hit from him. Isn't he a level 9 monster? That was back in the novice village, where his level was suppressed. Now that he's out of the novice village, this monster is level 12. What? He's actually a level 12 leader boss? Inside, Jiang Xiao Duo was completely astonished. Huh? How did he not only restore his level, but also return to his peak strength? He let out an arrogant laugh, filled with scorn. Thanks to the potion Jiang Xiao Duo gave me, my power was restored in an instant. However, the combat prowess of these members of the Twilight Legion was clearly a notch above the Twilight Squad. The entire group rushed out at once, wielding their weapons with expertise. Looks like dealing with them is going to take some effort. Suddenly, a voice boomed from their midst. You're the one who killed my son. His eyes sharpened as he focused on the man before him. A burly figure with green hair, a thick beard, and a red sigil on his forehead. I am Huang Long. I don't care what the hell you are. You dared to kill my son, and for that, I'll make sure you die without a grave. He savagely swung his axe and used a charge skill to rush straight at him, but he remained perfectly calm as he advanced. Impressive aura, and not much for words. If you were a villain in a show, you probably wouldn't last more than 2 episodes. Too bad for you. You ran into me. Right after that, he struck the man right in the groin, sending him flying 8 meters into a car. Everyone rushed over in a panic. Boss, are you all right? Hang in there, boss. Everyone, stay alert. There's a whole army of us. If we can just surround him, we'll wear this monster down eventually. He looked at them with a cold gaze, seeing right through their plan. You think you're surrounding me? In reality, I am the one who has surrounded you. The men all froze at his words, but before they could react, a blur of green energy shot into their ranks. What? Before one of them could even process what was happening, Dahe lunged and bit his neck, causing him to vanish completely. Dahe was also a level 12 beast. As composed as its master, it calmly charged toward them. The men spun around in terror and began attacking wildly. Holy crap, this dog is a level 12 elite monster. Stop it, or we're all done for. A barrage of attacks made its body tremble. But then Yunqi raised his hand and activated Contagious Death. A massive wave of power erupted, instantly obliterating everyone nearby. Even Dahe was healed effortlessly. That's because Contagious Death condenses energy to deal high magic damage linked to divine power. It can be used on a single target, or it can create a double healing effect for your undead minions. Now, the men were genuinely terrified. He had wiped out 7 of them in the blink of an eye. Unless you have a huge party of 100 people, there's no way to defeat this boss. The assistant quickly began reporting a backup plan. Boss, the respawn point isn't far. Dalin and the others who died are already on their way back. Startled, the boss shot up and warned, "Don't let them come back. Tianhao was killed by the guardian of the respawn point. If this monster finds out where it is, we're all finished." I've already sent a message in the group chat. Members of the Twilight Legion who are nearby are coming to support us immediately, but his cold, indifferent voice echoed once more. I'm afraid your reinforcements won't make it in time. The men finally noticed something was wrong. Why is it suddenly so cold in the middle of summer? And why is there frost forming on the ground? Inside the car, Jiang Xiao Duo realized this wasn't ordinary frost. Could this be a new skill from Yunqi? His eyes were like shards of ice, his breath a cold wind as he raised his sword. This was the power to obliterate players. Upon meeting the condition, the class skill Frost Nova has been acquired. It is currently at level 1. It condenses energy to inflict massive frost damage on the primary target and creates an ice explosion within a 2-meter radius, dealing 50% damage to surrounding targets and applying a freeze effect. Note: Frost Nova has no travel time, ignores obstacles, and has a 60-second cooldown. The requirement for the next skill is to eliminate 200 players. He couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe I met the unlock requirements for a new skill this quickly. I guess I have the great Huang Xiao to thank for that. After all, he died 8 times all by himself. His piercing gaze slowly softened back to its usual calmness. The men started to panic, trying to protect their leader. He's about to use his ultimate. Hurry and protect the boss. But he just said coldly, "Begone." He raised his hand, and a light appeared. Frozen Nova. His sword swung with a chilling arc. Jiang Xiao Duo froze, as if sensing some immense power. Meanwhile, the other team was still confused. Huh? Where's the monster's skill? Maybe it doesn't have enough energy to use its ultimate? But before they could figure it out, a trail of ice shot from behind, completely freezing Huang Long and suspending him in midair. A subordinate's voice trembled. "Be boss." Huang Long's mouth was wide open, trying to scream in agony. Then, suddenly, the ice shattered, ripping his body to pieces and simultaneously wounding his own men. They were completely annihilated. At this point, Jiang Xiao Duo was truly starting to feel afraid. What? He killed Huang Long and so many of his elite troops in a single move? That's just an insane level of power. He remained as cold as ever as he approached her in the car. Then, she suddenly realized something. His expression seemed off. He suddenly started walking coldly toward her, which made her start to panic. Hey, is this crazed killer planning to get rid of me too? Or does he have some other plan for me? Panicked, she began to back away. Don't come here. Take one more step and I'll attack. I won't let some NPC get the better of me. But he kept coming, his face cold and dark. She began to draw her sword, threatening him. You're forcing my hand. I'm serious. But before she could do anything, he collapsed peacefully, unconscious in her lap. She was completely stunned. This guy first slaughters a group of players, then annihilates the entire Sunset Legion, and now he's just sleeping like this? You've got to be kidding me. The next morning, they had traveled to a different area, the car still on autopilot. He slowly opened his eyes and was stunned to find himself sleeping on Jiang Xiaoduo's lap. He immediately jolted awake. Huh? What happened last night? He felt like he'd blacked out, remembering nothing after the battle. It seems the side effect of my new skill, Frozen Nova, puts too much strain on the body. Thankfully, its power is phenomenal. Not only is it an instant area of effect attack, but it can also apply a death mark to targets. I wonder if players with a death mark are killed by other NPCs, do they still lose levels? If this theory holds true, I can apply the mark to players over a wide area and have other NPCs assist in wiping out the humans on Blue Star. This might even be the chance to launch a final counterattack against the players. But just then, a flash of light appeared in the space beside him. It was Yanzu. Host Shuai Long has come to visit. Let's see how much stronger you've become. Oh? You've already unlocked 2 skills? That's impressive progress. He looked up at Yanzu in surprise, then chuckled. You were nowhere to be seen yesterday when I was facing those players. Decided to finally show your face? Don't tell me you were just hiding in a corner, waiting for the coast to be clear before you dared to come out. Having hit a nerve, Yanzu pouted defensively. How could that be? I'm not some coward who's afraid to die. The reason I didn't intervene yesterday was to save my strength for breaking the game's rules. Hearing that, he decided to press him. So, what rules have you broken so far? Tell me about it. Hitting a sore spot for a second time, Yanzu was left speechless. Well, since you insist on knowing, I suppose I can reluctantly tell you. But the little guy immediately changed the subject, looking over at Jiang Xiaoduo beside them. Oh, this girl. At that, he remembered and glanced at her, still sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, Yanzu's expression changed as he warned, Host, I have a feeling this girl is powerful. Extremely powerful. He asked doubtfully, You're talking about Jiang Xiaoduo? Her speed is quite fast, sure, but is she really so strong that the Titan system has to issue a warning about her? How come I can't see it? If I absolutely had to point something out. He stared at her for a moment, then made his assessment. She's very beautiful. But he immediately shook his head, realizing how absurd his thoughts were. What am I doing, thinking about such trivial things at a time like this? I'd be better off seeing what kind of hacks Yanzu can activate. He turned back to ask Yanzu again. Keep talking. What have you managed to break? Can you crack the game's world map? Hearing this, the little guy immediately protested. The map and radar are core, top secret functions for the players, so they're extremely hard to penetrate. However, my database contains the original, detailed, continental map of Blue Star. This serves as the foundation for the entire world map in the game. I can scan and analyze everything within a 1,000-meter radius of us. For any place we've already passed through, I can reconstruct a new map. Hearing this, he couldn't help but get excited. Okay, nothing else is important. Prioritize analyzing the locations of the respawn points in each region. Get as many as you can, with as much accuracy as possible. The little guy nodded quickly. Leave it to me. Oh, that's right. You have enough tech points in your vault to light up the tech tree to the next tier. Seeing this, he quickly checked the system again. Oh? The second tier of the Divine Armament talent tree is now available to be unlocked. Do you want to unlock it? He thought for a moment. Each time, it costs 1,000 tech points to unlock. Luckily, killing that player leader last night gave me enough to unlock everything in one go. I wonder what effects the second tier treasury will have. He immediately selected yes. This time, it cost 2,000 tech points, simultaneously unlocking the equipment workshop and the equipment warehouse. The equipment workshop automatically creates one piece of weapon or equipment every 7 days at your current level. The item's minimum quality is blue elite grade. The equipment's quality has a 10% chance of being upgraded to purple epic grade. There is a 0.1% chance of it being upgraded to orange legendary grade, and its level will match your current level. Equipment warehouse. This is an NPC's inherent equipment space. Current attribute is at leader grade, with a maximum capacity of 20 weapons and pieces of equipment. Upgrading its attributes will expand the capacity limit. If you die, 20% of the equipment stored inside will be dropped. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. Right now, the levels of players and NPCs are generally not high. If I could get an orange legendary piece of equipment, wouldn't I be able to dominate everything? But a 0.1% chance is just too low. I've got it. Yanzu, use the 10 times buff from the Child of the Plane to increase the equipment workshop's optimization rate by 10 times. Hearing this, the little guy quickly nodded. All right. And just like that, the adjustment was successful. The probability of getting purple equipment from the equipment workshop increased to 100%, and the probability of getting orange equipment increased to 1%. Seeing this, he grew even more excited. As long as I can continuously produce good equipment, not only can I enhance my own strength, but I can also sell it for money when needed, or even use it as a quest reward, creating special quests to hire players to risk their lives for me. Little Yanzu added, "Host, the equipment workshop has already crafted the first piece of equipment." Hearing this, he quickly checked. That fast? Holding the dagger in his hand, this was a legendary grade Shadow Strike, level 12, S-grade durability, A-grade sturdiness. Attributes: strength increased by 3%, agility by 6%, and constitution by 1%. Effect: when using skills of the assassin class and related hidden classes, consumption is reduced by 3%, and power is increased by 3%. Looking at the dagger before him, he grew even more excited. The very first item is a level 12 orange weapon. I've really struck it rich this time. Although he was quite impressed, he couldn't help but think that this weapon didn't really seem to suit him. On the contrary, it perfectly suited another person's class. He didn't notice that at this moment, Jiang Xiaoduo had already woken up. She stared at the dagger in his hand with excitement. Wow, isn't that the legendary orange weapon? That's the blade of my dreams. Let me just touch it for a second. But he immediately pulled it back. Touch what? Keep your hands to yourself. Seeing this, she started to pout and demand. Humph, Yun Qi. Old man Yun, give this dagger to me. Just consider it payment for me sleeping with you for a night. Hearing her deliberately misleading words, his brow furrowed slightly. What the hell? Seeing her act this way, he frantically backed away. Sleep with you? What are you talking about? Don't spout nonsense. She immediately put on a sulky face. Who's spouting nonsense? You held my waist and slept all night long. This NPC is quite handsome, you know. She started to play the victim. After you took such advantage of me, I'm only taking one orange dagger. That's me being merciful. But inwardly, she was growing more and more thrilled. Right now, the average player level was only around 10. If someone had a blue item, they could already dominate hundreds of people. Now there's a level 12 orange weapon right in front of me. How could I not be tempted? For an orange weapon, I'll risk it all. She started to move closer to sweet-talk him. They all say that teammates who have slept together become stronger. So, you have a responsibility, an obligation to help me get stronger. Right? I think this orange weapon suits me perfectly. But he just looked away coldly, paying more attention to the sky than the girl beside him. Why does it feel like the sky suddenly got dark? Seeing this, she reminded him irritably. Yun Qi, if you're going to ignore me, at least don't make up such a lame excuse. But this time, he was suddenly more serious as he warned her, it's not an excuse, look around. She replied annoyedly. Look at what? Everything is clearly normal. But as soon as she glanced around, she had to admit it. Huh, you're right. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed out as a monster charged towards them from a distance. It startled him, and he stood up, looking behind him. What is that thing? He raised his sword, withered dust, and sliced its body in two. Blood splattered everywhere, making Jiang Xiaoduo grumble. Ugh, so disgusting. I'm out of here. But from the right, another monster appeared, startling her so much that she sat down and shouted a warning. Watch your side. He turned, but was a bit too slow. Suddenly, Dahe lunged forward and bit into its neck, causing blood to splatter once again. A chunk of flesh was torn out as it let out a casual bark. Jiang Xiaoduo looked at the blood-covered Dahe with pity. Oh no, Dahe is hurt. Seeing this, Yun Qi, he reached out his hand and used Contagious Death, and Dahe's body quickly recovered. He frowned with worry as he went to pat the little guy's head. Just a brief encounter had left Dahe severely injured. It seemed these monsters were even stronger than the players from yesterday. But suddenly, she saw something and warned him. Van Koi, look over there. As soon as he looked, he saw a whole swarm of similar monsters charging at them like an army. The system also issued a warning. You have entered the dungeon with ID 00398, City of the Undead. Dungeon difficulty, Level 1. The monsters kept charging in as the two of them got up, ready to fight. Before we figure out what's going on, it's best to deal with them first. Otherwise, with all this commotion, more and more monsters will just keep coming after us. He swung his sword lightly as he jumped out of the car, charging in with Dahe. At the same time, the car stopped with a notification. Owner detected leaving the vehicle. Initiating emergency stop. Seeing this, she started to worry and yelled, Hey, don't be so stubborn. If you don't want to run, I do. But he didn't care and just charged forward to deal with the monsters. 10 minutes later, they were all taken care of. He stood calmly amidst the pile of monster corpses. All dealt with. These things were really tough to handle. Then he glanced up, turning back to look at her. Hey, aren't you a player? You run into monsters like this and don't even fight them. You don't seem like a player at all. Hearing that, she lowered her head and grumbled, Can't I value my own life? I hate the feeling of waking up at a respawn point. Hearing this, he retorted sarcastically, all right, my precious player. So what kind of monster is this? Anyway, he picked up a monster's corpse and threw it into the car for her to examine. She looked at it with disgust, pinching her nose. A level 11, strengthened executioner demon. It's almost like a zombie, but because of the dungeon's aura effect, its actual combat power isn't much weaker than your dog, especially its constitution. Oh my god, it's boosted by a straight 50%. As expected, dungeon monsters are way harder to kill than wild ones. It's a level 11 executioner demon. Strength, 32. Agility, 19. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 30. Hearing this, he also came over to look at the monster with a worried expression. The minions are already level 11, which means the dungeon boss must be a much higher level and way more dangerous. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. With that in mind, he turned to her. Do you have a map? Which way is the dungeon boss? Hearing this, she jumped out of the car, her voice still complaining. I have a map, but even players have to unlock it bit by bit. How could I possibly have high-level maps and information about a dungeon like this? Besides, you're an NPC. You can't clear a dungeon like a player can. Why are you even asking about this? Then she turned back to him with a teasing smile. What's wrong? Scared of running into the dungeon boss? How about this? You give me the orange weapon, and I'll protect you on your way out of here, okay? Then she started showing off with some flashy moves. Even though I don't usually fight, I'm actually really strong. Protecting you on your way out will definitely be no problem. Seeing this, he asked doubtfully, Really strong, huh? It's true this girl is very agile, but unfortunately, she just freezes up whenever there's danger, unable to use her full combat potential. A small smile played on his lips as he thought. However, through her player's perspective, it might be easier to gather information about the dungeon. Without hesitation, he walked over and handed her the knife. All right then, here's the orange weapon for you. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she lunged for it. Give it to me. Really? For real? Van Koy, you're such a good person. But suddenly, a notification popped up. NPC Van Koy has issued you a boss-level quest. Accompany NPC Van Koy to explore the City of the Undead Dungeon and ensure his survival. Quest reward. Legendary grade weapon, Orange Shadow Strike. Accept? She froze as she realized she'd been tricked, then yelled, Explore the dungeon? Don't tell me you're planning to fight the dungeon boss. I'm not accepting a crazy quest like that. But once you've taken the bait, it's hard to spit it out. So, in the end, the two of them were forced to enter the City of the Undead Dungeon together. After going inside, he couldn't help but look at her and tease. Weren't you so determined not to accept the quest? So why did you still follow me in here? She looked away shyly, trying to change the subject. Well, I was just curious about this dungeon, so I thought I'd check it out for a bit. Who could resist the temptation of an orange weapon? That jerk. Using it to lure me in. Seeing her act like this, he just chuckled softly. Good thing I used the orange weapon to lure Jiang Xiao Duo. If I wanted to get in here otherwise, it would have been a real pain. This girl's class must be an assassin. Hiding and then launching a surprise attack. It's extremely useful for dealing with zombies or executioner demons. He remembered how she had effortlessly dealt with the demons while he just stood by and watched. Suddenly, he heard something. It turned out that nearby, a man with a savage smile was killing someone lying in a pool of blood on the ground. My daughter, Dad has finally killed the monster who was responsible for your death. The apocalypse is a wonderful thing. Now, his money, his influence, his power, none of it can save him anymore. Ha ha. He looked away, pretending not to care, but a thought crossed his mind. In this instance, everything is either a zombie or an executioner demon. How could a normal person possibly survive here? This guy is probably one of the dungeon's bosses. Usually, the level of bosses in a dungeon is fixed, but it's much higher than that of normal NPCs. I wonder how strong this boss is. He then turned and pushed her forward to scout things out. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoduo was startled. What? Why do I have to go when it's so dangerous? But he just let out a sarcastic chuckle. You're the most suitable person to unlock the side quest, after all. Worst case, you can just use stealth to get by. If I go and end up dying, your orange-grade weapon is as good as gone. Hearing this, she could only curse at him before reluctantly accepting. Fine, but let's be clear. If things go south, you have to save me right away. She then walked off anxiously, while he just kept chuckling. Don't worry, I'll be watching. She slowly approached the old man from before, who was still muttering, You killed my daughter, you killed my child, you beast. Then she slowly spoke up. Sir? What's wrong? The old man, still wearing a savage grin as he killed the other person, began to tell his tale of woe. My poor daughter. She just had a little argument with her boyfriend, and that monster beat her to death and threw her body into the river. Then he had the nerve to claim my daughter committed suicide by jumping into the river. Tell me, doesn't an animal like that deserve to be killed? He stabbed the body one more time, making her back away in fear. Yes, he deserves it. A man like that totally deserves to die. So, I'll let you get back to it. I'm just a passerby, so I'll be going now. But she had barely gotten away when a voice as deep as hell called out, Stop right there. She froze in terror mid-stride. Behind her, the old man slowly rose to his feet, a savage grin spreading across his face. But killing him won't bring my daughter back. My daughter is dead. So why should any of you get to live in peace? In that case, you can all just die and accompany my daughter. Then, the old man transformed into a monster and lunged towards her, catching her by surprise. At that moment, he reacted, This is bad. Terrified, she simultaneously kicked the monster in the face and dodged its attack, forcing it to stumble back. Then, crying, she ran straight for Yunqi. Where are you? Stop him, quick, I'm gonna die. Seeing this, he stepped forward to protect her. You need saving? 2 more kicks like that, and you would have finished this monster off yourself. Share the boss's info with me. Resentfully, she gestured towards him. Fine, sharing it now. Name: Zhang Fan. Quality: Chieftain level. Title: None. Class: Warrior. Level: 15. Strength: 64. Agility: 20. Spirit: 12. Constitution: 84. Personal talent: Daughter's vengeful fury. Consumed by hatred, he has completely lost his sanity. Physical strength is increased by 10%, and magic damage resistance is increased by 15%. He continued to roar. Die! He stepped forward, his gaze cold yet wary. A Stage 1 dungeon boss is actually level 15, and its strength and constitution stats are even higher than mine, the son of the plane. Then, he once again used Frozen Nova. A glacial light flared as frost rushed forward. Time to end this. The monster was instantly frozen solid as he rushed in for a downward slash, severing its arm, but he suddenly paused, realizing it had no effect whatsoever. Bloodthirsty class specialization activated. Strength increased by 5%. Attack speed increased by 15%. As the monster began to shatter the ice, he thought, This boss can withstand the Ring of Annihilation? The instant the ice shattered, he jumped back. The monster roared, Die, and lunged at him. But Yunqi reacted just in time, blocking the attack with his sword, only to be thrown a great distance back. His strength is terrifying. He struggled to regain his footing as he yelled back at Jiang Xiaoduo. What are you still standing there for? Get in here and finish it. But this scene only frightened her more. I can't kill a person. I can't kill a person. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head as a dark memory surfaced. It was an image of herself, standing callously atop a pile of corpses, staring back coldly at her current self. Suddenly, the monster charged again, making him stagger back as he struggled to fend it off and yelled, Do you really think a normal person could survive in this city of the dead, let alone take on the 2 of us with just a tattered knife? Jiang Xiaoduo, open your eyes. That thing is a monster. It's not human anymore. Strike now, while I have it pinned down. Hearing this, it was as if she'd been woken up. She charged in. Got it. She instantly activated her stealth skill, saying, Yunqi, you have to hang in there. He then took a small step back, dodging the monster's attack. This boss has incredible strength, but its attacks are wild and undisciplined. With Jiang Xiaoduo providing support, victory is only a matter of time. But suddenly, the creature let out a deafening roar, and a swarm of monsters charged in. He froze. We're screwed. The sound of the fight had attracted the executioner demons. But just in the nick of time, Da He rushed in, mauling one to death before taking care of the other. Left. However, one of them managed to break free and charged straight at him, leaving him trapped and surrounded. Without hesitating, he kicked the man away. Damn it. Then he turned back and sliced the monster with a single strike. But just as he finished the strike, the man lunged at him from behind, catching him completely off guard. Without a moment's delay, Jiang Xiaoduo rushed in from behind the man, brandishing her knife and shouting, You ugly thing, he's the one this lady is supposed to protect. No one is allowed to touch him. Then, She stabbed the monster straight in the neck and jumped back, causing it to roar in pain. She frowned and complained. Ugh, so gross. He just let out a small laugh. Nice one. You showed up just in time. Then, he raised his hand, used his Frost Nova crystal to freeze the man, and commanded it to explode. Before the ice cracked and shattered, it shed a final tear and lamented, My daughter, why are you so foolish? And then boom! A shattering sound echoed as its body was completely torn apart. The system also announced, Dungeon Sub-Boss Level 1 defeated. Reward, 300 treasure tech points. Seeing this, he got excited. 300 tech points. Killing one boss gives more tech points than killing 10 players. Just then, she ran over and complained, This is so unfair. I put in effort fighting the boss too, but in the end, I didn't get any experience, and there were no equipment drops or apocalypse currency. But he just turned away coldly, ignoring her pouting face. Well, who told you not to land the final blow? Of course you wouldn't get a reward. At that moment, Dahe also walked over after dealing with the other monsters. Suddenly, she crouched down next to the corpse and started rummaging through it. I refuse to accept this. A boss this strong has to have dropped some other rewards, right? Meanwhile, from a distance, he just chuckled softly. Jiang Xiaoduo was just a bit greedy for money, but she didn't have any other bad habits much better than those players who kill Blue Star natives for fun. Besides, a player's vision could automatically read a lot of data that an NPC's vision couldn't see. If I can keep her by my side, many things will become simpler. Just then, she suddenly pulled out a piece of paper, saying cheerfully, Ha, found it. He looked over, confused, as she explained, This boss exploded into pieces, but the paper in its pocket is still intact. Looks like this is an important clue. Seeing that, he also grew curious as she unfolded the paper. Quick, see what it says. It was a letter dated October 13th, year 1111 of the Alliance calendar. Zhang Ling brought her creditors to find me again. She still looked as pathetic as ever, her face all bruised. I have no idea how much money she owes people or what she spent it on. Anyway, we already broke up. She said she was at her wit's end, and if I didn't give her money today, her only option was to jump into the river and kill herself. I'm not falling for that ridiculous lie again. If this continues, she'll drag my entire family down with her. Looking at the paper, Jiang Xiaoduo asked doubtfully, Hey, from this tone, the owner of this note doesn't sound like Zhang Fan, does he? Hearing this, he glanced at the corpse that had just been killed by the monster. It seems the owner of this note is the male corpse on the ground. Suddenly, she noticed something. There's more. Let me see what's written below. But I never expected her to actually jump into the river. And her father thinks I'm the one who killed her. It seems her family had no idea about her massive debts. Oh well, her death is a major event. I'll just have to take the fall for her. The surveillance cameras prove my innocence, and the enforcement team didn't give me any trouble. Let her father resent me and drive himself crazy. It's not like we'll have anything to do with each other from now on. Anyway, seeing this, Jiang Xiaoduo frowned sadly. So Zhang Fan's daughter, Zhang Ling, killed herself because of her debts. It actually had nothing to do with her boyfriend at all. But he remained cold, completely uninterested. Too bad this bland reason couldn't convince Zhang Fan, which is why he killed this man, trying to take his anger out on the corpse. For this paper to have survived, it must be for more than just filling in the story. Are there any other clues on it? At his words, she started flipping it over and over. Let me look. Then suddenly, another system notification popped up. You have activated an elite-level dungeon quest. Deliver this journal to Mrs. Lin at number 66, Unit 2, Building 4 of the Blue Bay residential area, and inform her that her son is dead. Hearing this, they were both startled. Then they raised their eyebrows and looked up.